you're deceptive. I use my real name, therefore I'm more truthful than you. Now, no slight against this person, but he has used this tactic in the past, which is Nathan Thompson. Now, in some ways, it served his purposes to say those things, primarily, to Globers and stuff, where it's like he's not hiding behind anonymity to make his claims. But fair enough. Say, for instance, that he doesn't care that his name's out in the public, right? Well, some people do, even if it's only like a modicum of privacy, like a couple of steps where somebody really has to try and then they can figure it out. Not everybody wants to do that. And it's just, they have their reasons. There's nothing wrong with those reasons, probably. But keep in mind that the powers that be would love for everybody, when they engage in social media, to have to use a validated form of identification and a credit card before they can do so, right? So basically be serialized so that the powers can track who you are and what you're doing and what you're saying, right? And then you have quote unquote truthers and freedom fighters saying, oh yeah, you should do that. You should totally dox yourself and have everything you say serialized to your personhood so that everybody knows exactly what you're saying at all times, especially the government. See how easy it is? Like, these people think that they're some kind of enlightened truthers, and they're literally just falling for the exact thing the government wants to take from them. Meanwhile, calling you out for not, divulging who you are. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's better to just leave it, let people, do what they do. If somebody wants to out themselves, let them. If somebody doesn't, let them.
Exactly, and just to clarify, just because I use my real name, I don't ever, project that to anybody. It doesn't really mean anything. It's just what I created for my channel. So anybody has all their motivations for staying anonymous or whatever, that's all well and good. Live and let live, like you just said, right?
They're coming after you, Dave.
Hey, anybody want to get in on a business venture? Anybody want to get in on a business venture with me? Okay, so what it is it's sunscreen. So it's basically just we buy bulk sunscreen from China, right? And then we label it sunscreen specifically formulated to counteract the negative effects of refraction. And we charge more money than the most expensive sunscreen.
So what are the positive effects of refraction?
Who knows, dude?
I think that would sell to a certain percentage of the population. It sounds like a winner to me.
Does your sunscreen account for refraction? No, it freaking doesn't. Ours does. Safer. Better. Tastes great.
It always looks gay when a dude is on a Can-Am.
Dude, it's much easier to fire a weapons platform from a stabilized mobility device. Not everyone's a Terminator that can load his shotgun and drive a motorcycle over a bridge simultaneously.
Well, yeah, if you're a Can-Am, you can.
Man, you know what? They should have paid like some of the newest movies to have the Can-Am as one of the action vehicles.
Great.
The one, so there's one where that one rapper dude, I can't remember his name. He has like a mini tank sort of looking thing. It's called the Whipsaw in real life, and it really is a real vehicle.
That silly ass, was it? You're not talking about Fast and Furious, are you?
Yeah. So he's got like this tank looking vehicle that really exists in real life. These guys invented a dual clutch system, which allows you to have like a lightweight vehicle tank thing. That's pretty cool. So like you have that guy pull up with his gun on the top, and he's got this Ripsaw tank, and he's like, yeah, look at this. And then the other guy pulls up with his Can-Am with like 2 little rocket launchers on the side.
Well, I mean, it kind of, you go back to, what was it, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, where he had the motorcycle with the what do you call that? With the seat?
Sidecar?
The sidecar, and then there was the 2 guys in there, and he blew it up and did a flip in the sky. Guess that's the closest I've seen to a Can-Am. So there was
That would be good for a bank heist movie. So you rob the bank, you get away on Can-Ams. The cops are they don't know that you got away on Can-Ams, and they're looking around for getaway cars. And the one guy says, "Look, there's a bunch of Can-Ams. They look suspicious." You'd be like, "No, they're just a bunch of douches. Let's go look for some hot rods."
yeah, the only way you get with Can-Am is if you're over like 75 or you're a woman. That's it. Other than that, you should not be on a Can-Am.
Oh, man.
You know what you got to do in those Middle Eastern countries? They have, at least like in Bahrain, for example, they had a lot of delivery services. Like the streets are super packed, super tight, and you got these delivery services, and they're all on these little motorcycles, these tiny little motorcycles. So you have that as your getaway. And then over there, it's not uncommon for somebody to walk in a bank completely covered up. Like you'd be completely covered up, your face, everything. Just walk into a bank.
But you can do that here now too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I think crime skyrocketed once that all that crap was going. Like at the tail end of that stuff, because you could still do that. You could still walk in a bank with a face mask on.
Yeah. A guy was doing that here in Austin when this whole thing started. There was news reports. There's pictures of him. I don't even know if it was a guy or a girl, but it just said that this person on foot has been robbing banks in over by where I live, and had no gun and no car even. Just robbing banks like that. I was like, what the hell?
No gun, no car.
It's like, yeah, dude, it's like they're just making it easy for anybody, dude.
Well, I mean, now, but his jail term will be light because he wasn't armed if he ever gets caught. So that's actually kind of smart. I can't believe they gave him money though.
Yeah, well, I mean, I saw something for the DB Cooper. I just saw the beginning of it, the documentary on Netflix.
Oh yeah, Netflix. Yeah, I saw it.
And he did something similar. There's a fellow in this community. I don't want to say his name, I guess, but he did some time for robbing a bank, and he said he described how he did it, and that's exactly how he did it too. He said he would just go up to the counter, give them a note, and then rest is rest.
Well, if it's the same guy that I'm thinking of, he's already told everybody the story.
Yeah. I just don't want to say his info.
Yeah, no problem. No reason to remind everybody. But yeah, that's actually a good way. Like you put the note there and you say, "Please give me all of your money," underlined, and then the teller gives you, like 10 grand from the thing. Then the cops say, "What the heck?" They'd be like, "I just asked that person for their money. I don't know why they stole the bank's money."
Yeah, if you have a good lawyer, man, you might be able to get away with that.
The way I think it is now, like a lot of these places, they just give you the money. Like no matter what, they just give it to you. Like there's not going to be any kerfuffle. It's just going to be like, "Give me some money." They'll be like, "Here you go." Like how can you ask your civilian bank employees to risk their lives. It's ridiculous. They're not trained. They're not soldiers. They're not combatants. They're nothing. So, like, unless you have an armed staff, I mean, as far as I can tell, you're just going to have a policy within your corporate that says if somebody wants to steal, let them steal. That's what it was at places that I worked. I remember. They're like, if somebody steals, just let them steal. If they say, I want the money, I want the phones from the safe, give it to them.
Just like in the movies, come in with a bunch of guys and guns. You say, everybody get down on the ground. Nobody be a hero. Your money is insured. And they fill your bag.
Everybody get down. You said that, I just had to throw it in there.
Yeah. No, but that's true. As far as I know, like, it is the policy of banks to just give whatever's demanded. Let the police handle it.
Yeah, that's why when people like steal from Walmart now, they just let you keep walking.
It depends on where you're at. I know they say in California or some place like that, like if it's under $1,000, you can't charge you or whatever.
Yeah,
but
I think the rule
they hire cops at some Walmarts down here. So
yeah, but I think the rule is if you walk up to the door and you say I'm stealing this shit, period, they let you go. But if you say no, I don't want to show you my receipt, then they kick your ass.
They kick you out.
No, they kick your ass.
You don't legally have to show them your receipt, though.
Oh, of course not. I'm just being facetious.
I almost never do. So
you almost never be facetious.
No, I gotta show my receipt.
Dude, I had one guy chase me out of a store once for a receipt. And I turned around and I told him, I said, you better have a gun because I'm a big dude.
And once you leave the store, they can't even do anything. It's like only the police could do something after that.
Well, there was a guy that actually went to somebody's car and reached into their window and grabbed them. And I said, I'm pretty sure they had to pay a ton of money.
Are you tall or are you jacked, AI? Which one is it?
Dude, I'm polymimetic alloy.
You're tall and jacked?
No, I'm polymimetic alloy.
RoboCop?
I've got depleted uranium in my veins.
I like to have my little bit of uranium with my lemon juice. Really energizing. I would actually eat your uranium if someone would ask me, because I know it will not harm me.
How don't they call uranium in the one form yellow cake?
Yeah.
No clue.
Or is that uranium or is that plutonium? But either one of the two.
It's definitely a lie that it's dangerous. I can say that for sure.
I don't know. There's a lot of evidence from the areas where the United States has deployed depleted uranium weapons of kids getting jacked up.
But do you really know if it's uranium that they use? You know, I mean, they could have used so many other poisonous, toxic things.
Well, the thing is the way it goes is supposedly when the uranium hits, it aerosolizes, and then it's in a completely different form, and that forms the form that is dangerous. Really.
Okay.
So, you could pick up a depleted uranium round and it wouldn't really affect you. But if you picked up debris of something that was shot with one, that'd be a different story.
Yeah. I just find that one guy very interesting who went around the US and actually ate uranium. And, he was very much well informed about what he's doing, you know, since he was like a safety official for certain atomic facilities. I forgot his name. I always forget his name for some reason.
Well, there's another story with a congressman or a senator, I can't remember which, who's been eating DDT ever since they banned it, a spoonful a day, just to prove it's not toxic.
Well, you know, like back in the day, there used to be. So there was women who made these watches, and I think, no, what was it? Either something to do with the watches that had the uranium in it, and there was also other material. Women were working in the factories and getting their fingers on it and like licking their fingers for some reason or another. Regardless, a lot of them got poisoned because before they realized that uranium was radiation poisoning. So I mean, you could get away with eating it a few times. I mean, you might get lucky, but if you're gonna put yourself around it, you're just at a higher risk if you're doing that. So doesn't mean it's guaranteed to kill you. But that's eating the rock, or it's like eating like the not the enriched stuff, but the people who are actually working at the facilities. I forget what that test was called. The dude in America who he let the core deplete or whatever, and there was no hope for him to survive. He died like 10 days later.
Mm-hmm.
I know which guy you're talking about, though. The guy who goes around eating it.
Galen Windsor. Galen Windsor eats uranium to prove it's harmless.
You know, Madame Curie didn't die right away, but she was like sleeping with radium under her pillow every single night. She thought it was awesome. She was like glue in the dark and shit, and she was obsessed with all that radiation shit. And she did, of course, eventually die from radiation poisoning. Yeah, that's the guy, yeah.
I believe him. With his background, I believe him 100%.
Well, what do you
Carson, can I ask you a question?
Sure, yeah, sure.
Do you still think you live on a silly spinning ball and literally nothing?
You said, say it one more time, spinning ball and what else?
In literally nothing.
Oh, literally nothing. No, not really. I don't believe something kind of like that. I mean, I see what you're asking, but no, not that specifically. I do believe like the globe, the spherical shape of the Earth, and that's what you're asking, yeah.
Okay, y'all go ahead. That's all I wanted to ask.
Good question, though.
Do you believe in the official NASA model?
NASA model?
Yeah, or the scientific heliocentric model, to even be more specific. Also, which means the model that NASA uses to do space flights and so forth.
Oh, sure, yeah. I agree with the model that they use.
Okay.
But they we're all using it, right?
Can you show me curvature on that model?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we can use Google Maps, Google Earth.
Wait a minute. What model? First, show us the model.
Well, I'm assuming you're talking about the one that they use.
Heliocentric and NASA and stuff, and all of a sudden you're talking about Google Earth. Like,
Yeah.
where's the model?
Well, they all use the same general. What's it called? The WGSA4, the ellipsoid.
Is that really what they all use?
Why
Is
is
that really what they
Google?
all use?
Why is Google Earth not pear shaped? on oblate ellipsoid. Why is it a perfect sphere?
Not sure if it is a perfect sphere, but I know the pear-shaped comment is. I think it's supposed to be an exaggeration.
Looks like
Okay.
a perfect sphere to me, even if I put it in Photoshop and put a perfect sphere over it.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Where does NASA use the WGS-84 in their linear flight models? Can you tell us?
And specifically in those models, or just anywhere?
Yeah, and when they're actually flying something over the surface, be it a missile or an aircraft or any other type of in-flight object from NASA, when do they use the WGS-84?
Well, I know that the satellites that were put up in space, the GPS satellites, put up by NASA, run by the military, they reference the WGS-84.
And where and when do they use it, please?
When they translate the data from, they use the Earth Center, Earth Fixed.
Okay, great. Can you show us the technical data for when and where they use it? Thanks. I'd appreciate that. A citation, please, from their technical data. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Do they take a bunch of flat images and wrap them around the WGS-84, and that proves the WGS-84?
Because that's clearly what they do with all their imaging. At least 17,500 images from NASA, at least, are all done that way. They admit it themselves. But I'd like to know the technical information for anywhere that NASA is using the WGS-84. Where and when and how are they using this? I want the technical information, please, from manuals that are using instrumentation or other type of equipment. Where, when, and how are they actually using it? Where it needs to match reality. So if they're doing something in reality versus just on paper or just in a computer simulation, we're not talking about that. I'm talking about their technical data where they're getting real information from something, let's say, that's flying physically above the surface of Earth. Where are they using the WGS? I need the technical information. Anybody got it? Anybody out there listening, please bring this information. Should be easy to find, public knowledge.
Fine. Yeah, they posted it 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, you posted it? Okay, here we go. Let's see.
You know, Sonny, it's like Mick Jagger said, you can't always get what you want. Anyway.
AI, your mic is hot micing.
Well, that's nice, Kosho, that you have posted a PDF for what the World Geodetic System is. I didn't ask for that. But thanks. We all know what the theoretical model of this is. We all know what it is. I don't care to know anymore. I've already read through all of this. I know all of the data on this is easy. It's just made up stuff. I didn't ask for that. I asked for when this that you posted is actually used in physicality above Earth's surface when flying any kind of object. Where and when is this used? So, good. You have this data. I want to know the technical data, where, when, and how it's used. So this needs to... Oh my God. Kosho, you've been around this long enough. You still don't understand.
You want? So you're saying you want more? I I mean,
No, I'm
if you're,
saying,
if you're moving the goalposts,
no,
you can move the goalposts, and I have no problem because what you've
I'm
requested
not
is very
moving no
easy.
I'm not moving no freaking goalposts, bro. I asked you for something specific. You, as usual, show something that I didn't ask for. That's fine. You don't understand the question, is the point, and I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Well, there's
Everyone else can hear everyone else could hear quite clearly. I used quite clear language in what I asked for very specifically. You do not understand the question. So
Okay.
all the whole entire, I wasn't done. The whole entire audience got to hear this. That was my entire purpose. That's it.
Well, let's see. And maybe they'll remember when you asked me point blank when it's used, and I specifically said, well, one case is the GPS, which got put up by NASA, is run by the military. And he said, okay, well, will you cite where they use that? Right? So you asked specifically about that. I provided specifically that. Now you're asking
No, you
for
didn't.
something
I asked
different.
I asked when in physicality, when they're doing something off of the surface of Earth or near the surface of Earth, flying something, when they use the WGS-84. You didn't provide that. You just provided what the WGS-84 is. That's not what I asked for.
It's not
I
at
asked
all
for
what I
when
provided.
do they actually use it when they're flying something above Earth's surface,
So the first thing
be
I
it a
provided-
missile or an aircraft or a rocket. What model are they using, and where are they using a curved Earth surface when they're flying a railgun? When they're shooting a railgun?
So the first thing
Are they using-
the first thing I provided was not telling you what it is. It's telling you that they use it for GPS and telling you how they use it with GPS. The second thing I provided is about how the NASA, when they had the space shuttle, how they would reference the WGS-84 when they're planning their trajectories.
Theoretically.
Sure.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not in the theoretical business. I'm in the really is. So if you could show us when it really is used when flying something, I'd love to see that.
They claim to really be using it, but if you're claiming that they're not using it, I'm assuming you're going to claim that with anything I provide.
Okay, well, I'm from the show me state, so you're going to have to show me the data, like technical manuals or something where they actually have a logbook where they're writing data in as something is moving. Like, you need to bring some, you have the burden of proof still, not me.
You want to see a logbook? Okay. Is a show me say that?
No, listen, bro. You don't understand the question still. Have you ever been in the military?
I've seen it. I've seen it on TV before. Yeah.
So you've never been in the military. Oh, you've seen military on TV. Okay, great answer. Yeah. No, you don't understand.
Yeah, I was in the.
You don't understand what I'm asking for because you have no clue as to what you're talking about as far as how the military-industrial complex works, how data works, how data and technical information in manuals is actually used when doing something physical.
All right.
You don't understand any of that. All you got is your theoretical, conceptual ideas. Yeah, and so what? It's taught in all the schools on Earth. That's why you have the burden of proof, not us. So you've provided nothing. Good job once again. We appreciate your support of the flat Earth.
Absolutely. As I said, the second thing that I've posted is clearly them mapping out their trajectory using the WGS-84. It says they map out the terrain, measuring the height relative to the WGS-84 ellipsoid surface. So they're
Which is a curved surface, Kosher. Let me stop you. Which is supposed to be a curved surface, right?
It's a ellipsoid model.
An
So
ellipsoid curved surface. Okay, fucking in a section, it's a curved surface in one section. Yeah. So anyway, how does this apply to reality? Where is this curvature found in reality?
it looks like they're using it for the entire Earth.
Well, I
Yeah,
want to
I
know
think
how
what
it's used in
Sonny's getting at
reality.
I think what Sonny's really getting at here is that you're once again, as always, presupposing your model as some type of ellipsoid this time, right? You're like, this is what we're going to assume it is, and then we're going to take our actual real life measurements and base them off of that. Like that's a baseline. It's not. Baseline is 0. Like it's just reality. You can't just like say I've imagined a ball or I've imagined an ellipsoid, and now we're going to take measurements, assuming though that, and have that be your proof for it. That doesn't work.
Sure. No one's claiming proof for anything. Somebody asked me about which model is used by these people. I'm just letting you know which model is used by these people. And certainly when you measure your elevation on GPS, the GPS claims that to get that elevation, they take the elevation above the WGS84 ellipsoid model. So this is what they claim, and I don't know what to say.
Yeah, and so stop putting words in my mouth once again, Kosho. I didn't ask you what model they use. That was already established. We already knew this part. We already agreed that that's what they use. I'm not asking you what they use, which is what you provided. I didn't ask for that. I asked for what you're saying they're using. Where, when, and how is it actually used in reality? You can't tell me that.
Because again, I mean, I just stated again, but the GPS, what happens is they take your data, they take your position in XYZ Cartesian coordinates, and then for that coordinate system, they use the Earth center, Earth fixed, as the origin point of that coordinate system. And then what will happen is your GPS receiver, like your cell phone, it will interpret the data and translate it using the WGS84 model to translate those coordinates into spherical coordinates, longitude and latitude.
Okay, great. So it's just theoretics that are applied after the Cartesian coordinates when we actually do the first set of coordinates, which is actually a planar surface, which is what fits reality. Then you calculate after the fact this WGS model. Okay, great. I understand that. You're skipping the part about how it's used in reality.
No, I described how it was used in reality.
No. You're telling me how they use a theoretical model to prove a theoretical model with GPS?
I'm not talking about
hilarious.
proofs, man.
You're hilarious, bro.
I'm not talking about proofs. I'm talking about how GPS works. Like if you, there's apps you can get where you can actually look at the raw data that you're going to be receiving from the satellites, and it will the information on there.
Wait a second.
Let's say that works like you described, and now the point will be like this: that it's working great, and how that will form curvature now in reality.
And once again, he's changing talk about moving the goalposts. Once again, I didn't ask you how GPS works. I didn't even ask anything about GPS.
Oh, okay. He explained how it works, GPS. That's great. GPS works. Now let's find curvature.
Okay. You can find the curvature. When somebody asked me that originally, I was going to say, yeah, you can find it in Google Maps I had brought up.
Oh, really? I can find it in the books also. I can draw you also, and you will say, Sasha, draw it, and I can find her.
Okay, that's fine. In the actual Google Maps, though, that's used by everybody.
Oh, are you living in actual Google Maps, or are you living?
Well, you're asking me if the model will have curvature on it, so I'm describing.
And you didn't ask for model.
So listen. Kosho is trying to use the exact maps and models from the people that is in contention to prove his point. That's what's in contention. These maps and models are what's in contention. You're using those to support your case.
I wasn't aware that you disagree with the maps. You disagree with the maps that are...
The entire system is being used by this as theoretical, is my point. Yeah, so...
What maps? The
maps and the models that they're based on are what is in contention. You keep bringing up the points of contention to prove your point. That's what's in contention.
Okay, so I'm not proving any point. Someone's asking me.
Of course you're not.
Asking me, where is this model? Where is this? Where can?
No, nobody asked for where the model is. Like you're just stuck on, bro. You're stuck on stupid or something. We're not asking you. I didn't ask for what the model is. I ask you how exactly it's used in physicality. You can't. You've never answered. You still can't answer.
This other fellow asked me a different question just now, man. He asked me.
Yeah, I know. You're happy to take a a detour. Yeah, I'm sure.
I
Go
answered your
ahead.
question. I answered your question fully and completely.
Oh,
And you
so
weren't
you're
happy with it.
not this.
You
You're
didn't
not
even
this
you didn't
dead
even
man.
understand my freaking question, bro. You did not answer my question. You keep going to something else every time.
Can I repeat his answer? Because I'm listener. I know what he
Yeah,
said.
sure. He
Okay.
wanted to know.
The Google Maps can show you curvature. That's your answer.
That's the, you also didn't want that answer. Yes.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Good.
Yeah.
But
So simply,
you know what? In all classrooms, you can go and see curvature.
so what?
In all classrooms about physics or geography, you can find globe there inside the class, and there you can find curvature also.
Okay. Well, I mean that's cheating, though, I would say, but
in every supermarket shop where they are selling globe, you can find the curvature.
yeah, probably. Yeah, maybe. I'm
Oh,
not sure what that.
in every book when it's written curvature, you can find written curvature. But
Okay.
now let's ask the question: what that all has with the real reality? You know that what when you go outside and look, why we don't have there? That
Okay. So
curvature.
you want to see it in reality, not no more models or maps. Fair enough.
Yeah.
You can use something like GPS.
But
What's it called? Base station. Like if
but
you do post processing.
let's say I'm 100 years before GPS. What I will do now?
Okay, well, you can try to establish a straight line, which is not going to be very easy.
Should we
But
try like
of course, you don't
Aristophanes?
have to go.
Should we
Okay,
try
you
like
get more.
Aristophanes did? Straight. We can try like Aristophanes straight. He was the Guinness record man going straight in one direction.
The horizon is already a straight line that's already established by reality and has been used by navigators as a straight line to successfully find their freaking location using 3 circles of equal elevation, which you cannot have on a globe, period.
Is that right?
Kusha, they didn't leave you speak now there. Well, what happened?
Yeah, I would try to respond to you, man, but you kept on talking over me
No,
as soon as you
I'm
started.
saying, why did you came here? They didn't let you speak there.
I'm not sure what you're asking now, but yeah, the circles of equal altitude that was just brought up. You're saying that doesn't work on a globe and only works on a flat plane. I actually have a different experience with that. So I think the exact opposite, that you couldn't do celestial navigation on a flat Earth.
I don't think that is the point. See, I think that sea level it's working only on flat Earth, and sea level doesn't work on the globe Earth. That's the only point.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Because we will call something different in all other countries, even the countries who has the sea and the countries who has not the sea. They will call something else, but they call also sea level. And that sea level is working on flat surface and doesn't work on globe. That's the only point.
Well, I tell you what. With celestial
And you can measure,
navigation,
and you can usually measure all elevation about that sea level because it's 0 point, and all elevation you can measure. If it's curved, you cannot measure elevation.
okay. Do you mind if I finish this time? Because I know you seem like
No.
it seems like you're almost finished, and then you get a little bit more to say every time.
Okay. About what you want to speak? About something what we didn't hear or something new?
Okay, right. So,
So, Kosha, you are here like for 4 or 5 years. Do you have something new, or you wanted to speak the same thing, like whatever what we heard like for 1 million times? What's the point?
I'll try one more time. Yeah, the celestial navigation, I could show you right now very easily. You can give me any 3 stars and the actual positions they are at this moment. I'll show you how I'd figure out where you were using my model. But I would challenge any of you guys, if you say it only works on a flat plane, it couldn't work on a globe. I challenge you to even try to see if it would work on a flat plane and actually, do the whole thing out. And if you can actually do that and get your location, Mick Toon will give you $10,000, but I'll give you $20 right now. I don't
Yeah,
think.
you know what, Kosho? Then just fine. You're saying all these words, but can you show us how, when, and where? Just like I've always asked about whatever you present here, how, when, and where it's used. That you get an elevation angle from a curved surface of Earth in navigation. When is that used?
Anytime somebody's gotten the elevation angle, of course.
Okay, when, where, and how is it used? Show me. Tell me how.
You can use a sextant, for example. You can use
And a
bubble
sextant, how does a sextant get an elevation angle?
Okay, well, you can use a bubble sextant, so it's easier.
And the bubble is using what as a reference? Thanks. What is the bubble a reference to?
What it will do is it will find your vertical.
What is it a reference?
establish
Yeah,
the
exactly.
horizontal.
No, it establishes a horizontal, bro.
Well, it
The
has to
bubble
establish your
represents the
vertical first.
horizontal. Yeah, no, it doesn't.
It actually,
No, it doesn't.
that's what a bubble sextant
No,
does.
that's not the purpose of it, and you don't know how to navigate if you're using the vertical first. You don't know what you're talking
Vertical is how you establish the horizontal. There's no.
about. No, it is
there's no
not.
way-
It's you're using it the wrong way. Then show me the manual where they use the vertical first.
Okay, dude. At any bubble level,
Show me in the show me in the fucking manual,
any
Kosho.
bubble level.
Show me in the manual, Kosho.
Are you afraid?
No, show me in the fucking manual.
Okay.
Where they're doing it the way you're saying. No, the way you're saying it. Stop. The way you're saying it. I want to know. I want to see it. I want to see it in writing, in black and white, that they're actually using the way.
Open your eyes and look
Shut the
for a
fuck
book.
up.
Okay, I'm going to finish what I'm saying now.
Yeah,
Any
you don't know
bubble level.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, like because QE's not here, I have to do the job. Shut the fuck up.
I
It
only
doesn't
want
matter.
to say, I don't want to post. I want to say, why you so angry, Sonny? You don't understand what I'm saying. I cannot back up my story, but why you don't understand?
Anyway, it's highly irrelevant whether you use the vertical or any demarcation out in your field of view. Because you're always going to baseline it.
At things through the sextant.
Oh my goodness.
Which one
Can
of
you guys not hear me?
represents that? First of all.
Your sight to the star would be line B.
Can you guys not hear me?
I hear you.
I can hear you. I hear you just fine, bro.
Oh, man. Seems like people get in a track of what they want to say and then they become oblivious to anybody else speaking.
Yeah, we've all talked for that.
Yes. So it's highly irrelevant whether they use a vertical or something out in the distance. They're going to baseline it to horizontal regardless. So they're not assuming that the Earth is curved in that instance. They're not using a curved surface to get their angle in any way, no matter how you do it. They're creating a forced horizontal plane from which they get their angle from. So yes, it is correct that they're not getting an angle from a curved surface. They agree with that. Everybody agrees with that.
Line B. Okay.
Yes.
And where's the horizon?
The horizon's not in the diagram.
You know how a sextant works?
Yeah.
What do you look at in a sextant?
Well, you look at a celestial object. You don't need a horizon for a sextant. You don't need a horizon for a sextant. Now, the way that you operate the sextant is you start off by looking up at a celestial object, perhaps the sun. So you're looking up. Then you pinch the index arm right here, and as you bring the sextant down to look at the horizon, you don't need a horizon for a sextant.
You unlock this.
Yeah, Nathan's got a problem with cutting his clips too short.
AI, you're hot micing on.
Yeah, tons of rage.
So you're looking through a sextant at things through the sextant. Which one of
Yes.
these represents that, first of all?
Your sight to the star would be line B.
Line B. Okay.
Yes.
And where's the horizon?
The horizon's not in the diagram.
You know how a sextant works?
Yeah.
What do you look at in a sextant?
Well, you look at a celestial object. You don't need a horizon for a sextant. You don't need a horizon for a sextant. Now, the way that you operate the sextant is you start off by looking up at a celestial object, perhaps the sun. So you're looking up. Then you pinch the index arm right here, and as you bring the sextant down to look at the horizon, you don't need a horizon for a sextant.
You unlock this door with the key of
retardation.
Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of
bullshittery.
You've just crossed over into.
Yep. No one ever does it this way. No,
damn.
no one ever does it this
A
way.
little bit quivery in the voice there, Bob. You don't need the horizon.
Of course not.
Say what?
Retardation.
Are you
Agreed.
What the hell did you just say?
You don't need the horizon.
Of course not. Pinch the index arm right here, and as you bring the sextant down to look at the horizon,
you don't need the horizon.
Of course not. Now, what'll happen is you'll bring the sun down to the horizon.
You're just being asked, do you know what dip correction is? If you don't, that's fine. Just say no. If you do, just tell us what dip correction is, Bob.
Dip correction is related to the angle formed between your horizontal and the horizon as you look down from an elevated height. You don't need a horizon for a sextant. Pinch the index arm right here, and as you bring the sextant down to look at the horizon, you don't.
I always have the button.
So now that we've established in the actual use of the sextant tool itself, doesn't require a curved surface beneath you and assumes a baseline flat plane. Where's the curvature part come in?
And do you know what's interesting? When sextants claim like an argument, why didn't came like a 2016 like a globe argument? Because it's a globe instrument. Like, listen, this is sextant. This is measuring the globe, and you are flat earthers done. Why you didn't do that 2016?
Yeah, I've unmuted Kosho. So AI had a good question. When does curvature come into play, Kosho? Because you agree we need a horizontal plane, right, for sextant? So when does that curvature come into play?
Let's hit the first keyword so we don't have to waste time on it, which is, oh, well, it's not a horizontal plane. It's actually a tangent to the sphere. Okay, but just claiming it's a tangent doesn't mean anything. You have to prove it's a tangent. You can't just name it's a tangent. So skip all that part where we established that what you need is a horizontal plane, baseline, right? Fast forward past all that gobbledygook to where you need the curvature.
I'm sorry, I was doing something. You said skip that part?
Yeah.
Okay. So that part is, yeah, that elevation angle is a means to a different end. The angle that you want is the what do you call that? The zenith angle. Regardless, the reason why you want the zenith angle, here's where the curvature comes in, is because you want to determine your distance to the GP of that star, and so the zenith angle will get you, that distance. You have to multiply that angle, the zenith angle, by 60 nautical miles, 69 regular miles. So this is when you have to ask yourself, why am I multiplying it by 69 nautical miles or 69 miles? And the reason is because the Earth is curved. If the Earth weren't curved, you wouldn't be multiplying it by 69 miles. You'd be multiplying it by some, or you'd be doing some trigonometric function to determine that distance. It wouldn't be a linear, progression.
We do have linear, it's a linear measurement, yeah. That's why we do dead reckoning. That's the whole purpose, is to find your location, not to find the angle to the star. You have to use a horizontal because that's where you're traveling along a horizontal.
And usually used for navigating over the sea level.
And begging the question, right? Because what else could it be than a sphere? Because you have to multiply it by nautical miles, right, Kosho? So what else could it be then? That is you just begging the question then.
I can't think of anything else that would require you to make it's the same distance for every degree as if it was 360 degrees. It tells you that's a circle. Otherwise, you'd be doing something on a flat plane with some object in the sky. You'd be making a triangle, and you'd be determining what's the base of that triangle to see what's your distance to that GP. In which case, you'd be doing a trigonometric function, and it would not be the case that depending on the angle, you would have a linear progression. It would be, you'd have to do the arc tangent, or the arc. You'd have to do the tangent of the star, of the angle, which was not going to give you a linear 69 miles every time.
So again, what else could it be then, right? Because you have to do it by nautical miles. That is your argument. What else could it be?
That's the only answer I have. I mean, you might have another answer of what else would work, but the sphere is the only reason I would think you would need linear distances for every angle.
Right. So, you know how they got the nautical mile?
By dividing the Earth into arc miles?
By backwards engineering it from Polaris, right? Moving back from Polaris.
I jumped. There's a ladder. Yeah, you can, but there's a ladder on this side. Yeah, I'm at an altitude advantage, so I can see over the lake all the way to the other side. I'm about to go into this lake and do an observation.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
How big is the lake?
About 200 meter by 300, maybe 350 if you go around the little curve. But you can't see anything from one end to the other from that side. So effectively, 2 by 3. So what I'm going to witness, well, I don't know what I'm going to witness right now because some days it's different. But what I have witnessed in the past is things disappearing from the bottom up in dramatic fashion, which can't be accounted for by the alleged geometry that would be here if the Earth was curved in the manner in which they say. However, the latest hotness has become dismissing these types of observations by just saying it's geodetically flat in that area. Essentially making all these short distance curvature stuff unfalsifiable. Funny how that works. Go to a lake, can't see the bottom of something, it must be Earth curved. Prove that it's geometrically and optically not possible for it to be Earth curved, then all of a sudden it's geodetically flat. It's just whatever it needs to be, however it needs to express itself at the given moment to the subjective viewer to maintain the globe, right? That's how it works. It's a sentient agent that knows exactly what to do at every instance. Observation doesn't work, refraction. Direct measurement doesn't work, geodetic flatness. Put them into a corner, oh, reality isn't real anymore. Oh, so we have an unfalsifiable proposition. Great. We have an unfalsifiable proposition, supposedly proven by science, which doesn't prove anything. Hilarious. All right, I'm gonna go make this observation. I'll be back to let you know how it goes.
He's saying that if oceans are flat, that it's impossible to navigate with the sextant.
Oh, is it, no, is that what you said? No, I said the way that celestial navigation works.
No, it's made for the globe. That means if oceans are flat and if it's this flat sea level, everything, you know, then we cannot use sextant. Then it's not useful for that.
I agree, and I would suggest anybody try to use it. I mean, you can even look at the stars on something like Heavens Above and sign out what stars are above you right now, and see if you can see if you can do the celestial navigation.
Yeah, we had luck because oceans are not flat; they are curving. If they're curving now, we have problems now with the ships, you know, and everything. Can you imagine now that the oceans are flat? Man, the Earth will be totally destroyed.
Yeah, for you to claim that nautical miles only works on a ball, you have to show us that it's a ball first coast show. So maybe a globe laser test. I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm not telling you nautical miles only work on a globe. What I'm telling you is,
that's what
I'm telling you is the 60 nautical miles per degree, the linear progression. The fact that you get this from a stellar observation.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Right? You said it couldn't work any other way than on a globe with the nautical mile. That is what you said. We can wind it back. You said, well, if you have a flat Earth, then you have to do the calculation differently. So it only can work with nautical miles on a globe. That is your argument, right?
So what I said was, because you asked me if there's any other way it could work anywhere else, and I said I can't think of another way. Perhaps you can. I'm not saying there isn't another way. It certainly doesn't work on a flat plane with a stellar observation or stellar object that's near or local to Earth or whatever. It certainly couldn't work on that model. But the only model I can figure out that would work on is a globe model.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you have to show that Earth curves, right?
I mean, I guess. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. So you have any globe laser test we can look at?
Well, you can use an established straight line. I was saying with post processing GPS.
So no globe laser test then.
Well, no, lasers aren't as accurate as a perfectly straight line.
Right. So armies, navies all around the world shooting and painting targets dozens and dozens of miles away. They're not actually targeting painting the target then, right?
So the people who actually try to make straight lines, like that need it perfect, they use GPS.
Right. So I wonder, right? So have you ever done a globe laser test? Is that something you done?
A globe laser test? No.
Mm-hmm.
No. I think it would have the same issues as any other observation involving distances over the water.
What will it take for you, right? What will it take for you to even doubt that you're on a ball? What will it take?
Just evidence.
evidence.
Yeah.
So something you've done yourself, like a laser test, would that be sufficient?
No, a laser test doesn't seem like it would tell you anything because of refraction.
Right.
So yeah, like the Lake Balaton test, for example, that FE Core did, they got results for the globe the first 4 days, and only on the last day did the atmosphere change, and they were able to see the target on the other side of the lake.
Yeah,
But I wouldn't
Lake
make a
Isol,
conclusion
right?
based on that.
Lake Isol, and
Say again?
and that is what it's all about, right? Repetition, repetition, repetition. Is it not?
Sure, repetition.
Yeah.
Which is difficult to do with the refractive atmosphere.
Oh. So if you, right, Kosho, you yourself, I ask you, what would it take for you to even doubt that you're on the ball? Because you've been in this so long that I'm not even thinking you would ever doubt it, right? But let's say you get a punch in the head, and you do, right? You do doubt the globe because you did some globe laser tests, and maybe 70% of those globe laser tests did find out that you are on a flat Earth. Would you then doubt it, or even still be biased towards the globe?
No, I wouldn't be biased towards the globe. I would definitely be biased against that test. I'd probably just do a more accurate test, like the one I keep on bringing up to you. One where you establish a straight line and you try to measure the surface of the Earth in reference to that straight line to see whether or not level stays straight or if the Earth is curving away.
So like a force the line.
I like force the line, except for with an actual straight line, yeah.
Yeah. But it's so funny that you want to deflect off the laser test, because if you did some laser tests like 10 days, and 7 or 8 out of 10 showed you that the Earth is a flat, would you then doubt it?
If I have some data that goes both ways, no, I'm telling you, I don't like that test at all. Anything that has to do with refraction and you can get the either answer, it doesn't sound like a good test to me. The more definitive test would be one where you establish a straight line and you measure the surface of the Earth in reference to it.
Okay.
Force the line is a good example it's the same idea of what I'm talking about, but with force the line you have problems like of the line being straight. I'm actual straight line.
That's why the horizon is actually called the line of the horizon. That's used in navigation, a line, a straight horizontal line. It's already been established by reality.
Could you inform us what is it in celestial navigation? What is the purpose of the horizon?
Wait, didn't they say the horizon was Earth curve?
I didn't say that.
When did you first get into the debate, Kosho?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No, but my question was about the horizon in celestial navigation.
Can we say 4 years ago, Kosho?
I'm not sure. I'll tell you what. I'll answer the question for you. The horizon is only used in celestial navigation, as I said before, as the means to a different end. The end being the zenith angle. The horizon angle, the elevation angle, is not relevant. It's only relevant to get the zenith angle. The zenith angle is what's relevant. So the straight horizon or flat horizon or whatever is not used.
No, it isn't, Kosho. That's not the end. The end is to find your location on the horizontal plane, period. Not your fucking angle of your zenith. Like, ridiculous. Those zenith angles, those angles of the luminaries are written in black and white ink. How does that work?
Where are they written in black and white ink?
On the freaking on the navigation manuals, the almanacs that you look at, that's written in stone. Those things are always above those locations at those angles above an exact geographic place on Earth as they always have been? How does that work with your 4 different vectors of motion?
Okay, so what they don't tell you is the elevation angle of any star.
So
They do not tell you that. They
You
tell
can
you
avoid the
they
question.
tell you where the GT star is. You have to determine the elevation angle.
You can, yeah. How do you establish an elevation angle on a curved surface?
You can reference the horizon. Or you can reference.
You can't. Why would you reference the horizon if that's supposed to be the curve edge?
You can reference the horizon and then make the corrections for where the vertical is.
Or to make it flat, so then you can find your location because you've actually made it exactly the way it is, flat and horizontal. Great. Okay, thanks.
Flat's not relevant there. It's not relevant to make it flat. The only thing that's relevant is to establish that your sextant is oriented such that it's pointed vertically or horizontally and standing vertically, so that you can, when you get the elevation angle of the star, you can use that accurate number. As I said.
Okay, so tell us, how do you get a horizontal without a horizontal?
You can use a bubble sextant for one.
The bubble sextant is the fucking horizontal, Kosho.
You keep saying that. I posted in the article.
Yeah, it is, because you don't live in a ball. It's a simulation of sea level. That's why it's a bubble level. Yeah, the level part is what we're talking about. What part is level? The horizontal is level. Thanks.
I posted for you how the bubble sextant works. It establishes the vertical and then uses that to determine the horizontal based on that vertical, because it's a bubble level, the same way bubble levels work.
So if I'm a carpenter and I'm measuring the level and I'm testing the level of a counter, I'm not testing the horizontal level. I'm testing the vertical level of the horizontal counter.
And you use a vertical to establish a horizontal, of course.
What the fuck? You show me one person that uses your method, please, in reality. One person that actually can show that they use the vertical only to achieve horizontal, which is ass backwards. Nobody
that's how any bubble level works.
Nobody navigates that way. The bubble level is a simulation. It's creating the situation of sea level, horizontal. That's why the bubble, you're establishing your horizontal, not a vertical.
The bubble establishes your vertical, which you then use to make your horizontal based on that.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Okay, tell me how a bubble level establishes a
horizontal. Nobody uses that in navigation, bro. Nobody uses your method in navigation. Show me one person that uses the method that you're using in reality. What I keep asking. When and where and how are they using that in reality the way you're saying?
I posted it 54 minutes after the hour. I highlighted the words from the article. So I mean, it's really not hard work at all. I posted the article. I screenshotted the part where the words are highlighted.
Okay.
It tells you exactly where it's used.
You're from the short bus. Okay, I get it.
The thing that I don't understand about these Glovers is how they speak so confidently while speaking such nonsense.
Yeah, that does make you wonder.
Well, I mean, I do have. We can do a gentleman's bet. $20 doesn't matter. But I can actually use stars to navigate, and I can use any 3 stars from an actual place right now. You can give them to me. I can calculate what position you're at. Something I can do. I can show you I can do that. And if any of you guys can show me that you can do that on a flat plane, referencing a flat plane, I'd be impressed. I would drop the globe for the rest of my life. I would quit the globe and be a flat earther from this day forward.
Oh, so you want to discount that the thousands and thousands upon thousands of navigators that have been successfully finding the location using the horizontal plane of the surface of the water, which we know it is, sea level, horizontal, the horizon. They've used it for all those centuries, measuring elevation angles. Before the sextant, they use a cross staff. They use a staff, a cross staff. They use an astrolabe. They use a horizontal plane to navigate for over 500 years, bro. What are you talking about?
Right.
You
So
can't
show
tell me that
how you can do it referencing the flat Earth thing. Okay. Instead of using
They have. That's how it's always been done. It still is.
Why don't you want to see actual curvature instead of such a weird thing to make you understand that you're not living on a ball? Why are you not interested in curvature? Like, you can literally go out there, look at the sea, and see for yourself that water will always lay flat when manipulated. Hence, also big sea that you see, if it's an ocean, it's flat. There is nowhere to go with a curve.
That's a great question. However, I did discuss with somebody just a minute ago when he asked about the curvature, actual real physical curvature. We discussed how you can find it, and how it's found. You know, the best, most accurate way to find it.
You can't, because it would be against the. It would be against. Dude, today my brain is very slow. I'm sorry for that, but it would be against the properties of water. That's the problem. The properties of water do not show in any experiment that when manipulated, the water just suddenly starts to curve. Either if it's a bathtub, a huge lake, or the oceans. It does not happen. And the funny thing is, every time a globe shows curve, then it's in a very extreme curvature rate that for some reason does not apply onto the stretched out horizon that is totally flat. It just applies on what is going behind their so-called physical barrier, which they believe, which makes the Earth a pizza roll or something, or like a baguette, or I don't know. Like, it's going straight left to right instead of going curve 360 degrees around you. You have a straight horizontal perfect level line, but for some reason you have that extreme curvature going straight in front of you, as if you live on a I don't know, cylinder or something. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So either you're gonna show me, okay, let's say, just show me the supposed curvature 360 degrees around you from the position where you're at on your spinning ball. If you can come up with anything that shows that, any measurement, okay, laser measurement or whatever, then we can talk about it maybe being a wall wobbling, flying through ever-expanding space while other planets are whirling around it and so forth. You know?
He said baguette.
Yeah, I mean, dude, they show you, for example, some globals show you this picture of this lake with I don't know what it's called, but these electro towers, okay, which we have shown. Yeah, exactly, and they show you this extreme curve, okay. While they zoom also in, while the rest of the horizon is totally flat, they show you this extreme curve. Why do you only have globers that show you curve going in a straight path in front of you? Wouldn't the curve be the same 360 degrees around you since you're living on a ball? That's what I'm saying. Are you living on a baguette or on a cylinder? Do you get what I'm saying, Kosho? Do you understand the problem here?
I understand it completely. I have something for you though.
I appreciate that.
Yes, we're friends. I feel like we can exchange gifts.
Have you looked at the things I posted for you?
Not yet, but I will. I see that I'm tagged, so I will look at it. But I posted, this is here from Walter Bisland's website. He's taken the data that Jesse Klazowski had collected from Sound News Bridge on that lake you're talking about. So it's not an observation.
You exactly
No, you gotta wait, man, because I'm not talking about the pictures or observation. I'm talking about with Jesse Klazowski. He took his surveying GPS. He went across the bridge at 5,000 points across the bridge, pinpointed each point, and got less than centimeter accuracy on those positions. So you can actually look at the straight line from at each end of the bridge from his coordinates, and you can reference any point along the bridge and see if it's curving or if it's going straight.
This is so funny. This is the same picture that the German dude sent me to prove a curve. And again, what do you see in that picture? If again you just send something to me that proves what I'm talking about.
Did you hear what I said though?
You see a perfectly horizontal line, and then you see this extreme bulge of curved water and bridge.
Yeah, but did you hear what I said? I didn't say anything about the picture.
I hear what you said, man, but I'm just.
But the picture is not the important part. It's the data. The data is the positions. Like you don't have to worry about what the picture's doing. You can actually see you can see the positions that are marked all along the bridge, and you can actually see if it's actually happening or if it's just optical.
It says that the world is ending, but reality says it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
What
science?
How can I make him
understand? The burden of proof is on our side. Do you think that it's your responsibility to prove to us that the Earth is a ball, or do you think it's our responsibility to prove to you that the Earth is flat? Which one?
Well, I'm not sure if that is relevant in the case of where I just gave you a full data set. So that's me handing you data, right?
Yeah, I wasn't really listening to that. I was referring to...
I'm not trying to ask you guys to prove that it's flat.
I don't really care, Tosho. I was referring to what you said a few minutes ago. I was referring to what you said about 15 minutes ago when you said, I would accept the Earth to be flat if you guys could show me blah, 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 X nonsensical thing that you said. And I just wanted to point it out to you. It's your responsibility to prove to us with a direct measurement that the Earth is a ball. It's not our responsibility to prove to you that your senses do not deceive you. That's silly.
Somebody asked me point blank. Somebody literally asked me a question. That's why I answered the question.
Hey,
they asked me what would it take for me to
I have a question.
Believe it.
Please, I have a question. Like, I think 1.5 weeks ago, I was at the sea, at the coast in Italy. And the picture that you sent me, I wonder, why is it that what I have observed there all the time, no matter the elevation, regarding the ocean in front of me, shows an ocean rising exactly to my eye level?
I gotta tell you, man.
Where's that absurd curvature that I seen that picture or photo that you sent me on the video? I mean, I know that there's a video to this also.
There's no video, and I don't.
But I can send you. I can send you the video of how they made the picture.
No, but I don't
know the video. See,
all you have to do, click on the link, and there's a.
Kosho, I know. Even the guy who made the video from where they took the picture, I can send that to you. I know it. There was a German guy who already tried to send me this. What I'm asking is, how can it be that this supposed crazy curvature picture you sent at me with crazy measurements is not there in reality when I'm on the vacation and I see the ocean always on my eye level? I was in a restaurant there that was high in the mountains, and still the horizontal line was right in front of me.
Okay, so I gotta tell you,
I wish I could teleport you there, man.
I'm not sending you a picture or a video. That's not what I'm sending you. I'm sending you specifically the data that's in this, and it's not crazy data. It's just the regular data that's in this.
Okay, so
the picture is irrelevant.
Is the data not equivalent to the picture that was taken?
Yeah.
Or are they not basing their data on that picture as a curve proof?
No. They're not basing the data off the picture. They're basing it off the measurements he took when he was physically crossing the bridge.
But the proof and visualization of it is the picture, right?
No, the picture.
So why would you add the picture if that has nothing to do with it?
No, the picture is just there. The picture is just there. He's comparing the data to the picture. Is what he's doing. He's taking the data and he's comparing it to the picture. But that's not my argument. I'm just showing you the data.
Okay, you showed me this absurd picture, and I show you reality made by my own pictures with my basic smartphone camera. For example, there again, I was on a mountain. I could see this very, very big container ship, and you see that kilometers of horizontal flat line, which is impossible, no matter the size, especially the size of the globe that you guys claim. Okay. You see the horizontal line even rising behind that huge container ship. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen a container ship in real life, how huge these things are. But the horizon is rising behind that. This is an impossibility on a spinning 360 degrees curving globe. Please go out into reality and do observations. You will realize whatever you have been taught, whatever numbers, cool stuff, stories they gave you, it's retarded. It's not matching up with reality.
Okay. And that picture you posted, where the ship is?
Yes.
What distance would you estimate was that left to right distance on the horizon?
At least a kilometer.
At least a kilometer, okay.
Kilometer, yeah.
Okay, and you're expecting to see curvature in that?
I would expect not the horizon to rise.
Who gives a shit if he expects to see it or not? Did anyone ever measure it?
1 second, can I answer it myself? I wouldn't expect the horizon rise over that huge container ship, and I wouldn't expect it according to the picture you sent me of that observed curve of bridge. Do you understand why I'm doing this why I'm doing this right now? To show you that whatever they show you there in this picture is not reality. I can't find that. I wish I could find that. Then I would just close the case. But it's not existing.
Exactly. Here's the thing. I see the same thing every day here in San Diego. I can go up on a hill it doesn't matter what size hill. Let's say it's even 1,000 foot above sea elevation. I can look at a bridge across the bay, right? I see the top of the bridge. Now that bridge is several hundred feet tall. But the amazing thing is not that. I can see the horizon behind the bridge, not only behind the bridge, higher than the bridge level. The horizon's higher from my point of view. This could never occur on a ball. If once you rose in elevation, because it's a curved surface, the surface would have to drop away lower and lower. So if it was a ball, I could see the bridge, and the 20 or 30 miles further away that I see the horizon, it's actually in reality above the bridge level. And a globe, this would be much further below. So that means in between the stanchions of the bridge, I could see the surface lower than the bridge level. This is not the case in reality. I see the clearer the day is, the further out and higher up the horizon is to my viewpoint. When I go up higher, I see the horizon level way, way further and higher up than this bridge and any of the buildings that are, let's say, condominiums on the beach on Coronado, which are probably 600 to 800 feet tall buildings. And the horizon's higher than them as well. They're, let's say, 10 miles away from me, from my line of sight, or 15 at the most. But the horizon is further beyond that, over by where the point is past Tijuana on the beach on La Playa. Okay, right at Tijuana, I can see islands 26, 27 miles away. Those are higher than the bridge and the condominiums.
Right. Okay, so on my Earth, on the globe Earth, you would always expect anything that is before the horizon to be lower than the horizon, because everything is going to rise up until it gets to the horizon. And then once there's a horizon, things will start falling beyond the horizon. But they
never do. But they never do, though.
I mean, this is all you ever see.
So
that's a cool expectation, but it doesn't match reality.
Oh, sorry, Sonny.
It's never dropping below your line of sight ever. So I don't know how your ball equates to that, because this cannot occur on anything but a flat plane, just like we show when we do a painting with perspective. The reason they use perspective in paintings is because it matches reality to the T exactly as to how we see things on a flat plane. If you had geometry in drawings that matched your globe, it would look nothing like a real painting. It would not be realistic because it wouldn't match reality.
And
wait, so Kosho, if the water is curving under the bridge, why isn't that happening anywhere else? Is it only under this bridge?
What do you mean it's curving under the bridge? In the data?
The data shows that, right?
It's curving. Yeah, the data shows that it's curving the same rate it curves everywhere.
Okay, so but why is it only under that bridge? Why when we go outside it's not there?
I mean, have you gone out with post-processing GPS? I could show you how to do it, and you can do it anywhere you'd like, and you can make a straight line.
You're saying that the curve is right there, right? So how come we don't see that?
But you're saying that you only see it on that bridge, and maybe that's the only place you've ever looked.
No, I don't see it at the bridge. I'm just saying you're saying it is there.
Yeah, it's in the data.
It's not there.
It's in that data, and it's in the same data. The same surveyors who do things like LIGO or the underground tunnels, when they're using the same process, the GPS post-processing, to establish straight lines, they find the same thing.
Yeah, but Kosho, I'm asking, like, you're saying it's in the data. When I'm asking about in reality, how come it's not there in reality if the data is showing it?
That data is referencing reality. That data is from positions he's taken in reality.
Okay, great. Well, so where is it in reality then, Kosho?
He's using the model. He's using the model. You're using the model as the basis of what you're using as a reference is your model. That's what's in contention here.
I'm not using any model. I'm not using any model at all.
You're saying GPS. You're saying GPS.
Yeah, but this GPS raw data is not using any models.
Listen, GPS. That's entire system that you're using for GPS. The data that is being crunched in there is what's in contention here.
The raw data doesn't reference any globe. The raw data gives you XYZ positions.
You're using GPS as your basis, right?
Yeah, this is before it's processed before it's processed using the WGS84.
That's an all stop. Hold on, that's an all stop.
It's not an all stop. It's not referencing the model yet.
Yes, it is. Stop it.
It's not.
GPS is that's your basis, your reference. You're using GPS. That's what's in contention.
The GPS. Okay. Does anybody in here have any?
You can't fucking use what's in contention.
Is anybody in here in contention on whether GPS works? Because it's not using any model.
You're using a system that is in contention.
You guys are contending if GPS gives you positions or not?
No.
You guys not use GPS because you don't trust it?
You're using that system as your reference. The system that you're using is what is actually in contention here.
It's not being used as a reference, man. I don't think you understand what's going on. All that's happening is that you're giving your position.
Yes, as a reference. Yes. You're saying it yourself. Now you're denying it now?
Getting your position in XYZ Cartesian space.
In what system?
That is devoid of a model. There's no model involved. You're getting XYZ positions. That's it. The model is done later. But this is you want the XYZ positions because you want to establish a straight line.
Okay,
you can't do that. You can't do that easily with the spherical coordinates.
Thank you for that concession. Good, because we know we're using Cartesian coordinates. That's how we can find our position. So, yeah, you're using the model afterwards. That's fine. It's conceptual.
You're not using the model at all. I don't know why you keep saying that. The model is not for this.
You're saying you're using it
for this process with the bridge. It's not in any way using any model.
Yes, it is. You keep saying you're not using it. Then you're saying you're using it.
No, I'm not. I'm never saying it's being used. I mean, make that clear. It is not being used.
Then take all of the data related to it out of the question or out of.
There's no data in there relating to it.
Stop using any of it then. Any of the GPS, period. Stop using it right now. And now prove your globe.
Why do you have to stop using GPS?
Prove the curvature without any of that.
Why?
Because that's what's in contention here, bro.
It's not. Only you are saying it's in contention. Nobody else in here is saying that
you have no, because it doesn't match reality, bro.
It does. People use it in reality.
No, you're going to have to show us how it matches. Then show us how it matches reality right now.
Jesus, man. Okay, so
Show us how-
XYZ Cartesian coordinates aren't referencing the globe. There's literally referencing a
I know, and that's how we measure land. You're right. That's how you measure flat, square coordinates of land, because that's how it actually is. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Continue. So what happens after you actually physically measure the flat Cartesian coordinates using a flat horizontal? And then that's the reality part. Now you shift to something else. And what is that called? Your model. Your GPS. So we don't care. We're talking about the first part. You're talking about a conceptual part only. It's only theoretical. It doesn't match reality. It's just taking reality and then transposing it onto some supposed model. That isn't proven.
All right, but I'm gonna get some lunch, man.
Yeah, you don't have curvature 1. Like, it's never been measured. So that's the problem, man. You're basing all your knowledge and stuff on things that are established based on this faulty thing that doesn't exist in reality. This faulty model. Your basis, your reference, your standard you're using doesn't match reality, and you keep skipping by it every single time onto something that's 20 or 30 steps down the road. You have to have the number one foundational premise of your ball claim of spinning ball Earth is curvature at surface. It must be measurable, it must be repeatable, it has to be falsifiable. You provided nothing that can be empirically proven, creating an unfalsifiable premise, which is fallacious. So it's out. It's thrown out. In a court of law, it will be thrown out, lack of evidence, no evidence on the defendant. The globe is.
And I think he conceded that the only way to actually determine flat or curve is by a forced line, right, Kosho? We can't use lasers, we can't use optics, we can't use GPS. The only thing we can use, according to you and your concession of what would make you doubt that you're on a ball, was a forced line.
So Roger, I told you I'm gonna go get lunch now. How about this for everybody in here? For everybody in here who thinks that what you just said is true, no, I did not say that. I did not say that's the only way that you can see if it's a globe is by doing a forced line. As a matter of fact, I told you forced line wouldn't even work, but it's a good idea to reference how the straight line established by GPS is the best way to do it. But it's still not the only way to do it. There's plenty of ways that you can make distinct on whether or not you're in a globe or a flat plane.
Kosho, I see only one problem with me, first with me, then with you. Because you are telling the people something what I need to understand, and I'm listening, and I don't see the logic. And then I point on myself, Sasha, you don't understand this guy, and that means that your logic is not, and you understand Roger what he's saying. And now, but Roger is not right, because this guy is telling here and wants to spread the truth because some other guys wants to spread some beliefs about flat earth, blah blah blah. But I see the logic, and I'm listening. I cannot see the logic, and I'm asking myself, maybe somehow, first time in my life, I'm think that I'm not so clever. I didn't think that I'm so intelligent, but I thought about myself that I'm a little bit intelligent, and I'm not so stupid that logically can I get from to some results or something. In math, I was good, blah blah blah. And now I'm listening to you, and I cannot find logic, and I can find logic with Roger. And I'm asking myself why it's logic on the part of retarded cult, and it's not on the part of normal human intelligent being like you. I'm asking myself, not you. Like, where is the part where my logic can understand you? That's the magic for me. That's the enigma for me. I cannot find the logic that I can understand you.
I'm sorry, Kosho. So I asked you, what would make you doubt the globe? And then you said to make some kind of force the line, right? That is what you said.
I said was the one word was evidence. Is what I said. I didn't say that force the line was doing. I was giving you a method. I was giving you a method that I was describing about the straight line. And
let me ask you again.
You brought force line. I said, yeah, that's a good way to conceptualize it, but the force line doesn't work. Is what I said.
Why wouldn't it work? If you force a line over a couple of miles, then you would be done, right? Why wouldn't that work?
Because you can't force a line. You can't just make a straight line and but with a physical rope or something and expect it to actually be.
That's not what I said,
straight.
right? So
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that itself doesn't work.
Okay.
But
let's then hypothesize or think of steel beams, right? Maybe steel beams connected to each other, forcing a line.
Oh, none of that stuff works. That's what I'm saying.
Why not? Why not?
Steel beams. How long is each of these? How long is each?
Let's say a meter. A meter with a pole.
That will not work. There's no way.
Why would that not work if you force that line, the first line?
Because in order to force that line, you would have to ensure that in between each meter of the steel beams, that there wasn't the error that would exist there. I think the maximum error is something like fucking like nanometers. So there could be nanometers of error, and
I understand.
Go unnoticed, and then add up and equal the curve, and you would think it was straight.
Right. Or go up, and then you would think it would be concave. Then
I don't know about that, but
so it couldn't work the other way then.
No, I'm just saying you wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't be able to call it straight because it could have a curve in it. You wouldn't know.
So nothing would make you doubt.
No, I didn't say that.
The globe.
Just because, listen, man, this is not difficult. Just because you name one test that I said I wouldn't that would not work, I'm telling you there is evidence. There's certainly scores of evidence that you could show me that would work.
I ask you what would make you doubt the globe, and then you said force a straight line. Correct?
No, no. I just told you evidence. If you want to know the evidence, I can tell you some of the evidence. If you did,
that would make you doubt a globe. That would make you doubt the globe.
If you did something like this thing that Jesse Klosowski did with the GPS, and you show that for the whole length of a bridge, or 20 miles or 50 miles, that it was the surface of the Earth actually was staying with that GPS that you've that's a straight line you've established with a GPS. That's one way. Another way would do celestial navigation. If you were able to show me that you can actually do celestial navigation by referencing a flat Earth in your methodology, that would convince me right off the bat. I mean, there's tons of ways.
When that's how navigation has been done, like I said, for over 500-600 years. So you're denying of how actual navigation has been done for that long. You're denying that?
No, I know how it's done, and it's not done referencing a flat plane.
But Kosho, let us go back to, because I thought it was great. You said, well, that couldn't work because we have nanometers of errors, but we can make stuff incredibly accurate these days, right? Incredibly, like the nanometers. So why couldn't we make those steel beams incredibly accurate for your satisfactory? Why couldn't that happen?
What could you use to get that accuracy? What are you talking about? How could you get that accuracy? You have to make sure that when you attach these beams, that they're so perfect that there's not a gap of something on the level of nanometers between the top and the bottom. So the top and the bottom distance. So distance between the part of the bottom of the bars and the top of the bars, that it would have to be within that accuracy.
Yes,
I don't think that this can be done.
And then place a straight beam, like 3 beams on top of it, right? Then you can align that with with 3 beams at a time.
After you establish that they were straight, yeah, you could do that.
Right.
But you have to establish that they're straight, and as I told you, you can't do that. It's just not physically possible.
Well, but that is what you think, right? So you rather go with a system like GPS or looking, then, right? Or a theodolite or that kind of stuff.
Well, when surveyors, like the people actually are doing this stuff, like when they want to measure the Earth, then accurately, they want to make straight lines, they actually use GPS.
Right.
Because it gives you the most accurate straight line you can get.
Hey, Kosho, thanks for that, because I have, Roger, I have a measurement they did between 2 buildings, 2012, and they found no curvature. How about that? We're using GPS.
Using post-processing, how accurate was the positions?
I'm going to post 2012. Surveyors from INCRA, National Institute for Colonization and Agrarian Reform, a federal government authority of the public administration of Brazil. They measure those. This was the distance in miles, 1877 miles away. So they found no curvature between these 2 buildings, according to sea level. So you are talking about GPS?
Yeah, this is in Brazil, right?
Okay, hold on, friends. Hold on. Before you continue, okay, no matter what calculation you get from the GPS system, the error can always be wrapped into the system, not to mention that you can just say that there's a space-time anomaly and the time it took for the signal to get is different in that area, right? So again, the globe becomes unfalsifiable.
What? You just made that up, though. That's not true. When you use post-processing...
Well, it's not true. It's not true, right? Oh, sure. You're right. It's not.
When you use post-processing, they take data taken over an hour, okay, and they bounce it off of data taken from a base station of a known location. So the positions they give you are within centimeter accuracy.
How do they do that?
Just the way I described. They literally take a receiver, you measure a location for longer than an hour, and then you bounce that data off with data that was.
How do they measure it? How do they measure it? How do they measure?
They stick the receiver there, and it collects the data from the satellites. Okay, this is what the receiver does, and then later for the post processing, they get the data from the base station, a known location on Earth.
Cool story. So, in what manner are they measuring anything?
What manner the data is coming to them from the satellites. The signals are being sent out.
Holy crap, dude. Kosho, listen, I know you know the answer.
Well, I mean, are you interrupting the other? Because I was answering your other question, and you keep interrupting me to ask me this old question. I'm telling you how the post-processing works.
It's just so stupid, it's beyond belief, that's all.
No, you're not. You're not telling me how it works.
You keep cutting me off, man. The post-processing is a base station. It's done with the data from a base station of a known location that is within 10 miles of the receiving, where you have the receiver at, and it's taken at the exact same time, and you make corrections for the position that base station was getting from the satellites and its known location, and then you apply those corrections to the receiver that you had, and this gives you within centimeter accuracy.
Yeah, cool story. So far you've only told me the devices that are used, not what's actually being measured.
I just told you. What are you talking about,
dude?
You know what's being measured? The position.
Are they measuring? Okay, let me ask you this question: are they measuring the amount of cupcakes? Are they measuring the liquid liters of gasoline?
They're measuring their positions, and they're doing this by trilateralization, and they get the distances for the trilateralization by sending signals to the receiver, and those signals are embedded with messages, and those messages have timestamps and positions. So those timestamps and positions then get distances from those positions to trilaterate that position that they're at, and there's going to be some error involved with that. And because there's error involved, you do the post-processing corrections, and that gives you the centimeter accuracy.
So it assumes the time assumes the time is constant between point A and point B, and that it doesn't change, or shrink, or expand, or dilate.
It doesn't assume that. They make corrections.
Yes, it
they make
does.
corrections for time dilation. But that's what I'm saying to you is that whatever.
What about spontaneous time dilation? How about that?
It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter if aliens are sending signals that are giving you errors, because that's the whole point of post processing. The post processing.
But wait a minute. Did they add in the
will
effects?
take any data, any errors that are in the data, and it will make corrections for it.
Did they add in the effects of dark matter with that calculation?
Doesn't matter.
How does it know? How does it know what baseline to correct it to?
And that's where the base station comes in. The base station are every geodetic service for every country. So the one in our country, what's it called? GONASS, whatever it's called, or Opus or whatever. They have known base stations all over every state, and those base stations have receivers sitting at that position at all times. And what happens is your data that you collect is then referenced off that base station data, so that whatever corrections are needed to be made to that base station get made to your receiver, and it ends up being.
I don't know why you're saying that black matter doesn't matter, because clearly black matter lives matter too.
What? Are you trying to say that there's a black matter cloud sifting through the area, and that's the error?
Imagine like this. This is a simple.
Well, I'm trying to say that he's not including this in the data set, so there's something wrong there. Because
imagine like this.
Clearly they have black matter out there, black and dark energy. So if they're not using this in the calculations, I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna do my lunch, but imagine like there's a known station. So the geodetic centers everywhere. There's like a manhole. Or so there's some artifact somewhere there, and they have that position is mapped and referenced like for the rest of the world. They have different positions mapped, and they map them and they compare it with the
manhole. Is the manhole? Wait a minute. How far is the manhole from the closest black hole?
These positions are known and fixed in there and the maps on Earth or whatever. And so what they do is they're collecting GPS data from that position. And they compare it to the position they know it to be, and it's going to be off by some degree. Maybe it's 5 meters off to the west. It makes that correction for the base station.
I want the distance to the closest black hole and the effect of the dark matter in the area.
So what's wrong with the measurement Miguel gave you? Is that then not correct GPS?
Oh, I'm gonna go get lunch, but we can get into that when I get back.
Sure.
Yeah, because that's actually really fucking hilarious that you posted that. I was afraid that was gonna be what he posted, but that's from those Brazilian dudes. Those guys are known scam artists, and they're literally trolls. So they made a whole video telling you. They also made a video about them finding aliens.
This is very, Kosho, this is very, yeah, of course, but this is very interesting. Are you saying there is no way that something can be presented to you? Anything?
Yeah, if you present it by people who aren't literally trolling you, this is not real data, dude.
Okay.
These guys were pranking people. They're pranksters.
Can I present you Chile? Can I present you Chile like a country? We know that Chile exists.
Is it from the same
team? Okay. The correct rebuttal is, if they're fraudsters, present the evidence they're fraudsters and that their data is erroneous after you eat your lunch. Now get lost.
I'll post that right now. Hold on.
No.
Is that the Jim Panda reference? I hear that on the Jim Panda, so that they preach this.
Kosho, how are you going to be a man of your word if you can't even eat lunch? You can't even be true to yourself to eat lunch.
You did say you were going to get some lunch.
Dude, this topic is irresistible. Men will starve themselves to death just to be here.
I know, right? People, they claim they won't come here anymore, even if they could, and then still come here.
If I leave to eat lunch, somebody may hear the wrong thing, and then they may believe the earth is flat, and then time itself will implode. I'm literally saving reality, friends.
But the idea was like, I have a lunch, but let's go to 24/7. I need to tell them something, but I will think about my lunch all the time in my head. And then when point came out, always like he's coming out every time, or mommy is calling, or lunch is there, or I don't know what, or dog needs.
So Kosho, how was your lunch? Great, thanks for asking, honey. Well, did you eat your lunch? No, I actually was sitting on my laptop at work, and I had to post a bunch of information for and the Flat Earth server that I hang out in for hours, because it's something I totally disagree with and think is stupid.
To be fair, we have plenty of people on our side that just slomp on their lunch with their mic open, trying to make an argument that sounds like they're choking on mayonnaise. So both sides are screwed up.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
I still find it quite baffling, right? So we have, wasn't it LIGO that said, what was it, 2 mile long collider, right? Straight thing, which is a straight thing, right? They need it exactly straight. So they can make that thing as straight as possible for, what was it, a mile? But we can't build a forced line. That's just not, that cannot be done. But we can build, the Egyptians made a flat slab to build a concrete, their pyramids on, right? It's a flat slab. Crazy, man.
Well, check this out, Holmes. So you have this supposed 1 mile straight set of tubes, right? The argument goes that they made the floor straight and flat. And therefore, if you know anything about, quote unquote, how the gravity supposedly would work, that would make it a reciprocal slope, right? So the center of that flat stretch, things would roll towards it, okay, allegedly. Now, let me ask you this. If something's elevated off the floor, can it be straight while the floor is not straight? Now, keep in mind, this is for the Jeopardy Championship. Can you have something straight above a floor that's not straight? Okay, yeah. The answer is yes, you can. So in a structure, why would you waste your time making the floor straight when you can just make the device that's above the floor straight? Keep in mind, what is it, 8 inches per mile? Right? So you have a variance over a mile structure of 8 inches. Yet you're going to waste all the engineering time trying to engineer a perfectly flat floor when the device is what needs to be flat and level and straight, not the floor. Sounds like an old wives' tale to me. By the way, it's highly irrelevant because you can just argue it's geodetically flat or geodetically curved. Has no bearing to the actual surface of the earth whatsoever. It just has to do with local gravity. So again, unfalsifiable. It's funny how that works.
Yeah. So I find it fascinating that if you ask what will it take to doubt the globe, it's show me some math using a sextant on a flat plane and show me a GPS system. That would change my mind, man. Hmm.
They had
Rebatei.
Oh my goodness. You're all dead meat, that's it.
Yeah, you're okay again. Yeah.
Right, so I was at the lake and
Rebatei.
Goodness. That's it. That's it. That is it. How about now, friends?
Yeah, I think you're working.
Yeah, it's good, but when you start your explanation, then suddenly it. But try again. Yeah.
Oh. Because y'all are too cheap to boost the server. You need more bandwidth.
You know what is interesting for navigation? They will imagine a flat line. Like they need something to imagine flat, and we cannot use that flat what is in reality. That it's impossible. We need to imagine that what is obvious. They need to imagine.
Make perfect.
Well, I guess I'll have to take care of this myself. A few moments later.
What's up? Am I coming in clear?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, super cool.
Hello.
Interesting. Yeah, so I didn't see much of the little yellow boat disappear today. But the past 4 days, it disappeared. What's up, man? Thought it was the curve of the Earth that made things disappear. So the curve of the Earth was there. What? It's not there the next day, and it is the previous day. So some days it's there, some days it's not there. Does it have like a working schedule and a union that says it can only work 40 hours a week?
Oh, George.
Yeah, that's what Kosher said, right? Doesn't matter how many lasers you shoot over a large lake. I mean, even if they all show you a flat Earth, then it's still not flat Earth because reasons.
Yep. Well, like I said, the new hotness is geodetically flat. So basically, you just found a facet of Earth that's gravitationally represented as flat on the surface. Right?
It's like disco ball Earth.
Well, yeah, it's like the law of attraction. So flat earthers want to measure a flat Earth. Therefore, they spontaneously and consistently find the spots of the Earth that are geodetically, gravitationally flat. It just is fate or kismet or destiny. It's not that the Earth in total is flat. It's just that flat earthers, through the positive mindset, find the spots that are.
Like manifestation.
Yeah. And then the globers, they find the spots that are curved. So when you think about it, based on your interpretation of the world, you find the evidence for the world to represent itself to you that confirms your bias. Therefore, it really is just a subjective bias confirmation loop where reality wants you to be comfortable. So it soothes your feelings by representing itself to you what you put into it, like the law of attraction and all of that. So essentially, it's not that Earth is flat or a globe. It's just that it's a subjective experience to the end user, which is you.
Right. But we all experience the Earth as a flat, non-rotating plane. So what would that make the globers? I mean, they experience it as a flat, non-rotating Earth, but then I don't know, what they look at the sky and then Earth soothes your feeling. Is that it?
Well, if you press a glober into a corner and you ask them, how have you experienced Earth as a globe? There's like a top 3 answers, but the number 1 answer, right, most of the time is I experience Earth as a globe every time I see the bottom of something disappeared. That's experiencing Earth curvature. Seeing the Earth curvature, sometimes you'll say, when have you seen Earth curve? They'll say, well, I saw the bottom of a boat disappear, therefore I'm looking at a curve. Even though in the picture they provide, there's no curve present. There's just like a straight line and then the bottom of something missing. And they're like, oh, look, I see a curve.
Wouldn't that be false equivalence?
And not experiencing the Earth as a ball, right? That's experiencing stuff, bottom-up obstruction by anything. Could be a physical obstruction or an optical, right? So that would not be experiencing Earth as a ball.
Right. The experience exists in their mind, not in their interpretation, like not in the data. Because what they actually see is just a straight horizon and the bottom of something missing, and then they use step, whether it be of logic, reason, or inference, to say, well, if this, then this. So they're really never seeing what they claim to be seeing, even though they tell you that they are. They're being disingenuous to themselves, really.
And I think it's worth asking, would they even guess? Would they even believe that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth if they weren't told it from someone else beforehand? You know, I mean, would they have come up with that by themselves? I don't think so.
Well, somebody had to. You know? Somebody had to make that connection sometime in the past. Hey, listen, let's be fair to everybody, okay? It's not unreasonable in completeness to say, I can't see the bottom of something. The only thing that I'm aware of that causes me to not see the bottoms of things in my common experience in my life to date is that it's behind an object. Therefore, I conclude this must be behind some kind of object. That's not unreasonable.
I don't think it. I think it is, because when you look at a hot road, then you also see the same stuff happening, right? So,
Well, yes and no. The hot road is at such a close distance that you see certain dramatic effects versus long distance. Okay, and keep in mind that the people that came up with these ideas in the first instance, they didn't have advanced optics to see all these distortions in all their glory zoomed in, right? They just looked out and saw what appeared to them something disappearing from the bottom, right? So it would be interesting to know when they first started arguing that. Because, like, we know there's books and lectures and college tours of dudes that used to go and talk about the earth being flat and debate and all of that, you know, for the past couple hundred years or so. So it would be interesting to know when somebody first posited the idea, in the historical record at least, that I can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore Earth curve. Holy crap. Everybody hold your horses. This just in. Ben Affleck married that other chick, Jennifer Lopez, in Nevada. Holy crap, dudes. That settles it. So on the Nathan Oakley show the other day, they started talking about a term called the offing. All right. So the offing is in, I believe what they were saying is it's in nautical manuals or ship records or whatever, where they explain objects that are under people, the bottom starts to disappear, the whole thing disappears. They call it in the offing, where the offing starts to happen at a certain distance, which, you know, could be the loss of visual information or whatever. Which is kind of what it has to be, right? If there's no geometric obstruction in between point A and B, being the target, right? so there's no hump of anything, then the reason why something disappears has to be some optical reason. And it appears, at first glance, without doing any real research into it, that describing that as the disappearing zone, the vanishing zone, the offing zone seems apropos to what you actually see occur. So without inferring that it's Earth curve, you just call it, look, it went to the place where things can't be seen anymore. It went into the offing, the vanishing realm.
Okay, that's new to me. I like that, the offing zone. I can already hear a glober being like, but what if I just point a telescope at it? You know, how they always do. If it was flat, how come I can't point a telescope across the whole Earth?
Well, I mean, ideally, if there was no atmosphere, you could calculate what size telescope you would need to be able to bring that portion back into view based on the propagation angles of the wavelengths that you're trying to view, that your telescope can handle. I don't know. To be fair, I've asked multiple globers when they make assertions that if the Earth was flat, I'd be able to see forever. I say, okay, provide me the best of that. And they bring it home. 5 years later, people that to provide it never have. Yet they'll swear up and down that if the Earth was flat, there'd be no horizon whatsoever, and I can basically see forever. Yeah, so now we got some new people in here. Just the other day, they were saying, okay, so if we take a boat out and we know the distance that the boat's out, and we keep taking the boat out until it reaches the horizon. So, you basically have let's say a CB radio or whatever. So you can communicate with each other. Okay, stop the boat. I see that you're right on the horizon from my viewpoint. Stop it and tell me how far you traveled. And the guy calls you back and says 6 miles, right? And then you anchor the boat. Now you wait for the sun to start to set. And as the sun starts to set on the horizon where the boat is, right? If the Earth was flat, that would mean the sun is 6 miles away. Okay. Let that sink in for a while, ruminate on it, and then tell me your thoughts. But not too long, so we don't have too much dead air. Boat 6 miles away, horizon 6 miles away, sun sets, therefore the sun is 6 miles away.
I just barely heard that. I'm about to jump in the shower, but if you were saying the sun is 6 miles away, you would need to be talking about the subsolar point, most likely. And it would have to be 6 miles above you. But if you're looking at the sun on the horizon as it's setting, and on a flat Earth, it's going to be as far away from you as you possibly be. So it could be, you would imagine, 10,000, 15,000 miles away.
Oh, this guy's argument was logically, if the Earth was flat and the boat's at 6 miles and the boat starts to disappear from the bottom at 6 miles, right? He labeled that the horizon. And then the sun sets and you see the sun start to disappear where the boat has started to disappear. Then that must mean, logically, of course, that the sun is 6 miles away. Now, of course, they were positing the idea that in the flat Earth paradigm, flat Earthers all say that the reason why things disappear is because they're far away at a specific distance. And so whatever that distance is that things start to disappear means that the object is at that distance. Therefore, the sun is 6 miles away if the boat is 6 miles away. To be fair, he wasn't the greatest globe champion. But Gem Panda himself seemed to be confused by it. Double down on the assertion that it's a distance alone, which it isn't. It's never been, that I recall, any flat earther that I've ever experienced saying that. Because there's also the point in your field of view on the Y or Z, which is Z is distance, Y is altitude, and X is periphery left to right. So you have differentials on the Y-axis, right? And depending on where the object is in elevation on your Y-axis, it's going to take a greater distance before it occupies an angle sufficient to make any of it lose any information, to appear to quote unquote merge with the horizon. So why would a glober, 6 years in, 7 years in or so into the argument, make such a basic faux pas?
Make such a basic faux pas.
Was flat, yeah, if the Earth was flat, the sun is 6 miles away. I mean, get real.
AI 2.0, were you the one with the lake that's a third of a mile?
Yeah.
Were you able to post some pictures of us of the objects falling behind the so-called curve at a third of a mile?
Well, I have before to certain individuals. I haven't really put it too public for various reasons.
I saw a YouTube video where the guy had a little remote control boat, and he was going behind the curve like, I don't know, maybe like 400 feet, 500 feet. The boat was definitely vanishing into the horizon. I saw that. That was a good video. If you can post something like that, then that would confirm that there's no... Well, at third of a mile, there's no curve, so something else is obscuring the vision.
Yeah, well, what would it confirm? So let's follow this logic based on all the things we've just talked about for the past 30 minutes. What would that confirm?
It would confirm that you can get Earth's curvature in a third of a mile.
Well, maybe.
Or it would confirm, probably better than that, it would confirm that what globers a mistaken Earth curvature for.
Well, let's say for the sake of argument, it would confirm that you don't need curvature for the bottom of something to disappear. Let's just say that, okay? So let's say that on top of that, we use direct measurement techniques to measure that the lake is flat, right?
Correct.
Let's say for sake of argument that we get a solid steel sheet that's 200 meters long, that's verified to be square true, and we take two big excavators and we put them on either side and we lower it to the water, and then we swim out the entire way and verify that there's no curvature on there and that it touches every piece of the metal equally, right? Let's say we've done all of that, okay? A sufficient globe rebuttal within their paradigm would just be that the lake is geodetically flat because the distribution of mass under it causes the field lines of gravity to be other than towards the center of the Earth, right? So problem solved, nothing to see here, Earth's still a globe. Now, you ask them to prove that, right? Okay, prove it, bro. They'll say, well, I already know Earth's a globe, and you showed me a flat section. Therefore, based on the knowledge of the globe and the physics of gravity, I know for a fact that this must be a flat facet of the globe Earth. Now, of course, it's circular reasoning, but it doesn't matter. That'll satisfy the glober.
It's an anomaly.
Yep. So in that instance, that basically made the proposition whether the Earth is curved being disproven by this body of water, at least in that instance, not able to be falsified by any demonstration of the surface of that water whatsoever. There will always be an excuse. Now, how do you prove the excuse? Well, you just use circular reasoning. It's that simple.
Well, you got them right there because science is falsifiable. So if it's unfalsifiable, it's not really science, is it?
Do we think that like a bunch of like intelligence organizations are all convening with each other to make this lie continue? Like even China, Russia, all of them continue together?
No, they just believe it like you do.
Don't they have science like CIA?
Are according to a flat plane. That's what aviation will tell you. That's what long distance observations will tell you. That's what military targeting will tell you. That not only is it flat, but it's stationary, not spinning. It's only the space agencies that are lying.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Nice answer, Godric.
And also in education, there's some corruption, and in science, there's some corruption. But other than that, we all work on a flat plane. Everything works on a flat.
Most of them think, like the people in the mission control, they all believe what the screens are telling them because they believe what the screens are telling them. Right.
Yeah. For example, I'm looking at a screen right now, and it's got a bunch of numbers. It's got graphics. It's got sliders, right? So, like I was just talking about that lake, right? So let's use a much bigger observation. So there's an observation at like 400 kilometers of the Canigou mountain range, right? And it, if I remember correctly, it puts the top of one of the mountains a mile below the Earth curve, right? Yeah, you can see the thing. So the top of the mountain's supposed to be hidden under a mile, yet you can see the mountain. So that's not congruent with the geometry of a sphere. So how do you solve that problem? Easy. Rather than measure anything or prove anything, you just come to this screen that I'm looking at, and look here, I've got this black curved line, and then I've got these straight lines, blue, green, red, and I've got these sliders. So what I do is I just go up here to refraction, and I just roll this slider back and forth until these lines line up. And then I say, look, Earth's still a globe because of these sliders. Right? Must be. Even though that's technically fallacious. And then if I need to assuage myself of whether or not this math is correct, all I need to do is just look at a picture of Earth allegedly from space, and then I can sleep good at night. Problem solved. So, just like Godric said, very, very few people have to be lying.
Because, like you said, to prove they're using logical fallacy to prove an unfalsifiable claim,
which they already have a predisposed bias towards, and the assumption that it's already been proven and it's settled. So, in that big circle, where would they ever think to question it? And anytime they do question it, like I said, they just look at the pictures from space and they pat their Buzz Aldrin doll, and then they can go to bed at night and they have no shame or guilt or anything, because as far as they're concerned, it's fine. Maybe there's an anomaly I don't understand, but somebody smarter than me. For example, even a scientist who's relatively smart, could use that same argument. Somebody did it other than me. Therefore, I'm just going to get my paycheck and go home.
Yeah, people like in any job. If it's like, well, that's not in my department, so it's obviously someone else is figuring it out.
Here's my thought on this as well. So you'll get even small, like, nobody knows who these people are, and they have a Twitch following. They'll come here and be like, well, I think the earth is flat, but I don't want my Twitch followers to know. So it's like, if you have some weirdo with like 50 Twitch followers who doesn't want them to know, you don't think these people who have much more on the line, houses and whatever, you don't think they're just going to come out and tell the masses who are trained to throw, like, sling poo at flat earthers? You think they're just going to come out and say it? I don't think so.
Government agencies adopt the government line. The same reason why NASA said there's WMDs in Iraq. They were told to say that.
Yeah. Otherwise, they don't get funding. They don't get, they do all this to self-perpetuate their own existence.
That's right.
I mean, they create thousands and thousands of jobs when all they're doing is just circular reasoning from one department and logical fallacy to the next.
Well, NASA's putting on a smoke and mirrors show. That's their job. It's like a David Copperfield event.
Yeah, I kind of look at it like it's like the old dusty Christmas decorations that go sit in the basement. You just dust them off and put them up every year. They're just going to keep it going, It's tradition at this point.
What do you guys think about the new photos that they recently sent out? They're like these, like 13,000, like 13, the light year photos. I can find a link to it if you guys want.
Yeah, the James Webb. We have some guy came in here who isn't even a flat earther.
Yeah.
Who was telling us he was into photography and that type of stuff, and he's calling it complete BS. Right? So
it seemed. I was looking at.
You want to hear something funny?
Yeah.
Man, this is so funny, dude. I got to interrupt. So I tried to open Google Earth in the browser. Here's what it read to me. Cannot access this service. This service is unavailable for Google Workspace for education users who are under 18 and children under 13. What is this, like lead poisoning? You can't expose it to your kids?
You said light years away. I just want them to show me the moon. I mean, just show me the U.S. flag on the moon. Just show me that.
What?
Just show me I've seen the Hubble and the ISS transit the moon. Just show me the other 10,000 satellites that are transiting the Earth orbit. That's all I want to see. I mean, that and also the
idea.
Well,
the idea of seeing.
Sorry. Go.
I was just going to say the idea of seeing anything left on the moon from any Earth-born or even low Earth orbit-born optic is impossible. There's nothing that exists that can do that.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Like, and the James Webb Telescope is supposedly where?
1 million miles away.
Yeah, and a second law of thermodynamics violation. So
it couldn't do it either.
It did look like some shit from a movie.
Show me the moon reflectors on the moon. That's what I want to see. See if it's really up there.
Show me the radius of the Earth so that you know how far you need to orbit. Just show us the radius, and we'll believe that you can orbit that.
It didn't change anything either. A lot of these globalists didn't even take the day to reflect on what the photos would represent for humanity. They didn't even take the minute. They were on GeoServer. They were spiraling in real time as Biden was rolling the photos out. They were so triggered by flat Earth, they couldn't even take the moment, one moment, to pause and reflect on what these photos represent.
So it's like the posted Earth's radius, is that false?
Yeah, the ISS shows at least the curve of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Shows the Earth spinning beneath it, right?
I got you.
So with the James Webb, I guess we should be able to take that spinning Earth video and just zoom in, right, live, and just like zoom in on something on the ground that can prove that it's really working, that it's not just a CGI computer program.
I mean, I've already seen articles where they literally point to a faint little fuzzy kind of speck in that photo. There's obviously other more recognizable photos, galaxies or whatever in that photo, but they'll point to some fuzzy dot and claim that that's the biggest galaxy in the entire thing. Or it's like, wait a sec, you're still just taking this and then making further claims that you can't verify. It's still the fuzzy image. What are you guys talking about? They're just making stuff up, and people just go along with it because obviously smarter people have figured it out.
Yeah, so you take the Hubble image, right? You open Photoshop, you do colorize, solar flare, lens flare, relocate a few of the objects, and then you tell people it's the James Webb Telescope. Oh, thanks for that $1 billion.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Holy crap, dude!
And they laugh.
Literally cannot open.
I haven't
Can't
figured
open Google Earth. Guys, I want an answer to this. No, nobody's doing anything till I get an answer. Why in the world is Google Earth not allowed for children under 13? Please, for the love of God, does anybody know the answer?
Yeah.
We're trying to go to like
basically a need to know, bro. You need to know.
I know why. There's a news article about this. Because people were adding like inappropriate images to Google Earth. Like if you zoomed in.
Yes. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
they had to put it.
What I think it is that kids that age aren't deeply programmed enough. They ask annoying questions like, dude, I can see like my street. Why the fuck can't I see Antarctica? You know, annoying questions like that. That would be my question.
You know, let me read it. Let me read it again for your benefit, Elijah. Listen to this. Okay, so this is Google Earth. Cannot access this service. This service is unavailable for Google Workspace for education users who are under 18. So we have a class of people who are not allowed to use this if they are accessing through a Google account if they're under 18 years old. And then it says, and children under 13 or the age of consent in your country. So what in the heck does accessing a model, quote unquote, of Earth have to do with consent? Holy crap. Yeah, show me where that Earth touched you, baby. Oh my god, this is the funniest thing I've seen all year, dude.
Do you have a post that like a screenshot for or something like that too? It's a good thing to share.
So AI 2.0, you're not 18?
Oh, I got busted.
You don't have a adult Google account? Is that what's happening?
What happens is if you have a multi-account with family members, like there's a latent code or something that a kid has been signed in, right? And so that won't just allow you to access it. You have to like, some instances when you're dealing with this kind of stuff, you have to really try hard to flush your memory of any residual that a kid had signed in. Okay, but I never thought I'd have to do such a thing just to look at the Earth.
Oh, okay. You make a good point.
Hey guys. Hey, bro. Come over tonight. Come over tonight. There's no kids. There's no kids, bros. We're going to look at the Earth. My wife's away. I'm going to look at that Earth, man.
So if you have a non-family account where your age is verified with a non-family account, what will you see? Can you use the James Webb? Is it James Webb you're talking about?
I just talked about Google Earth, dude.
Oh, Google Earth.
Like Google Earth is now like NC 17 or something. No, NC 18. You know, so like before we used to make fun of Globe saying not for educational purposes. Now it's like Google Earth, not recommended for children or breastfeeding mothers. Women should not handle devices displaying Google Earth. It may cause, you know, brain lack of development in their preborn child. This is bizarre.
Wait, was that last one a direct quote?
All right, I'm just posting the picture, and you know it's legit because it's got the screen line interference, which cannot possibly be faked. All right, so now I'm going through and signing out, or trying to sign out all of the kids' accounts. Okay, apparently you got to sign in before you can sign out. Interesting. Okay, this one, sign out of all accounts. There you go. Quick and easy. Yay. All right, now that I'm signed out, I'm going to close the browser.
I think he closed his connection or Discord.
Oh, here we go. I'll enter my password. Great.
I have a theory about the James Webb, about why they really made it, but they're not telling us. I think they made James Webb only so they can look at those diamonds on Uranus. If they didn't get those diamonds, man, they can pay for the whole project with that. They can secretly take those diamonds and sell them and not tell us and like collect the money.
Aren't the diamonds on Jupiter?
Thank you, Kosho. You know, Kosho, I like you because you're so intelligent. Jupiter, the diamonds on Jupiter, man. If they can get those diamonds, then shit, they have a whole stream of income right there.
Yeah, but they gotta go get them and bring them back, right?
Well, they got a
No,
they
you
got a
don't.
rover on Mars, so what's the difference? They just put one on Jupiter, collect those
Well,
diamonds, and bring them back.
You don't even need to bring them back. You just need to visually verify they exist, and then you can sell shares to them, property rights, and all that baloney.
Exactly. Like, let me sell you some land on Jupiter. There's diamonds there. Give
How
me
do
money.
you know if Uranus is actually a surface type planet?
Because we had the James Webb to confirm that. I mean, we have satellites out there. We have like,
You mean NASA?
pictures. We have proof. We have NASA.
You mean NASA, right? Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's not proof.
Look, you don't trust people, dude. Come on, you gotta trust people. You can't just like do everything
Yeah,
yourself.
exactly. It's about trust with NASA. It's not about facts or anything provable. It's trust. That's a problem.
Kosho, what do you say? What do you say to that, Kosho?
Say again, what? What's up?
There's real science involved trust. So we're
You
trusting
said there's real
basically-
science. You said there's real science need trust. Is that what you said?
Right. There's a real science involved trust because basically we're just trusting like NASA to tell us what it looks like out there because we can't go there for ourselves. You know,
You don't have to trust. You don't have to trust them to tell you what
like
it
what
looks
the
like.
Earth looks like from
show you a
space.
picture, right?
What the Earth looks like from space, for example, like we can't get that ourselves. We have to trust them what they're telling us.
No, you can look at the pictures that they bring back, or you can use a telescope and observe it with your eyes.
You can use a telescope to determine what the Earth looks like from space.
No, but you were just talking about the Uranus, Jupiter, these planets and stuff. You did,
Yeah.
Specifically talking about Earth. Specifically talking about Earth. Kosho, focus. Specifically talking about Earth.
I thought you were just asking about NASA's data because you were
But
talking.
now we're specifically talking about Earth.
Yeah, with Earth, yeah, you can trust that the pictures from the Epic Discover that are taken, every 30 minutes are because you don't have to go. You don't have to go there. You don't have to trust them telling you. You can actually look at the pictures that they're giving. to
Okay,
you.
great. So how can you verify those photos are exactly where they're saying they're being taken from?
Yeah.
Well, you can observe.
That's
You can observe what
where
they're showing. See if it's accurately showing you what the Earth actually looks like.
And how would you verify that?
You would look at the cloud data for all the different regions that they're showing. Look at the weather data.
Like the cut and paste clouds that we've seen before, like those kind of cut and paste.
You wouldn't look for cut and paste clouds. You would look for clouds that exist in reality and see if they match the clouds that they're showing you.
Oh, so don't look at the cut and paste one. Just make sure you don't look at the cut and paste one. Just look at the ones that only match reality.
But how do I know, Kosho, from the ground, how do I know the top of a cloud looks like?
Well, you wouldn't try to look at the top of the cloud. You try to look at the basic makeup of the cloud. So if there's like a storm, if there's a storm system in your sky, and you have like a giant, circular hurricane, you look on the Epic Discover and see if it's a circular storm, right, where there's an actual storm.
And that's how you tell there's fur on the newt toes that are coming from the fairy gnome village, right?
What?
When you look at the storm, you can tell there's gnomes with. Well, there's gnomes. They have all kinds of outfit. They have all kinds of outfit accessories. So I mean, you could go really into depth on what the gnomes are doing, what they're wearing, what kind of unicorns they're riding, just by looking at the clouds, right, Kosho?
Kosho, when you verify the clouds, does it spell sex in the clouds? Does that prove it?
Was that found in nature?
I saw it said sex in the clouds. That was amazing.
Yeah, what about that? Kosho, sex in the clouds, cut
we're
and
a little
paste
far.
cloud.
We're into the weeds, right? Kosho. The question was, right? How trust? We have to trust that the people who are providing the pictures are giving us the real images because we cannot go verify it for ourselves. Correct? We have to trust them.
Correct. So the way that the Himawari, which is different than ever discovered, the Himawari takes images every 10 minutes in Japan, and it does this for a purpose, and the purpose is to collect the weather data for the entirety of that whole section of the Earth. And
Over a whole flat plane,
this is a task that without that... Oh, hold on, dude. Hold on, man.
I'm sorry. You're answering the wrong question. Right?
Hold on, dude.
He said, "What does Earth look like from space? The big ball, Earth, in the black void of space, is the question.
Dude.
What Earth looks like from space.
There's no
not strips of data. Not strips of data, Coach.
No one's talking about strips of data, dude. This is why I wish to God you would just wait till I was finished, man. Because then you wouldn't say these ridiculously outrageous things that are... No. Himawari is not strips of data.
Okay.
You are fake news.
Look, Himawari is the real deal, right? But Krishna said you can look at the clouds and verify the clouds, but you can't really see the clouds from on the Earth's surface. So,
doesn't the Himawari show curved water? Where's that?
It shows a whole half side of the Earth.
Yeah, where's all that curved water though? Outside.
Wherever the water's at.
Yeah, but
wherever the water's at. Well, there's water all over. Once again, I said the water is higher. Farther out you go, it's higher up in level. So that can never occur. So where is this curved water? I'd like to know.
Everything that is leading up to the horizon is going to rise up to the horizon. So it's not just water that does that.
Yeah, thank you for your support of flat Earth. Thanks for support of flat Earth, because that can only happen on a...
No. Regardless, that doesn't make sense what you're saying.
No, you don't make any sense what you're saying, and you provided no information to prove your claim.
Any image you ever show of the horizon will show you that everything on the ground before the horizon will rise up in the image up until the horizon, and everything beyond the horizon on the surface will be lowering in reference to the horizon.
No, so beyond the horizon, if it's lowering from your elevation, how would you know where it is and what level it's lowered to?
I just said everything on the surface. I said the surface.
Oh, what about when it's curving away from the sagitta? You're able to see that still?
I mean, if it's not more than 600 miles, if something's curving away on the Earth, it's curving every 1 degree every 69 miles. So,
really? So why isn't it doing it? Why isn't it doing on the y-axis?
Why wouldn't it be? Why do you know?
Yeah, because if it's
Have you ever seen 70 miles?
If it's in the x, if it's curving in the x-axis, but it's going to curve, then it would curve in the y-axis also.
Okay, two questions.
So why is it never curving in the y-axis? When you're saying chips are disappearing right at that moment, it should be curved left to right, a measurable distance. Why haven't you Globers gone out and measured?
A measurable distance. That's right, a measurable distance. That measurable distance would be 69 miles for 1 degree.
No, the measurable distance of drop. Listen, you keep avoiding
70 miles from left to right.
Listen, you always fucking obfuscate every time. The distance of drop of elevation is measurable. If that was the case, why haven't you Globers gone out and measured this elevation drop left to right?
I just explained.
Should be easy. You just explained using something I didn't ask. Once again, God, you're just a pro at this.
Because he doesn't want to avoid. He was avoiding the trust question.
I didn't avoid. I answered the trust question. I'm answering all your questions. This drunk guy is getting confused.
No, he didn't answer my question.
Just because they match the clouds, and that means everything else that they say is accurate.
Oh. If you want to know if you can trust somebody's pictures, you would. And if you never let me finish what I was saying before. That's right. I was trying to tell you that the way the Himawari, what it does is it collects weather data. It provides it to the entire country of Japan. So this is a task that in the United States requires the Air Force and other local pilots to fly beacons actually out over regions to get like the atmosphere data and all this other weather data for
Really?
specific
Then
locations.
why does Japan have hundreds of weather balloons? Why does Japan have hundreds and hundreds of weather balloons? Why?
Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
Again, but seriously, Coach, you're avoiding the trust question. We have to trust the people that have claimed to put satellites out into space because we can't do that. How is this a tough question to understand?
He can't answer anymore. He's muted.
I don't understand how this is a hard
In
thing to even
Japan, it'd
grasp.
be impossible for them to do this every 10 minutes. What I just described is done in the United States. They can't do this every 10 minutes where they send pilots out to every location and put beacons there and collect that data. So instead of doing that, what they give you is this picture of the Earth and the data, the weather data. Every 10 minutes it updates. So you can verify if it's giving you accurate information by checking your local weather. If it matches what the MRI is showing you, and it can't possibly be done any other way if it's updating every 10 minutes.
Okay, but the MR is also showing curved water, so you can go out and check that as well, and it's not there, Kosho. So you keep ducking this.
Yeah, I don't keep ducking anything. What happens is I start to answer somebody else's question, and then somebody claims that I'm not answering the original question, which I've already answered.
Yeah, well,
so
again,
you just ask a totally different question, different than what he's asking.
You're
Your
saying you
answer
can
is
verify
basically
these
you
pictures
trust a bunch of
are real.
disprovable evidence.
It's trust. No, it's about trust. If we can trust that the clouds are accurate, then can we trust that the water is also accurate? Because we have never been able to verify that, and that's becoming the problem.
If you verify the picture with the with the data, the clouds or whatever, you can trust the picture is real. Yeah.
That's
Okay,
stupid.
so
It doesn't matter what
can we also the picture also then trust? Can we trust the picture that it also shows curved water? Because we've never been able to find curved water, Kosho.
If you look at the picture, you would see curved water, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we're talking about in reality.
We can't verify it, like the clouds.
You can verify the clouds, and if you verify the clouds, you verify that the picture is real.
So
and
because clouds exist in a picture, the Earth is a globe?
No,
That's cool.
It's like you weren't following anything I said before, man.
No, you just said if you can trust the clouds, you can trust the ball.
I said if you verify the clouds, verify that they're accurate.
Right, so if I verify the clouds and trust that, then I'm on a globe?
Holy frack.
Yeah.
All right.
If I trust
Four people ain't going to be speaking. Wait, hold on, friend. Okay. 4 people are not going to be speaking at the same time. It's painful. When you hear somebody else already go to respond to somebody who's previously spoken, that's not your cue to interrupt. Capiche? If the shoe fits, wear it.
Okay, clouds, check.
I don't even trust
the
people
water?
close to me. So what do I look like trusting some fucking strangers, bro?
How do you verify the cloud data exactly? That's what I want to know.
Well, but once we are, but sorry, even if you could verify it, that doesn't mean that because clouds, the water is all. We can assume water is curving, even though we can't verify that. That doesn't stand to the reason that, or I don't know. Maybe I just have a higher threshold.
Let me break this down for the people who are still confused. Okay, they're giving you an image updated every 10 minutes. This is what they give you. You're going to decide whether or not you trust it or not. In order to do that, what you'll do is you'll take the image that they show to you, and you'll see if it's giving you accurate information. You can judge this by measuring somebody's local information. So you'll look at a specific area, maybe in Australia, maybe in Japan, and try to collect someone's data for that exact moment. And there's actually a guy in Australia who's done this.
Why wouldn't you be able to just
Wallace World or whatever? And hold on. The purpose of doing this is not to verify water or verify clouds. It's to verify if this image that was given to you is as accurate to what is actually happening in reality at that same time. And the reason why this would be so substantial is because it's updated every 10 minutes. If it's giving you accurate information of the weather every 10 minutes, this can't be done unless there's fucking pilots going out with beacons every 10 minutes collecting all this weather data. That's not happening.
Okay, so the Himawari pictures are also showing us curved water, Kosho. So when we
Okay,
go out and check to see if
pilots
that's happening,
versus
right?
weather
That's
balloon. I'm
not
sorry.
happening.
Well, there are high altitude balloons that schools could even send phones up on, and they like even in the videos that many schools have done projects for. You can clearly see as it goes up a little bit before it pops, it starts spinning, and you can see water that does, at least to me, look like it's bending. Like it looks like there's a curve.
Can you provide an altitude for that?
Or the lens that was
I
used in the
cannot.
camera?
It
What
was on an
lens was used?
iPhone. It was an iPhone.
Well, then we can't like if you don't have any data for that, like a claim of altitude, then
Okay, well, here's my thing. I just think it's interesting that you can literally do this yourself,
yeah,
but
of course you can
nobody's
do
done
it
it.
with
Why?
lenses,
I have a
right? But
question.
if
Well,
you don't have a
you can
claim to
use
altitude,
a fisheye lens to do lots of things to show it curving. That doesn't mean it's real.
But like it's on an iPhone. You're not putting a fisheye
Yeah,
lens on it.
iPhones you can go super wide and it looks like it's a wide angle lens. Wide angle lenses curve. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you can show curvature right on the surface of Earth with that kind of lens. Easy.
so
I can go 10 feet up and show curvature. Is the ball that small?
right. Either way, even if there was curvature, right, we should be able to go out and measure that at the surface of Earth. Right, that's what Coach was saying. He's showing us pictures of curved water. Okay, great. Let's go out and check to see if that's really there. It's not.
Yeah, you're not going to see something that doesn't exist anywhere at any altitude. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CB. You're right on that point because he just wants to avoid that completely. As far as, okay, he's verifying these clouds. Then he wants to avoid the fact that they're actually showing curved water. Well, we can go check that in reality too, just like you can with the clouds. And we don't show that part anywhere, so what now?
So what would I attach to a high weathered balloon to verify the height to then make you guys believe this? Because I believe this is a worthwhile experiment for a flat earth.
We already measured the ground. So what are you looking for by going up high? There's no curve on the ground. You're not going to see something, no matter how high you go, that doesn't exist.
That was the first thing you guys asked was after I.
Yeah, but you didn't know, Goblin, so it's okay. So here's the point,
Exactly.
though.
So I'm saying, how would I figure
so hold
it
on.
out?
Here's the point, brother. If I wanted to measure something, right? Like let's say you go, you want some new shoes, and you go to the mall to get some new shoes. The clerk isn't gonna check the security cameras on the ceiling to see. No, they just measure the thing that they want to know. So what we just measure the surface of the Earth. What do we need to, what are we doing flying way up above the thing we need to measure? Right? You don't hang from the trees in your backyard if you want to measure things in your basement.
The argument was if there was curved water, and what I'm saying is you can see
Right.
curved water if you make this.
I know, but you also don't realize that there's tons of videos out there with showing the same thing, right? But these all, you need to know the altitude, because if someone's saying that I saw curvature at 30,000 feet, then automatically that's not true, because mathematically that's not possible.
Yeah.
So if you had a claim to altitude, then that's something that we could break down. But if you have no clue, and you say, "Well, I saw a video showing curvature," it doesn't really help us.
Can I find you a rough area of where high altitude weather balloons usually do pop? Would that count?
If we already measure the ground flat, what are you going up to high altitudes to find?
To
What's
see
the
if there's
point?
curved water that's visible, which is what
We already measured it on the ground. It's not. What are you trying to do? What are you looking for? Why do you think you're going to see something that doesn't exist if you go up really high?
What's the point of not doing
That's
it?
what I just told you, Goblin.
What's
You
the
just
point of
measure
not
the
doing
thing you
it?
want to know. You don't
Do
go
weather
away from the
balloons
thing you're trying to measure.
go higher than the ISS?
ISS isn't even.
Unless weather balloons go higher than the ISS,
I don't think that
they're not
Yes.
catching curvature
Precision is
from there
very-
anyway. So what?
Yes, they do.
The point.
Yes, they do go higher than ISS. Go.
Well, rockets can go higher than weather balloons, and they don't show any curvature either, up to 50 miles altitude, etc. You're not going to find something that doesn't exist. It doesn't matter what altitude you go to.
I want to make a comment. Like, I see these pictures from Himawari and from other satellites, and I notice that they're very colorful, like very similar. Like they're very blue. The oceans are so blue, and the lands are so nice and brown and green. Very similar to the Simmons, which we know that Simmons his artwork. It's totally CGI. Very similar to that, and not only that. Like if you look at the atmosphere. If I look up right now in the sky, it's not that there's clouds. It's just very there's a lot of atmosphere. If you looked at the Earth from a distance, I think you would just see a big white cloud. I don't think you would see any detailed evidence ever. That's what I think it would look like.
But you guys need to understand that if you want to measure something, you don't go away from it. Okay, so if it is curved, then you measure it at the surface to verify that. Goblin.
Another
So we
little
go-
thing
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just providing something that looked like curved water. You guys said if there is no way to see it, does anybody do it? Anybody can get a high altitude weather balloon, slap something on it. If you want to find a way to collect its altitude, I don't know what uses it. I don't even know if an iPhone can do that.
Yeah, who even cares? We measured the surface, so there's that part. And
Well,
plus,
but
whenever you go above, if you go
measure
higher above a surface and the horizon continues to rise at about the level of your eye, it continues to rise. That's impossible on a globe. So we got all the proof we need. It's verifiable, provable, testable, and falsifiable.
Listen, Goblin.
Weather balloons go up to about 20 miles, and they're telling you you're not going to see curve there anyway, even if it was a ball. So,
Right. Again, Goblin, the reason you were asked is because if you're going to put that on the table, then we need to at least know the claim to this altitude, right? If you can say, well, I saw a curvature. Okay, that's fine. At what altitude?
I'm not using
well, I
it
don't
as
know.
a way to
Okay, so
debunk
then
it.
what good
I'm not
does
using it
your
as a
bit
way to
of-
debunk it.
Okay, well, I wasn't finished, but go ahead.
No, I feel like you're under the assumption that I'm trying to use it as a claim to debunk the idea. Oh, well, I see.
No, I'm just saying if you're going to put it on the table, you got to at least know what it's saying. All right,
Yeah,
so
I mean, I just don't know. The thing is, I see a lot of people referencing like ground measurements, but I've seen a lot of different ground measurements. I've seen ground measurements from flat earthers, from globalists. I don't know which one to believe. You know?
wait, what measurements of the globe have you seen? Because that's what we're after.
There's literal ones where you can see what's it called? I'll here, let me do some research. Give me two minutes. I got people over right now, but I will provide you with a link if I can. I'll send it.
You would think a measurement of the Earth you would remember.
Yeah, like you can't even recall it, so it's
not
fine.
really into
Like, what
this,
was the
I swear to God.
experiment?
Well, guys, give him a second, right? He's got some company. Give him a second.
I really,
No,
I'm
yeah,
not
you're
as
right.
deep into this as everybody else, so I don't remember.
Listen,
Take your time, brother.
listen, friends. When the guy yields graciously to bring you back the information, to criticize him in the meantime, how is that going to encourage him? If it was me, I'd just
Did I
leave.
do that? I might have done it. I apologize if I did. I'm not. Yeah.
I was gonna say before, like if there's pilots flying into the atmosphere every 10 minutes to snap pictures of the Earth, what's the point of weather balloons? If
Yeah,
this is how we
listen,
determine like weather, then what are we doing sending up weather balloons?
You saw in the live stream voice text, I posted probably at least 6 different links for Japan's weather programs going all the way back to World War II. Weather balloon program. They have also got NASA balloons operating in Japan. There's literally thousands of weather balloons in Japan.
Understand how often they send up balloons? They usually send up balloons.
Why do they need a pilot
They send up
from a
balloons.
plane
They send up
to
balloons
snap
twice a
pictures and
day.
observe
They send up
weather
balloons
balloons do
twice
the
a
same
day
thing?
from every observer.
They're just up there, bro. They're just up there. I mean, there's hundreds of them up there, and then they come down, then they send up new ones. They have a continuous weather balloon program,
They
continuously
don't have a
running.
continuous one. They set up two every day.
Yes,
This is what
they do.
everybody does.
No, which program?
This is what everyone in the world does. Every airport in the
Which
world
program?
sends up two. Everyone, every airport in the world sends up two balloons.
Kosho?
They send up two
Damn
balloons
it.
every day.
Which program, Kosho?
I have a good question.
Thanks for the answer. Yeah, no answer.
I have a good question for Kosho. Let's say we have these weather balloons out there, which I think are satellites, and they collect all the cloud data and weather data. And we just say they don't send that data to Japan, to this guy's computer, and the computer uploads it to a graphic, which is a ball, which says they say that's the Earth, but it's really just taking the weather data and strapping that cloud data and weather data onto this ball program, and then send that data back to you in the MRI. And then that data matches the cloud patterns, which originally were taken from the satellites. Who just said they're not doing that? And then you think you can check the clouds weather data and then prove HMRA.
Right. Yeah. The problem is that what I told you earlier, that this is updated every 10 minutes. So if you're sending up balloons twice a day, you're not collecting data. You're not collecting enough data to update it every 10 ten minutes.
We know there's thousands of weather balloons.
This is updated with the current atmospheric data, the clouds, all this stuff updated every 10 minutes. You can't do that.
How long do you think those balloons? Listen, Kosho, how long do you think those balloons stay up? Only 10 minutes?
It doesn't matter how long they stay up. They collect data on the way. They collect data as they go up.
They stay up for days.
Yeah, they're collecting data as they go up. Okay?
Thousands of them are up there for days and days and days, for months. They're up there for months. Hundreds of them up there for months. In the same, they're up there all the time.
Kosho, the HMRA data, Kosho, can be taken from weather balloons down here local to the Earth.
Yeah, guys, respond to what I had said, though. Okay, what I
didn't
just
make any sense, Kosho. What does it matter? 10 minutes.
Godric, what I just told you was, every 10 minutes it's updated. You can't do that with sending up 2 balloons daily. You'd have to send up balloons.
We know there's thousands of balloons up there right now.
Yeah, but
taking your weather data and then sending it to a computer. That computer is attached into a HMRA program. Then they send it to HMRA program and say, "Hey, look, it's legit."
And the balloons need to be collecting data along that entire corridor, the entire vertical.
They're collecting data 24 hours, Kosho. 24 hours.
No, it can't do that. It's not collecting data. It collects it as it goes up. That's how those weather balloons work. They're collecting data as they go up.
Kosho, if there's weather balloons up there, they can definitely collect the data of the weather that's up there.
All right, everybody, stop for a second. Kosho is talking about a specific set of balloons that do a specific set of thing. Okay? All you need is another set of balloons that have nothing to do with those that are doing something else. Problem solved.
Yeah, well, the problem that you're trying to solve is that it's now covering the entirety of... So if they're sitting up there in the way that Godric's describing and taking observational data from that altitude, there need to be enough of them to cover the entirety of the Earth. And there's no way that there's that many balloons in the sky.
What?
Up every
the
day.
Entirety of the Earth?
Yes, this is what's given to you. The image that's given to you is the whole half of the Earth.
Oh, so now it's the whole half of the Earth.
No,
you can't see the whole Earth at one time. So yeah, obviously the half that you can see.
Kosho, they can just fake the data from the middle of the ocean because nobody can go there and verify that anyways. They only really have to fake what's over the continent, right? Like what's over LA, what's over Detroit, what's over Japan.
Well,
they don't have to.
A lot of data.
The data is in the middle of the ocean. They don't have to verify that because nobody can question that because nobody's out there.
Okay, so a balloon. Let's see right here. So a balloon can fly. Let's just say they go as high as balloons can go, about 120,000 feet, right? And let's say that they have a visual horizon from that altitude of about 400 miles. Okay, so 8 times 3. So let's just say they have about 25.
Oh my God!
Just make 25.
Just make this shit up as you go.
Hold on.
Yeah, just do like you normally do. Make shit up as you go, with nothing to back it up, with all kinds of logical fallacies along the way, dotted along the way, like little piston breadcrumbs from Kosho.
All right.
Thanks.
All right. So, anyways, each one of these balloons at maximum can cover about 2,500 miles, square miles. Okay, and Earth is at roughly 200 million square miles. So that would need to be, how many balloons would that need to be then? That would need to be...
Kosho, you only need to cover about 10% of the Earth. Just cover Japan, LA, just the cities that people are there that can verify this cloud data. You don't gotta cover the volcanoes and no one's there.
No, all you need to do is you need to find a place
nobody's there.
Correct. So it's not that you need to cover only... If that were the case, what you're saying, then a bunch of the data would be incorrect, and it'd be easy to find one place that had something that wasn't correct. But it's showing to what we understand, it's showing us accurate information in everywhere it's showing. So we would have to find a place where it's giving us somewhere incorrect, which shouldn't be hard if they don't have balloons in every location.
If you can't do it and I can't do it, we got nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people attempt to do it. I've attempted to do it, and I've never seen anybody successfully do it. So if you can successfully see where there's errors, then you might have something. If not, then you're talking about something that's basically impossible to fake.
It'd be very easy to fake that, Kosha. Again, you're taking weather balloon data from down here on the Earth. They can get data on the clouds, on the tornadoes, on the weather. They collect that information. They send it to a computer in Japan, which is a Himawari. They wrap that around a graphics program and make clouds around a spinning ball Earth, and then send it back to you and say, "Hey, this is a Himawari. Hey, we have correct weather data." That's all. Simple, easy. That's not even hard. I mean,
easy. Okay.
I can probably do that. Give me enough time. I can probably do that.
Yeah, I'd like to see. You
don't need to blanket the entire Earth.
I collect that much data in 10 minutes and accurately make any sort of image. Giving.
By the way, the fact that
it's 10 minutes from all over the world.
The fact, Coach, that it's 10 minutes and not a continual live stream is also super sus. Why wouldn't they have continual live stream? 10 minutes? What the hell? So they can shut down.
Live stream?
Because
first of all, it's hard enough to collect the image and data from the actual satellite in that amount of time. So to fake it is going to be, I mean, I don't know how somebody's going to have the energy, the resources to do that. But then to do a live stream would be impossible.
They spend billions of dollars on this supposed satellite Himawari. They wouldn't have the first thing I did was put a live stream cam on there.
Wow.
I put a live stream cam on the register.
Plus, Kosho's still assuming that satellite is up there at the distance they're saying, and that it's actually doing what they're saying. He has all got this presupposed in his head before he opens his mouth.
Now, what I just did is I just discussed to you how you can verify it to be true or not. What you haven't done is shown to me how we can show that it's not true. So
well, we can show that the surface is not curved.
Okay, go ahead and do that. I can show you that it is.
You haven't given us any way we can verify this data.
Yeah, I've given you plenty of ways, and on top of that, I've given you ways in where you can show that the Earth is curved. On top of that, so I don't.
No, you didn't. Kosho, water doesn't do that, so just relax.
Apparently, it does. I've shown you earlier today that it does that.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. So don't worry.
Kosho, you know how the ISS transits the moon, and we can get a little picture of that. Can you show us the Himawari transiting the moon, please?
No.
Is that a live stream?
What do you know, dude? No.
No?
No.
Isn't it a satellite? Is it up there with the rest of the satellites?
How far away is it, Gadrick?
You tell me, Kosho.
Well, if you don't know, then maybe you should really consider.
I want to learn. How far is it? I want to learn. How far is it? Is it close, far, what?
It's in geostationary orbit. Do you know how far away something needs to be in geostationary orbit? It needs to be 24,000 miles away.
24,000 miles.
So what?
Wait, is it 250 miles or 24,000 miles?
24,000 miles.
Okay. Hey, what's up,
24,000 miles away.
That's right.
Yeah, that's interesting. You want to bring up geostationary orbit.
I didn't want to bring it up.
Satellites actually have fuel cells that they are just doing small bursts. There's actually nothing keeping them suspended up there besides their own fuel cells.
What? First of all, if something's in geostationary orbit, it barely has to do any sort of.
When you say the word orbit, man, you're assuming gravity, and satellites have fuel sources, so they can burst and stay in the air. Nothing to do with gravity not applying to them,
It's not where the ISS is, 250 miles. It's 24,000 miles. There's barely any atmosphere up there that's slowing it down.
Yeah,
if
man.
If there's any altitude corrections,
these satellite manufacturers, there was a guy literally on the assembly line for satellite manufacturers. They put engines and fuel cells into satellites because orbit isn't real. Or there is no place you could shoot some object for it to stop dealing with gravity, quote unquote.
What are you talking about? Orbits don't stop dealing with gravity, man.
Bro, there is no way to shoot something into a perfect geocentric orbit. This is like
I believe I heard this guy say he has proof of Earth curvature. I'd like to see him post that. I missed that. I haven't.
I said I've shown you Earth curvature. I didn't say anything.
Well, show it to me. Show it. Post it. I want to see it.
You just showed Pontchartrain again, which is still flat. So sorry, water doesn't do that, Kosho.
Really? So he's a noob. I get it. Okay, numpty.
No, he's
Dipshit.
just-
Keep going there, Linda.
Actually, I didn't show anything. What I did was I gave data. Okay, I specifically said I'm not showing you. I specifically said I'm not.
Yeah, data that doesn't match reality, Kosho. So
I got data to 8 inches per mile squared, but it's not there when I go to look for it. So, thanks.
How do you have data that you're claiming doesn't exist?
No, you
the data that the globe model gives us is 8 inches per mile squared. When I go to verify that, I don't see the 8 inches per mile squared. I don't see the droppage they claim. Anyways, continue.
This was collected using post-processing GPS.
Yeah, water
positions of the positions of each of these locations was collected.
Nice numbers on a page. Show me proof of the curvature. Go get proof. Show me visual proof of the curvature.
About 3,000 positions all along this bridge, and you can
visual proof.
You can put them in any graphing software you'd like to, and you can establish a straight line from that.
Yeah,
point
Pontchartrain is for punks. Look at the 106 mile long bridge over in Asia, and there's no curvature in that bridge at all.
Kosho, you've been around long enough to know that water doesn't do that. So just stop.
106 mile long bridge. Like, really?
I think soundly swamp gas in the ass refraction picture is what I like to call the broken clock fallacy. He happened to take this warped, distorted, refracted photo at just the right time to make it look curved and match up with this math graph where the Earth is curving. But any other time, that broken clock would not register the right time, or in this case, if you get higher off the land flattens and does not continue to curve. So soundly swamp gas in the ass, Pontchartrain bridge refraction photos are a broken clock that does not hold analytically throughout other observations.
Right. And he's trying to say, well, the data shows there is curve. But when you go out into reality, Kosho, it's not there. That's the point. Okay.
I got a mathematical equation that proves Superman flies. It doesn't mean Superman's real and he fucking flies.
Okay, so just for the people who still don't understand, this is not some claim.
No, it's not about no
this
one
isn't a claim. No, this isn't a claim.
So don't need to gaslight. It's not that we don't understand, brother. We're just telling you, water doesn't do that. It's simple.
You're above us because you're not. But I'm kind of curious, Kosho, why do you believe the Earth is a planet, a ball? Why do you believe that?
I'm going to finish what I was saying before the gentleman got offended.
No one's offended.
What I was saying.
Yeah, no one's offended, bro. You just, at this point, the best thing you can offer is a regurgitation of the same story over and over that people are already familiar with. So
a very poor level too, like a very sophomoric level that doesn't make a lot of sense and is full of contradictions because he didn't really read it or understand it to begin with, and then he's trying to regurgitate it and then pretend like it's you who don't understand.
Right.
It's like if he says that the clouds are what we can use to verify the realness of or the trust factor, why can't we then just take the claimed distance and do the math for the rate and just measure that? Is there any other thing we can do, or is it just clouds are the only thing that we can use to verify?
The cloud thing is interesting because the 1972 photo, the clouds don't match weather reports. And so NASA had said that, well, the first thing they said was that Madagascar was, they didn't have correct records. So they tried to get Madagascar to change their records, their weather data, to match the 1972 photo. Madagascar said, no, we're not going to just arbitrarily just change data to match some photo that you took. This is multiple observations from across the whole island, and this is what our weather reports say. Next, they try to say, well, there's clouds you can't see from space. that you can't see from the ground, but you can see from space. You're like, well, how does that work? Then they say, well, too, the cloud formations they're not symmetrical. They look different from every angle you look at a cloud. You'd have a different shape to it. You're like, well, sure, that makes sense. And now then they roll out the Himawari, and they're like, clouds are symmetrical. What you see from the ground, you can see from above. The two claims don't match. It doesn't add up. So which one is it? Is Himawari taking real-time photos of symmetrical clouds? Or is 1972 photo correct? And clouds are not symmetrical. And there's clouds you can see from space that you can't see from the ground. Which one is it?
Yeah, well, I mean,
do you have that article created about Madagascar? I'd like to.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Awesome.
But again, it's like, so if we can trust the clouds, or if we can take that for if we can use the picture to verify trust, then we should, by all accounts, be able to take the curvature of the water and go measure it, right? What if instead of using the clouds as the first thing to try to use to test its veracity or authenticity, we used water and we never came up with the correct answer? What are we supposed to do?
That'd be interesting. If Madagascar went up against NASA. That'd be awesome. I'd like to read about that.
Yeah,
you better change your data because it doesn't match our photo.
In the meantime, I posted the 3-second current animation from the Himawari, so you should definitely check that out.
I don't know why the Globers are. I don't know why the Globers are so angry at us. Apparently, they are because they hang out the way they do and have their own servers and stuff. But I don't know why they're so angry. All we did is went out and tested the claim and found out it was false. But they're mad at us for discovering that. When it was only because of our inquisitive nature, our sense of curiosity, that got us wondering, there's some kind of discrepancy here that I kind of need to look into myself to come to a resolution of what is really going on. So when I went and looked myself, like all of us in here, I assume most of us have, I found out, holy shit, I was like, well, they told us this information. I look out in nature and I don't see it correlating at all with the numbers they've given. It doesn't match at all.
You're blowing their fantasy.
And we all, and most of us are science fiction fans, so it matched all of that. So, I mean, I love space. I loved it all.
Exactly. I still watch it.
Yeah, it's a cool theme. It's a badass theme.
I just want to be clear with all yous right now. If we do start finding a way into space, there's no way I'm driving a fucking Tesla around space. It's going to be something nicer, like, a Hemi Cuda or something.
Like a Star Trek.
There's no place to charge up there. There's no place to charge it.
The problem is Globals get angry because they can't have their space coffee, and we all know how good that tastes.
One advantage out there would be no parking tickets. Or I guess, of course, they'd section off no parking in this area of space, of course.
But man, just imagine how terrible it would be if you would actually fly through ever-expanding space and you would have all these lurking species coming down here and making all this weird stuff because the other ones are much more developed and so forth. All the change that would go on all the time. It would be so annoying. If that would be a thing.
I'm
very glad that there is a creator and that we are in a closed system, because everything else would be very terrible.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, then I would be just an ape or made out of rocks or something. Imagine believing that.
I see what you did there.
something tells me if we were flying like they say and exposed to the vacuum of space, this so-called ball planet would have been wiped out a long time ago. We would have been hit by so many asteroids by now. Nothing to do.
Yeah, which
But
is
they-
so astonishing. It's so astonishing because it goes against all of these gas laws that, like, there would be some swirling going on because of this. There would be, like, you know, if you had something that was holding gases and it's flying along at a rapid pace, all these gases would be bent off to the aft side, the back side of this object, like a tail. Like, but with the globe Earth, everything becomes static. Like they say, this
Right.
Coriolis, airplanes don't find this when they're off the ground and now landing on the ground. When they're moving at a differential speed, in difference to the ground being zero, when they're landing, they could see they're at zero because they're not moving. They start moving. Oh, they have a speedometer on the wheels that tell them how fast they're rolling on the runway. Then they have airspeed, which tells them how fast they're going in the air. There's, they have the reference. So everything's static now with the globe. So they're like, oh, back to flat Earth. Oh, like you can think it is, but when you actually are moving along, and there's supposed to be a motion of this rotating body separate from the gases. No, it's not separate now. So it goes back to geocentric. Once again, they do it themselves.
And
you just got to catch them.
And imagine, great. 1 second. Shoot. Now I thought of something else, and the other one disappeared. Thank you, brain. Sorry, guys.
I probably did that. I'm good at doing that.
But that does happen, bro. When you're on live stream, you know there's people listening. It'll go away.
I will bring up subjects that will make you flip from your current topic into something else. And then I even confuse myself with that sometimes.
I got it back. I just wanted to add, then just think about the nice coincidence of having this perfect distance to their burning space ball that is producing the heat in their weird thing, and then the perfection of coincidence regarding the time and the seasons and so forth. We must have been very lucky. It's like everything is in such a perfect order, especially when we then look at plants, trees, and stuff we eat and the animals around us, as if it had a plan or a design behind it. Isn't that crazy? Man, oh man, what a great coincidence.
Yeah, just like the simple seed.
Yeah.
The seed, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it would seem that there were actually all the information in that seed, just like it was planned from the beginning. Before the seed was there, the information was there. Now the seed's here and can produce this whole freaking one genus of plant by itself. Like, it doesn't produce anything other than its own genus. Like, this was all, like, this had to be sorted out and planned. This is information doesn't come from nowhere, right? Yeah.
No, it came from nothing, okay? Please, acknowledge this.
Crazy.
Nothing did this,
Nothing.
okay? Yeah. Yeah,
And
that's my
why
proof.
you have people, and that's why you have people like Kosho into these fantasy realms, because that's all they're trying to back up is this godless place.
That's why you have literal adults don't know what gender they are and running around with elf costumes and I don't know what strange things, or making themselves look like dogs or cats or whatnot. Yeah, that's the world we end up with when we have people believing that kind of stuff.
Listen, so here they have such a convoluted story. I'll finish in a second. They have such a convoluted story. You know how they have to have an answer for every single thing, right? You guys are all aware of that. Of course we are. So they have to have an answer for every single thing. So what they are left with is thousands upon thousands of these little side stories that they're going to have to account for in every single story that comes out of their mouth. For instance, if they're talking refraction and they're not including black matter effects, dark matter, or black holes effects of space-time warpage into that whole equation, then they're out of luck. They need to include everything that they have in their story. So sad for them. I didn't create all those different stories. They did. It's part of theirs. They have to take the whole kit and caboodle. They can't just pick and choose which part of their little story that they're going to include. They have to include all of it, every single part of it. Stop letting them get away with not including space-time, dark matter, dark gravity, dark energy, white holes, black holes. All of it needs to be in there. I want it all documented. Bring it forth. This is part of your fairy tale. Bring forth the documentation. I want all of the receipts. Thanks.
Hey, you guys want to hear the story of how they came up with dark matter? So this guy at NASA, he just looked down at his coffee, couldn't find any creamer, and then the idea was born.
This coffee smells like shit.
Dark matter.
It's a wee bit nutty. It's a bit nutty. It is shit, Austin.
And because I'm the thorough sort, I want to know all the details of exactly how what's that gas called? What's the gas?
You're thinking too deep, Sonny. Just believe it.
What comes out of Uranus and the planet that is? I want to know exactly how the dark matter is affecting the flatulence on Uranus. Thanks. Every detail. So if you can't provide that, Kosho, I think you're in the wrong place because we're talking about globe Earth.
Can't provide the word you can't remember? Methane?
No, every fucking aspect of it. We want all the details.
You know, I just thought I'm eating pasta with tomato sauce right now. I'm like, actually, all of this is just made from nothingness. So actually, I'm just eating nothing because the father of everything that is on my table right now is just nothing, including me. What a wonderful word that is to believe in.
And if you believe in that, that's you. However,
so how did your
before I answer any more of your questions,
no, how did your
the questions I tried to answer before?
Please, Kosho, that's so easy to answer.
Don't worry about it.
How did your Spaceballs came to existence? Come on, man. Isn't that an easy answer?
You said Spaceballs.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean,
that is what.
These globe Earthers, they don't like to look at the whole timeline.
It's a whole bunch of balls and Milky Ways and black holes. It's pretty
right. I mean, if you look at Uranus, but if you look at the whole timeline, I think they themselves feel a bit cringy. Yeah, that makes sense. I can understand that.
It's like with the gravity thing. Well, don't look at the fact that I picked it up.
Imagine picking black holes, nothingness, and Big Bang, and a Big Bang that created out of nothing everything over a literal designer and creator, someone with a very smart mind. Imagine that. Imagine you would pick and choose. You would like say, okay, there's this one position. They're saying it was a designer, creator who's all-knowing and who made this perfect reality that I'm living in. And then there's nothing that made everything, and because nothing made everything, you're also nothing. You're worthless. You're a piece of nothingness. So let me see. What should I choose?
So what you don't do is choose reality. That's not something you're allowed to do. However, the Big Bang Theory that was expressed when it was expressed is nothing like what you just described. It has nothing to do with things coming from nothing. Anything like that. Big Bang Theory doesn't claim anything like that, and it also doesn't.
We recently just came up with this thing called the
not
Globe
mutually exclusive.
Whisperer.
It's
So
not
it's
mutually
somebody that
exclusive
just
with
comes
a
out and is
creator.
only able to interpret the information, right? Because flat earthers don't get it, right? So you're the Globe Whisperer. You're going to be able to tell us what.
You guys got it, man. There's no point trying to communicate with people who cut you off when you start speaking, and then if you think I'm gaslighting you, that's a big deal. It's good enough to mute me, but this guy can sit here and put words in my mouth and say I have fantasies or something like that.
I'm not putting words in on.
I didn't say that, right? So again, the point is that you guys don't have to be Globe Whisperers. We understand the narrative, so it's not only
the guy clearly said wrong things. He doesn't understand the narrative.
When you've been the one gaslighting the entire time and avoiding answering questions, avoiding using answers that don't correlate with the question at all, like that's typical narcissists. And then you accuse, that's another narcissist attempt to gaslight, is to accuse us of doing the same thing you're virtually doing the whole entire time.
And he actually lied, because I said out of nothing everything came to existence.
Yes, exactly.
Where is the beginning in your supernatural?
Right, that's fine, man. If I could finish responding to you finally.
Yeah, then
telling this guy what he's saying is wrong when he's asking me a question with a wrong premise, describing him what's wrong with what he's saying is not gaslighting. It's telling him what he's saying is wrong, because it is. That's not the Big Bang Theory. It doesn't claim that things came out from nothing. It's not.
So how did it
when you ask me a question, I tell you that.
How did the universe begin and how did it explode? How did space itself exploded?
Yeah, yeah.
So tell me, where did something begin?
Your creation story.
Wait,
it is, after all. Okay. I mean, you do admit it is technically your creation story, right? The Big Bang Theory.
No,
I mean,
it's
it
not.
Is, right?
And as I just said, it's not mutually exclusive with what you said as a creator. These aren't two mutually exclusive things, because it's not a creation story.
Hold on. I didn't say Osho.
It's a story about the expansion of the universe. That's all it is.
Can you hear me, Kosho? I didn't say creator. You said creator. I said creation story. They're not the same thing.
That's fine. I'm responding to the guy who asked me about a creator.
Yeah.
I didn't ask you about a creator. I asked you, where is the beginning in your belief system of heliocentrism? If there was a Big Bang that created everything, where is the beginning?
There's no claim to.
You even believe in the Big Bang. Kosho, do you believe in the Big Bang Theory? Do you believe that reflects reality, that Big Bang Theory?
There's no claim to the Big Bang Theory about how the mass or matter came into being. It only describes the state.
Hear me?
It only describes the state that it was in, and that it expanded from that point. So, before you ask me a question about the Big Bang Theory, it may be important that we're discussing the same thing.
Why ask him anything about it? He doesn't even know it.
Single point. The whole universe came from a single point. That's the story, right? The whole universe came from a single point, right, Kosho?
Yeah, the size isn't defined, but it's expanded from something smaller than, they say, a quark, and expanded extremely fast at, doubled in size.
Yeah. Around the speed of light. Yeah, I know the story. So, Kosho, is this a creation story of the universe? Yes or no?
Well, it's not a creation story, because no one's saying that that's what was where the matter or energy came from. They're saying this is the state it was in. They're not saying where it came from before that, or if there was even time before that. There's no claims made about that, because there's no information. There's no information on that, so there's no claims made on that.
This is what I mean by these hyper timeline weirdos. They just want to focus on this small bit. Let's ignore the whole timeline, though. Right, like gravity.
You can't even answer a yes or no question. This man's retarded.
Yeah, stop asking him questions. He doesn't know anything. It's just like
Nah, really.
What's defined as a quirk?
Yes or no question. It's not a knowledge question. Yes or no
question. So Bro can get his bars off. Nobody's getting
what is this measurement of a quart he's referring to that the universe started from, or creation, whatever his story? What is this quart?
He loves the attention.
You didn't answer my question yet. Kosho, do you believe what you just fucking said to be true? Do you believe that actually fucking happened? Yes or no?
Before I answer your question, okay, because there's 8 or 9 people talking to me, right? So what I was saying about the fucking Big Bang was no one's making claims about things that we have no evidence for. So the only reason why there's a claim that this is that things expanded to from a point where things were much closer and whatever, because there's evidence for that. And so the thing that I would give credence to is the things that have the most evidence. So do I believe that this is actually what happened? I believe that nobody knows what happened. But if he had to make the best guess, or you had to come up with the
Are you
best,
fucking listening to yourself, Linda? Nobody knows what happened, but you have evidence as to what happened.
Come up with the best response, better than a guess, you would use whatever evidence was suggesting. And so this would be the only route. But nobody has any absolute information about what actually happened at the beginning of the universe.
And you believe what they tell you about.
You don't know how the world came about. Then you'll admit you don't know how the world came about. Are you admitting that? Are you
just reminded you that nobody knows. Nobody was there.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
It's an investigative journey, and the evidence points in one way. And so you can either trust what the evidence is showing and then keep investigating, or you can make something up.
Yeah, that's
what you decide to do.
Yeah, or you can make something up. The best guess was from a Jesuit priest then. Okay,
exactly.
Good.
That's what I'm saying. You choose to follow what man created versus what you observe. That's that, right?
To be a Jesuit.
Yeah, it could have come from a Cracker Jack box. It makes no difference. Kosho, do you know what the first law of thermodynamics is?
Yes, I do.
All right. What is it? You know? Tell me.
Yes, and it's energy cannot be created or destroyed.
All right. Same thing goes with matter, right? Or are those interchangeable?
That's for record. That's first one.
That's what he asked for the first.
That's how a closed system works.
Let's be clear here. Is it energy? Is it matter? I just want to be clear.
Matter and energy are interchangeable, so you can say it's true for matter, and it would be also true for energy.
All right. Now that we're clear on that, can you tell us the first few parts of that Big Bang Theory story again? Can you just recite to us that? Now that we're clear on what the first law of thermodynamics is.
Yeah, but the evidence is suggesting is that there was a point in time 13 billion years ago where all the energy that exists in the universe today, all the mass and energy, was all sharing a single a volume smaller than a quark. So it's not that the energy came into being; the energy was existing in a volume that small, and then that's
13 billion years ago.
I don't even think. Wait, Kosho, are you sure you're even getting this story correctly? Because I know my Helios. I was pretty big on space myself, man. You know, I mean, I've watched plenty of documentaries myself. I'm pretty sure you're getting that story a little incorrect.
Okay,
it was a point, correct? A single point? I mean, no,
not a single point. A single point is not the claim because a single point is no volume. So the thing what you're thinking about some people.
I just thought it was a claim.
Yeah, I know. Some people, when they're expressing this Big Bang, they get a lot of things wrong, and they bring up things like this is where matter came into being. This is when the universe started. This is it was down to a single point. But there's no evidence to suggest any of those things.
You don't need to go. Yeah. Okay. Great. So moving forward, Kosho. So you believe that everything that makes up the world we live in, and even more than that, was all inside the volume of a cork at one point in time, right? You believe that?
I mean, I think that's what the evidence is pointing to. So.
Okay. So what's the evidence for that? That everything's compressed inside a cork.
The expansion of the universe, for one, and the
stop right there. What's the evidence for the expansion of the universe?
What do you mean by universe?
Yeah, expansion of the universe for one.
Because as far as I know, uni means one, and verse is part of a song. So it's like saying one part of a song, the universe. So what do you mean by universe?
Well, I'll have to allow you some time to go look up what that word means. But in the meantime...
He just fucking told you what it means. A single verse. He doesn't have to look it up.
I understand what he thinks it means, but I think somebody else in here can let him know he's not correct about that. It doesn't mean a single verse in a song, okay? That's not what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
I know that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about the big universe with galaxies and planets and solar systems, and let's just hope there's some aliens out there somewhere. You're talking about that, right? Yeah. Okay.
Talking about the collection of everything in the reality that we live in.
Okay, so you said it's expanding. You said universe, and what would make you think that the universe is expanding?
Well, the evidence, for one, the evidence has been collected consistently for 100 years, which shows exactly that. Since Edwin Hubble first noticed that the further away you looked, the faster things were receding and things were redshifting from us. The further away you looked.
Oh, hold on.
So somebody looked at the sky and told you a story about stuff they see in the sky and said, "Oh, that's happening in the sky because of X," and you believed it. So
what about Hubble's statement that he said it's repugnant to us to believe that we're the center? This has to be avoided at all costs.
But he wasn't talking about us being the center. He was talking about us being in a fixed. He was talking about us being. If I'm going to respond to something, it's going to be the correct thing, not some random bullshit, right?
It's called a
he wasn't talking about us being the center.
He's one of your priests, bro.
He was talking about the cosmological constants.
Jesus Christ.
But why don't you ask me a question if you don't want the answer?
Yeah, you shut the fuck. You just can't stop talking.
You asked me a question, and then when I started responding,
you don't even let me finish, though.
You waited for me to start before you interrupted me. Man.
Right? Oh, sure, bro. Yeah, sure, bro. Narcissist.
You guys got it, man. I'm gonna go.
Hey, wait. Let's quickly ask. Wait. I was gonna say there's a guy called Goblin in here, Goblin, but he's deafened, so never mind.
The other guy's going back to his 24/7 NASA live feed channels.
I think it's better if he speak and we are quiet, because then
there was a lot of people responding to everything. Anytime he spoke, it was like he had a reason to leave.
But he wasn't really saying anything. We go, "What's your evidence for the expansion of the universe?" He goes, "The evidence."
Yeah, that is a good point.
He had no context to what he was saying.
That's not true. But that's not proof.
He literally said the entire time, nobody has proof, etc., etc. But what was he actually saying? What did he add to the conversation or question? I don't think we got anything that was worth of anything from that guy.
I think the best evidence... Didn't this guy take a picture of the cosmic microwave background supposedly 13 billion years into the past? And it showed that whatever matter and particles existed 13 billion years ago were focused and centered around Earth. And it kind of proved that we were created 13 billion years ago, this planet in general. But no, I didn't tell him that. No, I don't know if he knew that.
Turn yesterday's coffee into today's coffee.
Oh my goodness, dude.
So, I'm just grilling you for the evidence. I'm just curious, why? What's the one thing that makes you believe that you're spinning ball more than anything else, or just first thing that comes to your mind?
What? Who's being spoken to?
Ocho. Just why?
Ocho went away. Anyway. So,
I'm sorry, what?
The way it goes is, we know that this happened because the universe is expanding. How do you know the universe is expanding? Because of redshift, blue shift. How do you know that? Because of these assumptions. You could point to them that the very quote-unquote scientists who did this also put out counter quotes that if you take different frames of reference, that it makes it that it's not expanding. and it actually could be contracting, right? So there's plenty of arguments that are from their paradigm, from the people who invented this stuff. You know, like we all know the one where Newton said that, you know, this type of gravity is nonsense and then you're incompetent if you believe in it, right? But many of the other scientists that posited these ideas have their counter quotes as well. But anyway, what Kosho did do is bring up the Himawari. So what I'm going to do is play a 9-minute video. Obviously, nobody can see it because we don't have video perms. However, the audio is quite good. So it's going to be about 2 minutes of listening to Joe Rogan, and then the rest will be Paul on the Plane, which you guys may know. So let me find our little thing here. All right, so don't interrupt for 9 minutes. Thank you. And we'll talk about it afterwards. Now I'm going to post the link after I start playing it. Or actually, I'm going to post it right before I play it. So you guys, if you want to watch the screen, obviously you should have the volume down because it might not match up perfectly. All right, so hold on. Let me press enter here.
This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is.
Well, the Japanese have the Himawari 8 satellite that takes gigantic high-resolution full photos of the Earth from 22,000 miles out every 10 minutes, somewhere around then.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, well, pull that up. The Himawari 8, what's the details in the Himawari 8? It's one of the best things to use against these flat Earth dorks. Because for the longest time, one of the things they were saying is that there was no full photos of the Earth from space, that everything was just stitched together. They don't know jack shit. They're so fucking stupid. It's such a scary, stupid theory.
Real time.
But this is real time.
Oh, look, it's nighttime.
How far away is the distance, the Himawari 8? Does it say? I think it's 22,000 miles.
Himawari 8. That's a satellite?
22,241.
So the satellite is 22,000 miles above the Earth, and it takes real-time photos every 10 minutes in high resolution. They're like massive, massive photographs.
Wow.
But they use it to predict weather, and you could literally see storms coming in and shit.
Wow,
it's
that's
so
cool.
badass.
That's amazing.
Hey, look how you zoom in and zoom out.
Wow. I had no idea the Japanese were doing all this.
Oh, they're on the ball, son. They make the best cars.
Did anybody else find that extremely cringy?
Yeah, remember the part where I said shut up for 10 minutes?
What's even more hilarious is that we talked about this before the podcast started, the Japanese weather satellite that takes an image, a full image of the Earth. Mm-hmm. What is the name of that satellite again, Jamie? It takes a full image of the Earth from 22,000 miles away. People keep saying in this flat Earth theory thing that there's no images of the Earth in full, that they're all composites. That's not true.
It's not true.
There are images of the Earth that are taken every 10 minutes by this one satellite, and they're high resolution. You can access them online anytime you want. But people see those, and they want to think they're fake.
Hey guys, Paul on the Plane back here with you. Welcome to episode 2 of Faking Space, now in our second season. Today we're going to focus on the Himawari geostationary satellite, which we're told is something like a mind-boggling 22,000 miles away from the Earth, sending us a real picture every 10 minutes. Did you know the Himawari ironically means sunflower? So, yeah. There's proof of the heliocentric sun worshippers model right there. So why are we picking on the Himawari today? Well, defenders of the heliocentric model love to point to the quote-unquote almost real-time images from the Himawari as proof of a globular Earth, since it allegedly gives us a picture every 10 minutes, and the weather data seems to be, pretty current. Well, unfortunately for the ballers, we're going to debunk that completely here, simply in the next 5 minutes, and show you how they fake it all. let's cut right to the smoking gun to start. Here is the website anyone can go to and see this all for themselves. On a side note, the Himawari is operated by the Japanese Meteorological Space Agency and brought to us by the NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's GOES geostationary satellite server. And I'll include the links here for all this stuff in the video description, so you can check it out right now if you want. Okay, so when you're at the FTP site, click here for the site description. So when you do, a text file comes up, and you can see right here, they tell you that all of the images in the archive use the underlying colored land images from the NASA Blue Marble dataset. Yep. So the Himawari is actually totally debunked right there. These aren't real pictures coming from a satellite in a geostationary orbit above the Earth getting snapped every 10 minutes and being beamed down for us to all ooh and ah over. They take the Blue Marble data set, which I'm sure you remember. They admitted years ago was a flat strip data pieced together by an artist named Rob Simon in Photoshop, because it had to be, right? But to move on, and then to just briefly show you how they generate a picture every 10 minutes with what appears to be accurate and current weather. This is basically what they do. Now, don't take my word for it, as I always say. Go check it out for yourself. Number one, they have already created and stored transparent images of the weather over the oceans using climate simulation software, which they openly admit right here that they've done climate simulations up to the year 2095. But it's actually the year 2100 on this FTP server folder, and here's one of the images. And following some of the other images that you can find where the land masses are transparent, and they use all this simulation software to come up with the weather over the oceans. You know, since our weather data comes from our ground-based Doppler radar, and it's impossible to use ground-based systems to cover the entire vast oceans, so that's where the weather over the oceans comes from, their software simulations. Number two, now for the weather over the land, the NOAA has supercomputers that take data coming in from all over the world, Doppler radar feeds, and crunch it all together and combine it with the weather simulation data over the oceans, so they come up with a complete composite weather quote-unquote map, which is then wrapped around a ball in their 3D modeling software programs, just like we've shown countless times in our previous episodes with the Earth and the planets, etc. So, then what we get are composite images like this that are created in the 3D modeling software, the current Doppler weather data over land and the simulated weather over the oceans, and it looks like this. So this particular image is on the FTP server and is date and time stamped with October 11th, 2017 at 11:05 a.m. I just chose one randomly. Notice the image shows you the weather for the whole ball and not just part of the ball that is lit by the sun at this particular time. No Terminator line or anything like that. Right? Okay. Now, here's the kicker. Go to the other file folder, which is the images that we get to see and are told are real pictures from space. But what they've simply done is taken the weather map picture of the whole ball they created, and they superimpose it over the Blue Marble data set, just like they said they did. So what you can see here is the final version of what we're spoon-fed and told is a picture taken by the Himawari from space, like, 10 minutes ago. This is the image from the same date and time, October 11th, 2017 at 11:05 a.m. And you can see that the weather is exactly the same. Watch it closely. There's your weather map comprised of simulated and Doppler radar being used to complete a composite image. They do this with the Discover satellite too, the epic camera from 1,000,000 miles away, they tell us. Ridiculous. Okay. Now, also notice the final image has a Terminator line added in to try to make it look like a real picture from space, which drives a nail in the coffin of the Himawari because the weather data shows it over the whole ball completely. But they have to add a Terminator line to show the Earth only partially lit by the sun based on the time of day that the photo is allegedly taken. So if this is a real picture, how did they know where to put the clouds and weather on the part of the globe with no sunlight? It's completely dark there. It's all right here, guys. They are faking space. Hey, we all fell for it for a long time with their Doppler radar and weather simulation software building a current weather picture and wrapping it around a ball in 3D software and pasting it onto a black background like they do with all the others, adding a Terminator line and calling it a real picture from space. Himawari debunked once and for all. This has been Paul on the Plane. Thanks for watching.
For the longest time, they were trying to say that there was no full pictures of the Earth, that the Earth, like every photo you see of the Earth is a composite. No, there's a fucking Japanese satellite called the Himawari 8. It takes full full images of the Earth, high resolution, every 10 minutes. You can go Google it. You can watch them. There's the NASA has one too. There's giant photos of the fucking Earth from 22,000 miles out or whatever the hell it is. Like, it's real.
Yeah.
It's fucking real.
Yeah. Nice. So the people that listen to the giant, big toe-headed Joe Rogan, that information will go quite well. Big toe head.
It is photoshopped, but
This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is.
Why not?
Yeah, even when you look at the supposed imager from these satellites, they're not like straight photographic imagers. They're like sequence different. I can't remember which is which, but it's like it shows you how they quote unquote take the sequence and then compile it all together.
Yeah. Think of how many
Like these are not photographs. Even in their own claim, they're not photographs.
Yeah, think of how many sources are getting this information, this data stream from all kinds of different things that are actually all balloons, drones, ground stations, whatever they have to use. Like, that's not a whole... That's...
Yeah. So how are they doing it? How are they saying he's doing it? He says they're getting all the available information that's electronically provided, and they're crunching it into a super simulation, and that's how they do it.
And they're wrapping
That's
it
why,
around
if
the
you
ball.
look at it, yeah, and that's why if you look at it from above your vantage point from the ground, it kind of looks similar to what the Himawari 8 quote-unquote live feed is showing, and then you're like, oh, this must be true.
Right, because they have actual data. That's okay. But the last part is where they crunch it into a ball. That's the part that's all after the fact, that they took real data from flat strips of Earth photography from low Earth orbit. Not even orbit. We shouldn't even call it orbit.
Right, so they're
floating. They're floating around.
So there's
It must be a ball.
Floating around like over a plate. Just floating
Okay, so
around.
fuck's sake. So now that you've seen all that, right, or heard all that, you should go watch that, by the way, so you can actually see the graphics that he's talking about.
I actually watched it while you were playing it. Linked it up.
Oh, good.
Up pretty quickly. Yeah.
Well, there's at least one person in the room that followed directions. That's great. All right, so I'm just teasing. Anyway, so the classical debunks to the claims, contrary to the Himawari 8. All right, one of the best ones is a guy doing a video on how to verify the Himawari 8 weather patterns from your location, right? And what's it going to look like is it's going to look not exactly the same, but it's going to look similar enough to where you can say, oh, from where I'm looking at it, it looks like this. And this is what the Himawari shows, and it's kind of similar. You know, that's legit.
Wait a minute. So it would be Simawari?
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
So you could see how people could allegedly verify the image, so to speak, right? But if you notice how this guy described how they're getting this information and putting it together, then it would be similar, would it not? So does it prove necessarily that this thing is taking photos of the Earth? No, it don't.
I don't know if it does exactly, but it is kind of Simawari.
Exactly. It's a very plausible reason that it's not accurate. And in fact, some of the things that he said in there, if it's the case that they're really wrapping it as a model projection, if they're wrapping the data as a model projection around the data set from the Blue Marble, I mean, then we're basically just got a Robert Simmons, it has to be Photoshopped Palooza.
Yeah, but every 10 minutes, you gotta go.
Yeah. Like, why would you need to wait 10 minutes? It's like you could just have a literal live render. Now, listen, if you say, but it takes 10 minutes to render, right? Because like I showed you guys the latest 3-second clip. It said, show me the latest show me the latest animation. That's what it said. Show the latest animation from the Himawari 8. And it's only a 3-second clip, which I guess every 10 minutes you get 3 seconds. Right? So what do they have it on, super long exposure or something? So no, this idea that there's this, live photo from space showing the Earth in totality, that just doesn't jive.
Who would be is there a governing body that controls space? Would that be NASA?
They control Narnia too.
I'm just wondering, who would you go to say, hey, how many things are in the sky right now? Do you have room for me to put another satellite up there to take?
Yeah, that's what Donald Trump did. Donald Trump established the Space Force.
You'd have to verify what I'm saying now, but I almost was under the impression that NASA forfeited their space exploration to private industry, and that's why we have SpaceX and Bezos and shit now. But you'd have to look into that. And I know NASA's probably still taking government dollars, but I don't think they owe the government anything.
Well, listen, dude, every now and then in politics, they have to cut a budget item to make everybody think that we're actually saving money, to distract from the fact that the majority of the budget by orders of magnitude is spent on welfare programs. So they say, oh man, space exploration is so expensive, we're going to have to cut it. And then we're going to have to give it over to the private industry. Pay no attention to the trillions of debt that we have in welfare.
Yeah. They, this hand's not doing this no more, so now look over at this hand.
Yeah, they're saying that they need to invest all this money into combating asteroids. That's why they need this money.
Yeah, well, periodically Uranus opens up to let out some noxious gas, so maybe it opens up to let out asteroids. So it looks like we should be putting our money into... Yeah, but dude, yes, but I mean, as hilarious as that is, that's actually a literal title from, space groups. Like, you could go search it right now. You'll be amused. Uranus opens to let out gas that smells like farts. Literal space news.
See, all this stuff about these pictures or data being stitched together to make a quote-unquote image of Earth from space, every 10 minutes with this quote-unquote satellite falling around the Earth at a great distance, it almost makes me wish I had like an extra few $100,000 or $1 million in my pocket just so I could do a little social experiment, just set up a little mini CGI green screen or something, and set up a couple people in some Bigfoot costumes, and just set up my own make-believe live stream of a Bigfoot nest with a mother and father Bigfoot and a baby Bigfoot, and just post it on the internet and try and just keep it going as long as I can. Just see if people accept it as truth. See if people are that gullible, because I think a lot of people would. I bet I could get them to even donate. Oh, just send me some money. These guys, they eat a lot of steak every day. I got to feed them a lot of food. They eat a lot of food. Send me some money.
I just saw that the other day. One asshole astronaut was trying to claim space smells like burnt steak. And all I'm thinking is, when was your nose in the vacuum of space?
Isn't it supposed to smell like nothing?
Oh, dude. Well,
oh man, but you guys gotta send me lots more money because I need nose plugs because these Bigfoot creatures, they smell terrible.
Well, dude, how else are you supposed to pick your nose?
I've had to go without because it's considered an insult in their culture.
What, to pick your nose? Oh, man. That's actually a good question, though, to ask. That's when you should. I can't remember who it was. It's Gospel Bear and Whitsett, I think, are both scheduled to see some astronauts soon. And who else? What's that guy's name? Holy moly, what's that guy's name? Fraud. He's supposed to go too. So they were thinking of questions to ask the astronauts. And so that would be a good one. It'd be like, so when you were outside with your helmet off, what did space smell like? I'd be like, that's retarded. How can I smell space? I'd have to have my helmet on all the time. And you'd be like, yeah, so how come one of your dumbass cohorts said that they smelled space and it smelled like burnt steak? I'd be like, oh, he must have been pulling your leg.
Oh, I want to say Chris Hatfield, but I'm thinking it was Scotty something. Or Scott something. Fuck. I'll try to find it.
Dude, I'm cool with it, Lo. Like, the easiest way out for these dudes is just to say that they had to fake it for national security reasons, but they're still a globe. And that would salvage their position, by the way. People would still believe in them and still believe in the globe and still believe in space travel and everything. Then they could reset everything back to, okay, but we're really going to go to the moon this time. And everyone would be like, yeah, we're really going to go to the moon this time. Let's pay more taxes.
Honestly, the only thing that needs to happen is like Elon Musk can just say something and also start wearing a pair of sunglasses and everybody will believe.
Yeah. Pretty sad. But I've been saying this too, like if they did that in the mainstream, people would buy it. Yeah, well, of course it was faked. I knew it all along. I just didn't want to say so because then other Globers would be embarrassed at how stupid they are. But I knew it. But it's still a globe. So they would do that. But there's also the parties that would, if they came out, like if Elon Musk came out and said, yeah, SpaceX is just doing low altitude, aerial maneuvers, extra aerial maneuvers, meaning outside the ambient air. And there's a super fluid above the Earth, right? And the Earth actually is flat, right? And then after that, the mainstream came out and said, no, we're not going to debunk what he said. It's finally time the truth came out. We live in a universe that's actually full of superfluid, and we live in a flat, apparently created realm. We can't really tell if we were put here by aliens or by a supernatural being. We've been hiding it this whole time because, we kind of just figured everyone would go nuts. But now we're all reached a societal evolution where we can handle it because we're big boys now, right? So the majority of Globers would just flip on a dime and be like, well, of course that's what it is all along. I knew it.
You remember that Elon Musk? He had that mission. He had a mission that blew up because of weather conditions. Remember, it was all hype. Like it was the first time we're gonna do this, guys. And it's like, oops, we did it during like a rainstorm.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. It reminds me of Professor Phil, who used to come in here and say that he can prove space because he sent satellites up into the sky. And so when we asked him, like, well, what evidence did you have that they went up in the sky? Well, he's like, well, I saw on a TV screen and I had this joystick in my hand and I was fiddling it. So, basically he was saying the proof of space for him is sitting in front of a television screen fiddling his joystick. Now, sexual innuendos aside, with sending things that look like phalluses to space, he crashed his satellite. That's his claim to fame. I worked with the Indian Space Agency and crashed their satellite. Hooray, good for you.
what I found interesting about. Oh, was that just one satellite he crashed? Sorry, I was going to say a whole bunch of the Starlinks crashed during the middle of the Khufu Juice lie hoax thingy, and he was sending up another 40 right away. Like, he somehow had the extra satellites laying around in a warehouse or the materials to rebuild them and send them up right away.
Wow.
Look, there's real, it's fair to say that the technology that we have is capable of sending objects into high altitude to do things for a while, right? Or maybe even semi-permanently.
What was that mission before we went to the moon? Wasn't there some mission that blew up at the Van Allen belt? Like we were trying to go to the moon? Am I wrong?
I don't know.
Well, I heard about
that's what they claim,
test that was
right?
happening with the 3 astronauts that caught on fire. Sorry, go ahead. But
Yeah, it was
the
like
one guy
Apollo 10.
apparently, the one guy apparently hung a lemon on a hanger on it before it caught on fire. Go ahead.
Well, it's just like instead of presenting you with evidence, all they have to do is present you with like some emotional story that hooks you in. All these people died, so then people get invested, and then they don't even need to give you evidence. So it's an emotional thing for them.
It was speculated when those 3 astronauts died in the test, it was because the one guy was hanging the lemon and, I guess, in a way, threatening to expose the hoax.
No, dude, it's because lemons, like a lemon can like make a light bulb light up. So maybe he blew it up with the lemon. Oh my goodness.
Well, when life gives you lemons.
No, I think.
Yeah, I think that guy on the Psyche valve, he said, "What?"
I was going to say, I think it's because he was trying to make lemonade, and he wasn't, toting the line. He refused to drink Tang, and they're like, we got to get rid of these guys.
Yeah,
a Tang.
Would you lie to protect your country and say that Tang is the most delicious drink in the world? And he said, no, I'm an honorable man. I wouldn't even lie for that. And they said, all right. Whereas the other guys were like, would you lie? And they're like, yeah, of course we would lie. But you know what? They should have hired better actors because they did a horrible job of selling that they accomplished something at that little press conference where they all looked like somebody killed their mother. Oh, hold on. Sorry. Is that too soon? Is that too soon, friends? Because guess what? Somebody actually did kill one of their moms.
Whoa, really?
Yeah. Somebody killed one of their moms with a double tap shotgun blast suicide to the back of the head or something like that.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Who killed one of his moms?
Yeah, one of those astronauts. One of their moms.
Oh, you mean Buzz Aldrin?
I can't remember which one.
Buzz Aldrin's mom, I think.
Was it Neil Armstrong?
Wasn't it like Miss Moon who died somehow? Buzz Aldrin's mom. Her maiden name was like Moon or something.
No way.
Dude, yes, it's crazy. All right, let's look it up so we can know the details.
Buzz Aldrin mom maiden name.
Yeah, it was Moon. I heard that also. Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, what does that really mean? Though? I mean, it's interesting, but it doesn't mean anything, really.
Yes, but it's nonetheless very strange.
Don't you agree?
You don't find it a bit suspicious?
It's not that I don't find it suspicious. It's just I don't find it to mean anything.
Really? Did you know that something like 18 original Apollo program astronauts died mysteriously? One of them, their car was stuck on a train track and got hit by a train that was amazingly owned by, guess who, no other than NASA train. It was a NASA-owned train.
What was it with these guys that tested one of the space capsules? I don't know for what mission it was, but like died in a fire while maintaining it inside or something.
Yeah, but that was forgot his name now, but Gus Grissom. Gus Grissom, yeah, he was complaining about when they were in the capsule doing communications between their central or whatever their main receiving area, like in the office or whatever, that they were having trouble with communications between the capsule and the building next door or across the street or something. So he said, "This is ridiculous. If we can't, don't quote me, but there is a quote from him somewhere. I actually read it. But it said, if we can't communicate from here to the central area, like, how are we going to communicate? This thing's a lemon." And he hung a lemon, and after that, the entire capsule and all three pilots is what they were incinerated in a situation where they could not get out of the capsule from the inside, which is freaking ridiculous. How would you? Aren't the humans on the inside? Anyway, in a super oxygen-enriched environment, oxygen was forced into the thing, and then a spark just lit off the high oxygen and incinerated all three of them. Burnt them to a crisp. Yep.
All right. So I found an article.
Yeah. Sorry, I go on. It's Apollo 1, sorry.
All right, let me read this article. I'm not sure how good this article is, but I think it comes from the Telegraph UK, so maybe it's legit. All right. Buzz Aldrin's mother, Marion Moon, shot herself before his lunar flight because she didn't know if she could cope with him becoming a famous person.
Oh,
therefore, she fell into depression and alcoholism. Oh, sorry, he fell into depression and alcoholism after his fight. So she killed herself right before he left, right? You know, probably with like a triple tap to the back of the head or something. And then he became an alcoholic when he came back. So, like, basically, I wonder, I don't know about the other guys, but, you know, they all look like their moms got shot.
Yeah, didn't they?
So maybe they all, you know what? Maybe they only had to shoot one mother. You know, they basically said, listen, you guys are keeping the secret, and we're going to kill Buzz Aldrin's mother to prove it.
Right. Prove it. Yeah.
Headshot.
You know what? I wouldn't, like, that's not anything out of, that would be possible. I mean, that's not out of the realm of possibility at all.
And they just have to sign an NDA. Right? Non-disclosure agreement. They can't talk about it. You actually went
fair,
to the
but
moon.
somebody was trying to make a comment.
But sometimes they also.
Hey, shut up.
Huh?
Yeah. So somebody else was trying to make a comment who got stepped on. So then when it's yielded again, the gracious thing to do is to yield back to that guy.
Wasn't Kiwi finished?
No, somebody else got stepped on and they didn't get a chance to go. And three people already went.
I didn't hear the other guy, whoever it might was.
Well, he better step up now.
Who wanted to say something?
I was gonna say something before, but it's not a big deal.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
All right. So it wasn't that important. All right, move on.
Yeah, so I wanted to say, what if they also do it to, rank up in a certain way, as a sacrifice? You sacrifice something.
That's exactly what I was going to say, though. I was going to say they'd just be killing people.
Yeah,
the people that made NASA were occultists.
Yeah.
Yeah. They probably.
So are you suggesting they signed up to be sacrificed?
Yeah, they're like, oh, you want to explore space? All right, we'll throw you in a vacuum, quote unquote.
I actually have another thought. So I mean, I'm not going to claim this as a fact or anything. I don't really know this, but it's just a thought because all of us, all you guys talking about, suspicious deaths and behavior of astronauts at various points in time. Perhaps this is their vetting process. Maybe they're just like, get a group of individuals, see who can follow orders and who won't follow orders, and then just knock off those that won't follow orders and keep the ones that will.
Yeah, you could literally just put these people in a shuttle, launch them at the Van Allen belt, and be like, well.
But imagine Buzz had to do it by himself, with like getting rid of his mother.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
That's NASA. Somebody put up a video, one T away from being Satan. And when they do launches, they're like T minus, T minus, T minus. I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Just a coincidence.
Yeah, but of course we're supposed to take their eyewitness testimony as gospel.
Yep.
I saw it.
Puts them in a position of being godly. That's what it is. Their eyes see more than the natural human beings. They even try to tell people that monkeys are better astronauts than some people. They'll send a monkey and a spider into outer space before they'll send just a regular person.
Yeah, and to be honest, the monkeys don't have mothers they care about that much anyway.
It's weird. These are the same people that'll like buy shampoo that wasn't tested on animals, but we'll shoot some monkeys and spiders up in outer space. Okay.
Yeah.
And why monkeys and spiders? Like, what the fuck? Is it like a dog or a cat? It's a weird choice of animal.
No animals or humans were harmed in making the product, just anyone that uses the product.
Right, yeah.
Do y'all believe that the International Space Station is real?
Hell no!
Really underwater? Yeah, in a swimming pool. Yeah. I've seen divers around. Yeah. No. What space?
You believe that amount of satellites are real?
Really real what?
In floating above us?
I think balloons are floating above us, yeah.
I just watched a video of somebody.
Yeah.
No, I just watched a video of somebody explaining how satellites have fuel cells, and they do short bursts to keep them in what would be kind of similar to a geocentric orbit? So if there is if there is objects floating around it, it's not just gravity.
Well, yeah, that's true. If we're in like we are in a, yeah, we absolutely are. So them saying that they're in a geocentric, yeah, that's fine with me. Yeah, there's a container though that they have to contend.
I also think that the space station is it's definitely a great Hollywood set.
Let's just put it this way: there's no place in which the sky is not up from any other position. There's no juxtaposition sky somewhere besides where I'm at right now, where the sky is not up, like in relationship to my position, my up. There's no other position on Earth where their up is not the same direction up. It's not sideways. It's not changing at an angle as it would on a curved surface. As it got further around, it would be 90 degrees away from at the equator. If I was at the North Pole. Well, let's say I'm on the West Coast. Well, let's say in Australia it would be anti-vertical. Yeah, antipodal, upside down. So there's no place where, from my position here on Earth, standing on the coastline of California, my up position all the way across the ocean in Japan, someone could be standing looking directly across eastward as I'm looking westward. Our lines of sight would meet. As long as we were up above the wave height, the mean high level of waves all the way across. In other words, our line of sight is looking directly above the highest mean waves. We are both looking directly in the same line of sight at each other. Period.
Yeah.
Right.
It's so simple to understand. My up is the same as your up.
Yes. Our horizontal is the same horizontal as. There's no part of Earth where it's tilting down and then going horizontal, then going upside down. There's no sky that's doing the same thing. There's no spherical skies anywhere. I mean, or if anything is spherical, be the skies themselves would be hemispherical. That's where they got all this from, because the way we see the sky is hemispherical. But that's besides the point. What Earth actually, the surface itself, topographical on the land, yeah, it's Earth's above water, dry land. But all the waters, which is more surface than the dry land, is all horizontal on top. Funny, because when I look at my bath, it's the same fucking way. And in my sink in the kitchen, and in the swimming pool down the street, and in the ocean that I look across. Interesting, ain't it? That water's always the same level top. Well, and if someone tries to tell you something different, they got to provide the proof. Good luck with that, trying to provide proof of curved water on top. Doesn't exist here in this reality. The end of my rant.
Hey, if in case any of you want to know, last time I was over at Debate Flat Earth, I heard one of the Globers say to Kosho that he basically thought he was a piece of shit because he doesn't convert any of us over here to believe their globe beliefs, globe religion.
Did he already left? Yeah.
Sounds a bit like a cult, eh, fellas?
Yeah. They
What?
are.
They
Especially
judge each other by how many people they convince.
Is there anybody that went from knowing this information and going back to believing in the globe? Do we know anybody like that?
I don't.
We just know a bunch of people that went from believing in a globe to believing in the other thing.
Yeah. Jose G. Gonzalez, Ranty, and then that third guy that hung out with him, which is basically a no-name because he'd never done anything. So yeah, those three dudes.
3 people went back.
Well, I mean, those are just ones that are quote-unquote famous in at least some circles.
You know, I have a good friend. I just convinced him to. I actually have 3 friends in. I have 3 friends in real life that started kind of low key seeing the argument, if that makes sense. So it's funny, like once you present the right information, I'm lucky that I'm in this place, and there's a lot of fucking good information that I'm getting that I could show other people. Because just hearing it from me isn't enough, you know. I'm just a talking head to some people, but then when you hear it from like a pilot or like a nicely formatted video, everybody wants to listen, perk their ears up.
It's weird. Nobody wants to go outside. Notice how Kosha was like, but look at this data on this screen. Okay, but does that match reality, man?
It's like you can have a chalkboard and draw. You can draw some numbers, some scientific hypothesis onto there, and when you say, look at this equation, this is why the Earth is a ball. Many of them will just believe it.
So tell me, Glober, when is the curvature going to show? When's the curvature going to show? You show it to me now.
Hey, the Earth is a globe. Hey, we're spinning around. Round and around we go.
Sorry, I'm sloppy. Oh, look that. A little, it's like honky tonk, sort of. Wait a second. Practice your dominant. Whoa! Practice your dominant sevenths, everybody. That. Do it in a waltz. 3/4. Yeah. Cool. Your family, whatever you call it. Thinking, hillbilly hour here. I don't know where it comes from.
From the devil.
I haven't even tuned this guitar in weeks. I just picked it up. It stays. It's like wonderful. Like that B minor, Dorian mode. Yeah. Sorry, I went off on weeds there.
Yeah, I got a question for you.
Yep.
So, like, you think there is a creator, right? I'm asking if you think there's a creator. And then I got a follow-up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to answer. Thought I had my mic open. I know there is 100% a creator. I have no doubt. I have not one single doubt in my mind. Yeah. Oh, what?
All right. So my question is, when were humans created? Like, what is the time period between God's creation and human creation?
I have no idea, is my personal answer. I wouldn't care to answer that. I don't know. I don't have enough data. How would I know that? I don't have any way of knowing.
How would anyone know?
So how can you say it didn't happen at the same time?
But we are not here because of creator.
It very well could have been at the same time, for all I know.
Electric.
How would you prove it? Like, How would you figure it out?
What if creation and humanity are in the same breath?
I know one creation. One creation is made, and they are saying that it's not doing that.
Right.
Say again.
Yeah. One creation, big creation, is made on Earth, and that creation doesn't behave like people saying.
Right. Wait a minute. Could you be more specific?
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
That creation is at least even written in Bible, and God created the water.
Yeah. Oh, it's separated.
But the creation water itself, it behaves like that. That doesn't want to curve. It needs container, and that's it. That water needs.
Seems like water was already there because God was hovering over the face of the water. Isn't that the?
Yeah, like now I would ask. Okay, so then a creator was a container was created, and then water was created.
No, that's not the question. The question is this: how creation became spherical? That's the point. How creation, that water became spherical? How started to curve?
Wait, no, I'm not trying to talk about the curvature. Right?
But we like to talk only about that because that.
Sasha, just so you know, he's not actually a glober. He doesn't actually believe the Earth's a ball. I don't think.
No, I'm not arguing for a globe ever again in my life. That's like literally the case.
But I'm just trying to go from creator to the water.
Let me turn up your mic.
Hey, Electric. Something I think you might want to know that someone else has pointed out here in the past is that one way of saying, because I don't know any other way to say this, but mankind is the pinnacle of creation. So take that whatever way you want to.
Electric.
Who said that? Someone in here, or just like?
It's something I've heard Mises say before. And I'm not in contention with it.
But mankind said that water is curving.
Electric.
Yo.
Are you like on the fence, or are you already a flat earther?
I was a glober recently. Like I must say that it took me a while. Knowing the subject and then getting over to this side took me like 2 years.
Yeah, it takes a while. It does, really. But we each have kind of different experiences in the timeline, or the speed of finding out is no consequence. Like timing.
I was a super duper glober, man. I loved astronomy.
Me too, man. Me too, bro. Me too. Listen to me.
Too.
I was like an expert in all of that stuff. I knew all about that stuff more than anyone that was ever around me, and I was always spouting all that shit off. Hey, do you know exactly why there's 24 hours? Because Earth is approximately 8,000 miles in diameter. That makes it 24,000 miles. So 1,000 miles per hour. I didn't get that at first, like what that means to me now. That's supposed to be actual motion. Like we're supposed to, I don't know. Yeah, we're all a bunch of nerds, man.
Yeah, it's be a science book thumper. Like a textbook thumper.
When I was a glober, I loved looking at the space station and thought about being an astronaut actually. And also at night when I looked at the stars, I always thought, wow, man, I'm just thinking about how cool it could be when someday someone will visit us, or there's this distant other Earth with people doing maybe the same, looking in the sky. If I today think about it, it's just so silly. But yeah.
I read the operating manuals for the Star Trek Enterprise. That's how much I loved it.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
Have you guys ever seen that book? It's
No.
like a massive textbook that explains the operating of the the Star Trek Enterprise.
Not for real.
I lapped it up, mate. I loved it.
Yeah,
But yeah,
but
what I
it
was
must be
trying
real,
to get at
right?
before.
Oh yeah, it's real, mate. It works. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because it's in a book.
Yeah, it's written down. You got to believe it.
Yeah.
The flux capacitor.
They probably had also equations and all that, right? For
Yeah, there was
how the
everything in there.
specific.
Yeah.
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 Actually, it would be nice to look up that book again, and you can just see how easy it is to just make things up to suit or fit something, to explain something with just bullocks.
I'll have a look for it. I think my brother's got it. So.
But yeah, I was talking about before. Like, if you can't prove or separate the creation of man from the creation of everything, like, you know, how are we supposed to put like a separation on these for these things on a timeline? Like, oh, here comes Earth, and then here comes man, and then here comes this, and then like, no, I think it all came with each other.
Why do you need a timeline for it?
That's what I'm saying. I don't personally.
Yeah, I think everyone needs to have their own kind of relationship with the creator. You know, you find things out, and then you know, you reconcile with that in your head, and then you find something else out. You know, I think it's all about having your own relationship and your own journey with the creator. I think you know, people can point you in the right direction, but it's all about learning about it yourself, I suppose. That's what I think.
And what do I need? What would you tell? What do you know about the creator? Like, give me something. I don't know.
Well, that's just it, Electric. Like, none of us really know any specifics on who or what the natural creator, the necessary antecedent for this world that exists. We don't really know much about them because, like, they're outside of this. You know, like a pocket watch.
All this world really needs is a container, though. Right?
A pocket watch.
All we need is somebody to make a container, right? And some gas.
Well, that's a necessary antecedent for gas pressure, more specifically, or gas, or, you know, well, yeah, gas pressure. But ultimately speaking, you know, just because we know that doesn't mean that we know how it got there, or you know, you know, what component existed first.
Right.
You know, like, just because we know that you can't have gas pressure without a container doesn't mean we have any idea who or what put the container there. And what I'm trying to say is we're probably never going to know. But the thing is, you know, ultimately speaking, it boils down to, you know, like, you can use, I mean, I'm not, don't think I'm trying to talk down to you when I say this, because I'm not. But, you know, ultimately speaking, it just comes down to, like, you know, you can be comfortable with the fact that you don't know what the sun, moon, and stars are. You don't know who or what created the container. You don't know who or what put us here or how we got here. But, you know, the Globers, you know, they'll say, oh, no, we know that the universe was created from the Big Bang. The Earth is a ball. We're falling around the sun. And mankind came from monkeys through evolution. And, yeah, we know everything, man. There's nothing we don't know. You know, so it's like they have a bunch of answers that you cannot question. But I'd rather have questions I cannot answer than answers I cannot question.
Let me ask you a question. I like everything you say because you make me think hard. Do you think that humans can be eternal?
Well, my guess is, and it's only a guess, is that whatever it is that makes up our consciousness is eternal in whatever form it exists. It's just a guess.
I'd agree with that. I don't know.
For me, bro, I think my mic. I can't. Let me put headphones on.
me? Okay.
Yeah, I have like this big problem with there being a starting point because I can't see an ending point. Because like there is no point A and point B to this.
Oh, you have
I
point
think
A.
one of the
Fresh on that. Like it's hard for me to picture in my mind myself, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't a starting point, and that doesn't necessarily mean that Well, yeah. So what I'm saying is,
I think the idea of a start to our universe is as ridiculous as the idea of outer space.
Yeah, but you need the information to get somewhere that everything gets sense. And when that information came from?
How do you start existence?
That is something what you need to ask somebody who made all this stuff.
I'm asking you guys because you guys are presenting the best information I've gotten out of this world recently.
You got to define it.
Only God knows. I don't know.
It all boils down to epistemology. So it all boils down to how can you prove what you want to prove? How do you know what you know? And ultimately speaking, I think it's just unfalsifiable one way or the other, there being a beginning or not. I mean, at least there is to me, unless anyone has any other thoughts.
Well, let me try to give just a regular logical argument to it. Like the idea that we all came from our mothers. If my mom came from her mom, how am I to say that there was somebody that wasn't like just another mom before them? Like if we all just came from our mothers, then how do we not say that humans are eternal?
That's where you get into physical laws and limitations. Unless you disregard the laws into the past.
What's that? I'd love to hear this, dude.
Well, you said, how would you start existence? Well, if you take the staunch philosophical definition of existence, right, from modern day, it basically just translates into being, right? But being and existence are actually two different things. Existence means out of, right? So you had to come out of something. So that thing needed to be there before you, and that thing is being. So existence is predicated on being in the first instance. So existence can begin, being cannot.
So we're talking about...
In other words, because we've posited the idea already that our consciousness, which is immaterial, right, could be eternal, but our bodies obviously aren't. So there's a two-part to our existence, which seems to be the immaterial and the material. And because our world is material, it has certain limitations to it that upon inspection lend one to come to the conclusion that it couldn't have been eternal, that it must have been informed by a being, et cetera, et cetera. And that's where you get the idea that an immaterial agent caused the material existence.
But what is the catalyst to make something form? There's always going to be something before it.
No, there only needs to be a singular cause for all things that require catalysts. So that's the thing, is you're making the category mistake that all things require a catalyst or a precedent. But the only thing that actually requires that are things that are not being. Being in itself doesn't require it.
Are you confused with the egg and the chicken? Electric.
I've thought about this a lot, and there's a lot of things I'm just not convinced about.
What is older, or what will come first, chicken or egg?
Because everybody sees their existence coming to a fiery or like a lesser type ending. And this is just an idea. This is just a narrative that's been peddled by the same people peddling the globe Earth. Like, why don't we analyze everything they present to us? You know.
Oh, if it makes
I
you feel
don't
any
see-
better, I don't think that.
Yeah, I don't see my ending like that at all. I'm very comfortable with whatever.
I'm glad you don't. I'm glad you don't. For real.
Well, let's posit the idea why we see endings at all. Think about it. Why don't we just continue on in our physical form? Yeah, think about it. We're born.
We give ourselves like a finiteness, and I don't think we should.
Really? So if you just change your mindset about your finiteness, then you'll just live forever in your physical form?
All right. Are you going to let me get into my little stupid thing real quick? Can I try my best? Blood is kind of like synonymous with consciousness. If you think about it, like what has been keeping humans alive is it's our own will to survive, right? So who's to say like what really created our bodies besides our own DNA and consciousness? Like let's say like we were at a dumber state of being at one point and we just like put ourselves back on the pottery wheel. And who's to say that like consciousness wasn't in a completely stupid state and this like over time developed into humans? Like what if we really came from ourselves? What if God exists in us and we have just been making ourselves, and the idea that we're separate from this creator is the issue, and that we are actually the creator is in us. We are creating as we fucking go to work every day. Like I have to go create stuff. I have to go create money and create like, you know, my own personal health. Why doesn't this fall in line with these like celestial existential level of creation?
You want to talk about this in biblical with me, for example, and everyone else who wants to.
And thanks for letting me say all that, guys.
I wish I could say something to this, but then I'm not in here, unfortunately.
Just say it.
No. I did it a lot of times, and now I'm just referring to the other channel. You know, if you want to, I can tell you some things because I had the same thoughts that you had one time. You know.
All right, then I need to hear this, bro.
Sure. You coming with me down into biblical?
All right, let's go.
All right.
Anybody's free to join. I don't care really. I'm going to a different channel called Biblical.
Yeah, but anyway, the rationale of that is the same rationale with the gas pressure arguments and some of the other arguments is about entropy and thermodynamics, right? That you don't get order from chaos, you know, and you don't get sentience from rocks. Now, of course, that's assuming that what we observe now applies ad infinitum into the past and future, and that nothing will change. But if we are expecting reality itself to change in the past or the future, then that means reality is greater than the rules within the reality in which we inhabit and experience physically, which means they're supernatural. So ultimately, it all just results in a big circular appeal and intuition and necessary implication that the supernatural is really from where this realm comes from. This isn't the base reality, but this is just a facet of a reality that's much greater. And of course, astute globers notice that this is the case, and then these arguments have, after being cornered, put themselves into subjective reality camp where, yes, the Earth represents itself, in my view, as a globe, But yes, there's this evidence that it's not a globe. So the most rational conclusion is reality isn't real. There's something else going on, whether it be a simulation, a supernatural existence, whatever it is. So you scrap current paradigms, create yourself a clean slate, say you can't trust history, say you can't trust the status quo, you can't trust anything except your own experience, and you basically put yourself into a subjective state where you're easily impressionable by the next mainstream narrative coming in as the solution, thinking the whole time that you've come to this conclusion on your own, that you've been led down the path of truth by your own cunning and intuition rather than just happenstance. Rest assured, the powers that be understand this dilemma, and they've been working on a solution for decades, if not millennia. Just as they've done in the past, they'll attempt to do so again. And many, many people, even people quote unquote in the truther movement or quote unquote flat earthers or whatever they claim to be, where they know the secret, are going to be fooled by it. What it's ever pushing forwards towards is towards a synthesized syncretic philosophy, which absorbs all the world's philosophies into one, so that nobody's left out. Where they can all agree on one thing and it unify them under a world or global or however you want to claim or name it. Now, of course, in any system like this, there's going to be outliers. But those guys will be marginalized so much that they won't even be of any significance. You know, and to be fair, some of the Globers who frequent the flat Earth forums are actually going to be some of the people that realize what's happening when it happens. It's like like I always say, if they come out with a new paradigm to where they reveal that the Earth isn't a globe and the heliocentric model is false, the majority of globe believers now are going to go on with that new model, whatever it is, just because it's the mainstream. And there'll be a few globers who won't go on with it because they're so, believing in their own arguments that they've had for the globe, so they won't believe the new paradigm. But again, they'll be so insignificant in numbers, they'll be inconsequential to the overall scheme. Oh, man. Somebody else is going to have to toe the line because those guys are gone now. Doesn't seem to be any conversation. Oh, speak now or forever hold your peace.
I don't think you should get married to the globe because the globe lied to you.
Welcome to the shotgun wedding for the globe. Or I should say, shotgun wedding with the globe. All right, let me try that over. Welcome to the shotgun wedding with the globe. Yeah, listen, Sonny, you're getting married to the globe whether you like it or not. You gone this far. Yeah. That's right.
The globe got that Glober's ego pregnant.
Shouldn't mess with the globe. And she wouldn't have got pregnant like that. And Grandpappy would not have stood for that kind of behavior. I think it's time for a bike ride. Yeah. Maybe next year I'll be able to get a newfangled phone, one that I can travel around and Discord. I can't figure it out. My phone doesn't work right. Or it's just me. I'm just such a boomer that I can't figure out how to get through the two-step authentication thing or whatever they say. Go look at this program. Look at this program. I get both of those programs. So I can't seem to figure that out on my phone. But I can load a whole new operating system on my laptop alongside my regular Linux to troubleshoot why my freaking wired connection wasn't working. And I figured it out. And it still doesn't work on my original login for some reason. But I can turn it off and on through command line interface with my machine. And turn it off and on. Someone turned it off permanently. Removed the option. How is that possible? This just happened the other day. I woke up, my machine would not go online. It didn't even have any option plugged in. The light was on and everything. Never saw anything so strange in my life. And it happened right when I was talking online here the night before about them pulling the plug on internet. I hope they don't do it again. Hold on. I better switch servers right now. Oh shit. Oh damn. I don't know if it does any good. It's probably owned by the Chinese. Oh wait a minute, not supposed to say that. Okay. Anyway, I'll be quiet now. Just kidding, only for a while. Now Justin's going to take over. For a while. So with all the people that are muted and deafened. Rookie, are you there?
How did it go with MK Kosho? Did you get some sort of resolution?
MK Kosho. I heard the whole thing. I backed off. You guys did a great job.
Yeah,
Hey,
I had to bounce. He's just attention seeking. At that point, I'm like,
yeah, I think so.
Don't we all like attention? I like attention.
But it's funny how they get
I know. I get it too. Everyone likes to be in the center of attention, but to walk into a room full of flat earthers and just start squawking about the globe, that's a little bit obsessive, okay?
No, even though I told him, to shut the fuck up, and I did mute him myself. I've done it before. I've had a lot of conversations with these people, and but maybe I should be more empathetic because, like, they do want to hang out with us. So, like, am I too mean? Like, do I seem like a hard ass? I probably do, huh? Like, I'm just like so like. I'm not really concrete. I don't know how to say it.
No, but hey, like Sunday, you don't go to their spaces. When you go to a globalist space, like a global space that's talking about flat Earth, okay?
I know.
It's not like you're a globalist space that's talking about the globe. You go to a global space talking about the flat Earthers, they'll have one dude just making animal sounds as you're talking.
Yeah, I know. I've heard it. I've been there before. Believe me.
Okay.
I used to go in the beginning. For about the first year, I went on Gem Panda. Like I went on the.
It's not just Gem Panda. I mean, you might seem like Gem Pandas is like the worst of the worst, but they're actually a little bit better. There's worse spaces than that. I had this dude. I was on a different server today, and the guy posted a picture of a African American girl, and says even the monkeys know the Earth is a ball.
Oh my God!
And
See, that's exactly who they are too.
Because he said he didn't mean it that way, right? It came out wrong, or I go because I took him to task. I said that level of dehumanization is only explained in the globe model. I go, you're a Darwinist. You're just a Darwinist. And then it's like, they try to flip it on me, like like somehow it was my problem that I'm triggered by
so stupid, so arrogant. Like, listen, they have this. I don't even want to call it what it's called, but they have a bunch of lunatics out right now. A special little parade they have, which they didn't get on the month in this city where they were supposed. We all know who they are. They have a bunch of letters, alphabet, like QRST, whatever after the name. You know who you're talking about. They're all a bunch of man. I swear to God, how freaking stupid and superficial and materialistic, just lame ass. What a bunch of zombies. Like, look as crude as you can. Just show as much ass as you can. Like, it's just like so sickening, man. Like what a bunch of nut. Like, it's really hard to take. It's really hard to take. But I have to tell you this. At the end of the Kool-Aid little scare thing, not that it's over for a minute, I don't think that is over. But this last little episode of the Kool-Aid scare, after when they had everything shut down, anyway, they came back in the park. They had a freaking parade, Save the Baby. And I suppose they're talking about the babies that wouldn't have been born, that were created. These people, they're at these little festivals, their special flag. Those babies. What if they hadn't been born? It's so ironic. But it was really good. That warmed my heart that you have a place here which is so freaking liberal. Just like unbelievable. What a bunch of morons. It's psychotic idiots. But there's enough.
Call them liberal.
There's enough people with enough sanity. They actually have save the baby. It's like thank God for saving the like what babies? Oh, they're not talking about chimpanzee baby. So I never saw that here before in this. He saved the baby. It's like that. I thought, wow, there's a chance. Then they have this stupid parade they're having now. I guess over, and I wonder how many overdoses, alcohol related incidents were created from running around the street with all their narcissists. like the worlds themselves and everything. They're so rebellious, though. Listen to what the authority by the letter, and make sure you listen to everything they say. Of course. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got apparently those people. There's big plans for those people that do that. Yeah, they're lined up in the eye in the freaking scope right now in the target. Yeah, just keep going along with that. You first. Thank you very much. You first. Yes, you too. Keep going there. Move along, folks. Moving on. Keep believing what you believe in. Yeah, moving on. I'm still staying right here. See you later. Bye. 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 See ya. Off. See ya. Off you go. Did that bring up a visual? Did for me. Oh, man. With your yellow and purple hair, yep, you go on. Your little, yep, you with your little flower power. No scroll. Go ahead, too. You with no top? Drawings, whatever. I'm just trying to bring up, see, I can't show you pictures. I have to, a narrative, like sound effects that you get. Well, you didn't have sound effects. But you can imagine them. Just imagine cars going by on the road. Shh, those cars, yeah. Not a very fast, maybe 30 miles. So they're only going 50. They're going 30. Anyway, and the weirdest, freakiest dressed people that you ever saw in your entire life or seen on any kind of media, freakazoid looking type of characters and dress, or lack thereof dress. Imagine anything to your wild imagination that, and you pretty much have a good picture. Now imagine thousands of people all gathered, like stream up towards a kind of focal point of mania and debauchery. I hope I described that well. One thing I'm thankful for is in the area where I hang out outdoors. Not that, at least not without two legs. I've never seen just regular slithering snakes, but only the. So actually, to be fair, some of them were. I take it back. Oh man, I'm so far out all that train wreckery. All right, I coined a new term. Thank you. Now we went up to a 12, so I guess I better talking down. And God Rockin' how's? Are you there? You boomer.
What's wrong with the boomers?
Okay, rookie, you boomer. Or you're younger than.
I'm not a boomer. I'm not. I'm born in 70.
Like a millennial. A millennial.
I think I'm technically, I guess, whatever that means.
Yeah, it means like, yeah, born around 1970. Pretty sure.
Okay, so anyway, what's up?
Keep listening. Yeah, I don't know, nothing, man. I'm trying to provoke conversation. I'm bored.
I know. What's up with everybody? Why is everybody like distant and like not around lately.
I don't know. Everybody hate the
I don't know either. It's kind of weird.
banker.
It's like they're avoiding us.
Creation Bear. Yeah. So I love those guys all the time. And AI is quite a bit about.
I don't know if it's just me, but you keep skipping out a little bit. Like part of what you're saying is coming through with some of them. Yeah.
I'm
not sure if anybody else can verify it, but it's just it's almost like your mic is going off and on or something. Like it's
too loud. Maybe it's too. Okay, maybe I should back. Okay, how's this? Is that better?
Well, you're not skipping now, so I assume you did right.
I just moved the mic away about another foot or something. So I was probably maybe too close. Might have been cutting out at the top because I have it turned up quite high. But if I turned it down lower, then it seems to be apparently.
Right.
Just balance with it's still a learning curve with technology. Yes. Yeah, it's really cool. To create Gospel Bearer sent me these things called kefir grains. Put them in milk, and I'm watching the process, which is really what the enzymes just change. It's converting that fat, and so it's converting the fat from milk.
But Sonny, you're not fat, are you?
And something that's digestible. No, I'm super skinny, bro.
I'm kidding. You're kidding. You know.
I'm super skinny.
Supposed to be fun. I know you are.
Skinny as I've been since high school, almost. I'm super skinny. A little too skinny because I have some muscular problems. And when I put on a little weight, I feel better.
Yeah. I used to be really big, and I lost a lot of weight, and everybody thinks I'm crazy or on drugs.
Well, I've been on drugs fairly recently.
Yeah, I've done drugs, but it's been years.
I'm not now, and I just want to stay the way I am now, like with some cannabis. Like I'm getting everything fixed, so I'm clearing myself out. I have distilled water all the. Now I have the luxury of having really good water. Like thank God, and it was a cheap investment. Buy a small still. Fits on a stovetop, 2.5 gallons, and I ran it for 12 hours nonstop for about a week, and I have more than 10 of excess water. I'm going on the third 5-gallon jug, so I'll have 15 gallons sitting around. Then I'll just have to do a little bit of a couple times a week, run it for 4 hours. Couple times a week and have plenty of water now since I've got excess. And that's what I was hoping before, because I was telling somebody it was hard because I don't have a car. There's an elevator, of course, but if I have to hike with 5 gallons a week of water, whatever it means you want to think of that as.
Right.
That's hard work. I don't walk around for a half a mile gallon of water. So if I have a rolling cart, I was having to put 4 gallons, and I broke a bunch of carts too because I was carrying that much weight.
Wow.
Carrying from the grocery store my water. So now I don't have that burden, and it truly was a burden. So I'm all for that. Now I got more, and I'm healthy everywhere. When I boil eating macaroni and cheese, I'm not ashamed to say sometimes I have to eat macaroni and cheese. It's not the best thing. Sometimes I can't finish it. But everything tastes better. My tea tastes better. My coffee tastes better. I love it. Everything that I cook with that water tastes better. I drink it when I'm on my bicycle. I drink that water, tastes better. All my water. I've got water now. I'm gonna start filling more bottles, more stainless steel bottles. Fill up. Steel bottles are great. It never goes bad in there. The distilled water, and it never smells. Like my plastic bottles, I have to open. at night and leave them open, or else they'll go bad. But I can leave my bottles open, still water, plastic ones, and they stay fresh as a little sea salt in my water.
Precious.
Yep. Yep. And I tell you what, since I started drinking distilled water and everything is in my distilled water, I pee like so much more than I drink. I can't. Yeah, it's amazing. Like I would think, okay, I only drank like a 6-ounce glass of water, and I peed 3 times, and it seemed like 20 ounces, or let's say, 20 ounces each time. That's like 6 ounces to like 60 ounces. How did I pee that much? I mean, of course, it was a few hours later, but I don't know.
Yeah.
But we need the water. Like, honestly, on my walk from the store the other day, I had a bunch of shit in there. Like, even now, like, if I get, like, that's about all I could carry anyway with something that has wheels. But anyway, I ate almost a whole bag of cherries, like regular cherries, like on the way from the store, and
yeah, that'll make you go good. Cherries are good.
That was cool. Just
right out.
Trim some cherries,
right out.
Spit those things out.
Yep. And about 6 hours later, woo! Hello.
Oh yeah, well, always good though.
Oh yeah, good, but fine.
Yeah, because actually I've been eating a lot of meat, so to like eat something that is laxative, like, or else you have a problem. But I also I was on the mend, almost nothing but eggs, because I couldn't stomach anything. My stomach, and I had thought I had nerve damage. I'm like out riding every day. So finally, I was off the bike for, I don't know, damaged my. I healed very quickly. Well, I drank regular egg and made an eggnog every day. Maybe a couple times I did. And I started eating a bunch of chicken, but by itself, and hamburger just by itself. Nothing else with it. I rather eat a meal like. I don't want anything else by itself. I don't want no vegetables. Thing to. So that's why I eat, and it makes me well because my stomach doesn't get upset. Like it used to get upset mixing all these different foods. Start mixing and stuff. So today all I have
vegetables. What's the matter with you?
No, I do like vegetables, but I don't sit there and make a big old salad now. Like I used to sit there and eat I don't necessarily need all that. Like it's hard for me to digest.
Things are changing.
Yeah, I don't know. I do well with just eating. I don't eat pork at all. Not at all. If I can. I mean, there might be a chance a pizza or something. Yeah, it's all good. Just eating pork.
Well, I must say I'm proud of you, no matter what, that you're doing so well. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. It's not easy.
Yeah, I've had to walk. 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 good to talk myself. No different. Boneless rib roast. Cross rib roast. That's gonna. It's It's 1.2. It's 1.72 pounds. Today, actually, I just had coffee and cannabis until about 1 o'clock, and that's it. And
that's probably all you need for breakfast, right?
Yeah, until noontime afternoon. Then all I ate was a little bit of yogurt and I had some of the kefir that I'm making. I tried, but only a couple teaspoons of that. Yeah, it's. Then I ate a regular, my own sauerkraut. So far, that's it. And I'm gonna cook a roast later.
Yeah, you need some meat. That's for damn sure. Get you some rain while you're at it.
Oh yeah, but I do well with eating almost like a today. Like I just drink water and eat, and then if I go out.
What kind of water though? You make your own water?
Yeah, I make my own water. That's
dope, dude. Me too.
Yeah, I just started recently. Actually, I remember talking with you. Hold on.
You shower in the water that you make?
No,
but you bathe with that?
Listen, though, I reduced the amount of time.
I didn't hear what he said. What did he say?
I don't shower. Listen, I don't shower as much. I can go 2-3 days without showering.
Yeah, but what do you shower when you do shower?
Yeah, I still use the shower, but pretty soon I'll have enough.
You're hypocritical, right? You make your own water, but then you go back to the Glover logic, right? Is that right, Sonny? Thanks for admitting that on live stream.
No, yeah, I don't mind. It's okay because.
So what's preventing you to be like a little hummingbird and do a bird bath?
But listen, bro, I have. Well, listen.
I don't want to listen to you say you. I don't want to listen to you tell me to listen about you killing yourself slowly, right? I don't want to hear that. So just if you're gonna make your own water, right? Clean yourself with that. How hard is that?
Bro, listen. If you just let me finish, I have reduced the amount drastically that I have used that water. So
it should be zero, Sonny.
Okay, bro. Okay. Maybe it should be. Actually, I've contemplated.
If my fat ass can do it, you can do it, Sonny. Come on now.
I could start today.
I'm twice your size, bro. I'm twice your size. And I haven't bathed in tap water in 9 years, Sonny.
I bet you are. But that's good, man. No, I appreciate it.
I'm just trying to help you because I give a fuck about you. So I hope you understand that.
Well, check it out. I give a F about myself.
All right, well, show me.
So yeah, I have enough water now. Like I don't mind doing.
And Larry's here too. What's up, Larry?
I have washcloth and I have like really good I like natural glycerin soap that's made
I haven't used soap in 9 years. It's poison, bro.
Yeah, no, I like regular.
All you need is water.
All I need is
distilled water, rain. That's all you need.
Yeah.
You know, in Leviticus, they told him to wash dead clothes, like the bodies of the dead. He said, wash them in water. That's all you need. You just need pure, clean, distilled water. That's it.
Good. That probably feel great for that. Right.
Rain's free, bro.
Yeah, I love that. You know what I love? It's been here since the moment that it was here. Whenever that was, because I don't know when it started being here. It said that God was hovering over the face of the water. So,
verse 2.
I imagine the water was still here. The water and the natural laws surrounding water apparently already existed as a fundamental thing.
Look, people can't even get over the globe Earth, right? If you can't even get over the Earth, right? How are you going to get over the water, dude?
The water, the face of the water, nonetheless. So the water has been here forever. water is here in this enclosed system has always been here, and the water cycle still continues on. Therefore, any water that is coming out of anywhere that is water here has always been here. It'll go evaporate, change form, go, become ice, whatever it does, all through the whole process of the year. It's always been here.
Well, the water eats the earth, right?
Yeah, well, it's the universal.
Well, where's the earth coming from? How are we making more earth? Is that volcanoes, or what do you think?
Who says we're making more?
No, if the water's eating the earth, right, and it's been here for God knows how long, right? What's making more earth?
Well, I don't think it eats the earth. Literally, it dissolves it and breaks it down into smaller pieces like sand.
Yeah.
But as far as consuming it to where it's no longer there, I don't think that happens.
Yeah,
if anything, it just breaks it down into very small particles, and then when it settles and it can settle somewhere in the form of silt or sand, and then at some point maybe get re-solidified because of pressure, weight of the water, or just falling into the crack of the earth somewhere and having it close back up on it and crush it till it's hard again. So I don't think the earth goes anywhere. It might change form, and if you can enlighten me on to something other than that, then I would be willing to listen. There's also something called colloidal silica. That is silica that is so fine of particles that it floats in water. It's called colloidal. Now, that also hasn't gone anywhere. It's just broken down into its smallest form. And then when it settles down into silt under pressure, it can, and sometimes it does, form back into rock again.
Yeah.
And if you can enlighten me on something different than that,
it seems
I'd be willing to listen.
It seems that stuff has always been here as well. Like you said, it changes form, then it becomes silt again, then it settles down, then that creates forms of land. This is going on and on and on.
Well, I mean, there's the furnaces too underneath the volcano, so
there's something. There must be something. It has
so
to
whatever's fueling the furnaces, I guess. I guess it all makes sense.
That would be interesting to know what's fueling the furnaces, because there's got to be something making that. That something's coming up out of the ground over there.
It could be organic material. It could be organic material. It decomposes what's called mulch, or where does that stuff heats up when it's under pressure? So there's some people that claim that it could be possible that volcanoes are nothing more than ancient mine dumps, and down deep in the earth, they put all these different material in there, like organic material, and then as it decomposes under pressure, it gets super, super hot, and just like a pile of compost you put in your backyard, if you go out, it'll actually catch on fire. Sometimes it gets so hot.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
actually,
and Godrock, and think about that along with what you just said about that. Think about what they found when they dug the borehole in Siberia. They found it turned into like a super duper thick, like honey type consistency that they couldn't drill through anymore. That kind of where all this pressure, that would be kind of like the beginning stages. What happens when they get further and further down? There's something else down there that's creating a tremendous amount of turning this stuff.
If there's any organic material. Yeah, if there's any organic material at all under that much pressure, once it starts to decompose, it gets very, very hot, and it can just, I don't know how hot it can get, especially in a situation where it's deep in the earth under all that pressure, along with the compost or whatever might be down there. I can imagine it could get very hot, and once it does, it wants to. Yeah. So that's just a guess that maybe something like that might be going on, because that to me makes sense. But there also could be something else, like Drinker just said. It could be like some type of furnace that's naturally in the earth, something that was created by our Creator. I have no idea.
Well, that like all that biologic material that is in the dirt in the ground that all kind of gets recycled. And where was I going with that? Yeah, but there's also gases that are created by this process as well. A tremendous amount of all the gases are being created mostly, surface level and beneath surface level. There's a tremendous amount of gas. They find pockets of full-on petroleum gas, that's down there like propane, sitting in caverns. There above, pools of petroleum, stuff like that. There's tons of gas and things, and those will find fissures, things like that. All the process going on involved at the same time, plus all those other going on. But yeah, something's creating. I'd sure like to know where. I know it's not the center of the earth. It's because there is no freaking center. But apparently there's waters beneath too. So probably more water underneath the ground than there is the ocean. Well, no, that's not possible. Or let's just say nearly as much.
Well, I've thought about that scenario for a long time now, Sonny, about the great deep that's below the earth.
Yeah.
And so it says the earth is mounted on pillars, foundation and pillars. And the pillars, since how the earth is immovable, the common sense thing to think, in my opinion, is that the pillars obviously go down, and who knows how far, to where they actually hit something solid like bedrock, like something immovable. And that's what makes the earth immovable, because the pillars are fastened to the immovable layer below us. And then they go up however so high, and the Lord built the foundation, and then commanded the earth to come out of the water, which makes sense because there could have been all the earth could have been just colloidal silica in the water, massive quantities in this enormous amount of water, which could be the size of, what these globers think the universe might be. It could be just water.
It might only be massive. It might only be a
It could be anything. As far
as God, these could be just little pinches of grains here, a few pinches here. Those could be all of the earth we know. To the Creator, like for all we know, these are just pinches of salt here and there that are creating her own ground above sea level.
But anyway, I'm just saying that if there's that much water, which I believe there is, beyond the firmament and underneath the earth, and the pillars go down through water, I think it's just a guess.
Yeah.
But if there's that much water, and if there was colloidal silica in the water, even just particles floating around, then God commanded those particles to gather together and form the land, and then had it surface out and sit on top of the foundation that He built for the earth. So I'm just trying to put it together. I put a lot of thought into this, and that's just a concept of my own in my own mind. But I'm trying to keep it as real as I can as far as the scriptures go, because His Spirit was over the face of the waters. And when you say the face of the waters, that means that there was actually a flat face of the water. And so what was above that, who knows? Probably wasn't just more water, because in order to have face of the water, you've got to have it sit in a container or in whatever and have a face there. There literally has to be a physical face of the water. So I don't really know what's above that. I have no idea. But the only thing I know that inside our sealed system, we have what's called atmosphere gases that are formed at the ground level by the earth, by trees, by compost, by all these different ways that nature produces these gases. Is all part of his design to create the atmosphere that we breathe today. And it's all concealed within our sealed system. Anyway, that's kind of what I think is going on, and I could be completely wrong, but I'm just going by what Scripture has enlightened me to actually think maybe where we live. Sorry if I crashed the party. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shut the room down. So I'll just mute my mic and move on, I guess.
Wait, it's been quiet this whole... Seriously? Hey, Glatflobe, how's it going? Calling all Glatflobes. Calling all Glatflobes. Glatflobes. Okay, dope.
So what's up, people? This is Robert Mazzano. I'm coming to you guys today. And I got a follow-up email from the special agent in charge and resident investigator for NASA's Office of Inspector General Investigations Division. These are the guys that investigate fraud, waste, and abuse with NASA. Any type of contracting programs, you name it. They take complaints. So I got a follow-up email from, and it was pretty quick. It took them literally less than 24 hours to get back to me. And what I want to bring to you guys today is that the recommendation that was provided to me was that I contact the Goddard Space Center's Hubble Space Telescope team, HST. So we're going to do that today together. And we're going to see if we can get a hold of one of these team members. We're going to go down the list. I'm not going to go through the complete list, but we're going to dial their number together, and we're going to see how we can actually talk to one of these people to see if we can get some clear-cut answers on why on NASA's website there's no real-time video at all of the Hubble. There's only computer graphic generated images and video of what Hubble's supposedly supposed to be doing. Okay? Ain't nothing fucking top secret about space, people. If Hubble's looking out there, we should be able to see everything they see. Not something that's fucking redacted or watered down or computer generated to, you know, basically siphon out the whatever the fuck is else out there looking at. Or even make a determination if the fucking thing even exists. I don't think it exists, but the question I'm going to ask one of these people who might answer the phone is, you guys got every other STS mission that serviced Hubble, but why isn't Hubble in the Federation Aeronautic International database? Okay? NASA is actually a member of this organization. It's older than NASA, so I want to know why they didn't file the application to put it in the record books as the greatest mass lifted to the greatest altitude. Okay? So let's see what they say. Let's dial the number. The number I was provided was 301-286-2000. So let's see what we can see. Okay?
Thank you for calling NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, located on Greenbelt Road in Greenbelt, Maryland, 20771. Please select one of the following. For directions to the center, press 1. For departmental directory, press 2. For NASA employee directory, press 3. For
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q, press 7. For Z, press 9. For help, press 0.
So they're asking me to spell the last name. Let's spell Krause's last name. So we got
Patrick Krause.
At extension 61067, press pound. To cancel, press star.
Press pound. Okay. Immediately disconnected as soon as we pressed his extension. So let's try one more time. Pat Krause, as soon as we click the number,
Thank you for calling
they hung up
NASA
on us.
Goddard Space Flight Center, located on Greenbelt Road in Greenbelt, Maryland, 20771. Please select one of the following. For directions to the center, press 1. For departmental directory, press 2. Please select one of the following. For public affairs, press 1. For visitor center, press 2. For the Office of Human Capital Management, press 3. For security office, press 4. For procurement, press 5. For excess sales, press 6. For library, press...
Let's try that one more time, people.
Thank you for calling NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, located on Greenbelt Road in Greenbelt, Maryland, 20771. Please select one of the following. For directions to the center, press 1. For departmental directory, press 2. For NASA employee directory, press 3.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q, for
Patrick Krause.
at extension 61067, press pound. To cancel, press star.
Press pound. Mr. Krause, not available. Let's try the next gentleman, Mr. Jim Jelic. Jelitic.
Thank you for calling NASA Goddard.
Okay.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q,
A-E-L-E-T-I-C.
there are two matching names. Select the name by number. For new search, press star. For
Peter Bertoni.
at extension 6067, for press 1. For
Kelly Gillette.
at extension 40980, press 2. No.
Okay. Deputy Project Manager, not there. Let's go to Mission Operations Manager, Dave Haskins. Let's see if we can reach Mr. Haskins.
Thank you.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q. There are 4 matching names. Select the name by number. For new search, press star. For
Darlene Harkins.
at extension 65075, press 1. For
Dave Haskins.
at extension 62114, press 2.
Dave Haskins. Number immediately fucking hangs up. This is fucking incredible, people. None of these fucking people are available.
Thank you for calling NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. Look.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q, press 7. For for
Mike.
at extension 61437, press pound. To cancel, press star.
This is Mike.
Mike, Miss Linsky?
Yes.
Mr. Linsky, sorry about that. This is Robert Bassano. How are you? I'm a graduate student. I wanted to know if there was just a couple of questions you could help me out with some answers. I'm on you guys' website right now, and it's regarding Hubble.
Okay.
Okay.
Who are you with?
I'm a graduate student at university.
Okay. What?
I'm working on a MATLAB image processing toolbox application that processes a variety of images to determine the relation with other images that might have been manipulated or amended, or maybe it was to determine the original source. So for a project that I'm involved in, I'm actually using some of the images from Hubble and SOFIA to conduct comparative analysis. That's it. So I have some questions regarding HST that would help me out with kind of understanding a little bit more about some of the photos that are and images that are available on you guys' website that I'm looking at right now.
Okay. Well, I would have to refer you to our Science Institute for talking about the science images.
Well, no, I don't need to talk about the science images per se. Okay, I'm wanting to know if there are any available video images or any other assets in GeoSync that actually conduct sort of an inspection, a video or photographic inspection of HST as it goes around in GeoSync. Because I'm looking at all the videos you guys have online on NASA's website, and all the videos that I've seen, they're all CGI and computer generated, illustrations and other type of computer generated images that are not original source, coming straight from Hubble or any other asset vehicle that may be within range of Hubble to take photographs of it.
Okay, but again, I would have to refer you to our Science Institute.
Well, you're the deputy missions operations manager, right?
Yes, I am, but I'm not at liberty to talk to you about specific Hubble items.
Well, I'm not asking for specific Hubble items. I mean, well, let me ask this general question: are you able to view Hubble in real time?
To view Hubble in real time? No,
Yeah. Are you able to obtain and view a real-time image of Hubble as it is right now, wherever it is?
No, we can't do that.
Or is there any other vehicle that can view Hubble in operation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Can I ask you how long you've been working on the team with the HST team?
I've been with HST over 25 years.
Now, have there been any real-time video, high-definition video images of Hubble at 330 miles or so?
Not that I'm aware of.
There are none.
Not that I'm aware of.
Wow. Yeah, so S&T wouldn't be able to tell me anything. I mean, you're the DMO, you're the DMOM, and you're saying in 25 years you've never seen Hubble actually in real time.
Well, we certainly had servicing missions.
Well, yeah, you've had servicing missions, but you're not able to see what's going on with Hubble from the ground in real time.
We do not have optical tracking of Hubble from the ground. That's true.
Okay, so you don't have optical tracking of Hubble from the ground?
No, you don't.
Wow. So if let's just say if I use my Celestron, there's no way for me to actually get a visual, real-time visual of Hubble as it say was passing over Virginia.
You might be able to, track the sunlight that lens off of it.
Well, wait. I'll be able to track what?
Sunlight reflecting off of it. But operationally, we did not look at the vehicle, from the ground. We use radio signals that transmit engineering data from the vehicle to us, but we do not look at it physically.
Okay, when STS missions or any other mission goes up to service Hubble, well, I mean, the last time Hubble was serviced was the last shuttle mission, right?
Well, not the last shuttle mission, but we were last serviced in 2008.
Oh, so the last servicing mission was in 2008, and from the research I did, I think they put up the WFPC-3 camera, right? That was the last camera installed.
Right.
Okay. So when they service, what altitude is Hubble at when STS goes up to service it? I mean, does it drop down to an altitude where STS, can get within range of it? Or does STS go up to that altitude?
The space shuttle goes up to that altitude.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around this because ISS is somewhere around 230, 240. Hubble's supposed to be almost 100 miles above ISS. But I've never seen any video from servicing where any STS mission has gone that far out above ISS. I mean, I know we have GeoSync out there, way above that, but I've never seen that. That's what I'm trying to look for. I'm trying to find video in NASA's archive where they actually show the mission with them approaching and doing the orbits to, gain altitude to get to Hubble. Or is there there's no other video available of that? I mean, I can understand if there is video and it's classified, that's completely understandable. No one's ever going to see that. That's classified data. But are there any open source videos that would show this?
They would actually show it from outside of the space shuttle. You talking about something watching the space shuttle?
Yeah, just showing STS actually getting ready to approach Hubble to capture it so it can be serviced.
No, I know no video showing that.
So, as Deputy Mission Operations Manager, and this is more of a mathematical question, maybe you can or cannot answer it. I had watched a video of Don Pettit talking about the tyranny of the rocket equation. So, based on the weight of Hubble, I'm still trying to figure out the math on how much fuel. Was there more than 93 or 95% fuel required to get 25,000-pound telescope up in GeoSync?
Are you talking about the fuel on the space shuttle?
Yeah, I mean when HST launched, when HST launched, that's 25,000 pounds.
They actually took us to the highest altitude possible that they could achieve.
And what was that?
With the space shuttle. Pardon me?
What was that? What was that altitude?
Oh, I'd have to look that up. I don't know that number offhand.
Because I looked at about a dozen videos with telemetry data, and I always see STS separate from the main fuel tank at around 340, 350,000 feet, and then it continues on, accelerating and gaining velocity so it could get at terminal velocity of around 17,000. But then from there, I've never seen any other footage where STS is gone higher than ISS.
It's certainly, like you said, we're about 100 miles above ISS.
Yeah, it's about 100. Now, let me. The one critical question I want to ask is this: are you familiar with the Federation Aeronautique Internationale database, the FAI.org?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Well, I am, and NASA is actually a member of FAI. Every single, well, not, I wouldn't say every single STS mission, but I'd say about 2/3 of the STS missions, specifically the servicing missions for HST, are in this database. It's FAI.org, Federation Aeronautique Internationale. And when I put in the data for STS-31 on April 24th, 1990, nothing comes up. So I decided to use some other search query factors. I put in the crew members' names. Nothing comes up. I put in the STS mission number. Nothing comes up. So then I decided, okay, this falls under another category, and they have a list of category that describe, one or more astronauts traveling to a celestial body, one or more astronauts, the amount of time they spent in space, so on and so forth, durations. So I decided to click on the selection that says greatest mass lifted to greatest altitude. Okay? So I automatically and logically assumed that, STS was one of the greatest mass, if not the greatest mass lifted to greatest altitude of 330 miles. And there's nothing in the database. So over a period of 4 months, I kept checking the database. And FAI actually they shut down the website and then updated their database. And I'm not sure if this was direct, but I had sent them an email saying, I'm looking for this particular mission on this particular date. Here goes the data. Is there a possibility that you have a problem updating your database? Could you please let me know or correct this? So a few days later, the website went down and it came back up. So I went searching for the data again. Now, I'm making a weekly habit of doing this. Checking, because maybe it's just some sort of database entry error that's common in just about every single local, national, international database with that type of error that may occur where maybe I'm not using the right search criteria. So I sent FAI.org an email asking them, could you please let me know if I'm not looking at this the right way? Could you locate this information in your database? They sent me back an email telling me, no, this was not registered in our database. No one filed an application for this to be put into the record book. So the conclusion I'm coming to is this. Is there a reason why NASA didn't put HST in the record books, but they put every servicing mission in the record books? Because every servicing mission is listed. But STS-31 on April 24, 1990 is not listed.
I can't speak to that, but obviously that's not a NASA database.
No, I do. I'm completely, I understand that, but again, I know it's not a database that NASA maintains in the database at all. So I please forgive me for saying this. Just please forgive me, and I don't want it to sound like some sort of crackpot idea or weird conspiracy, because that's not where I'm going with this. I have to say that I'm questioning that Hubble is even where they say it is. Because why wouldn't a $1.5 billion telescope, which is being used by every university around the world and every scientist who's involved in any kind of astrophysics, astrodynamics, just space exploration period, if we're getting these images from Hubble and SOFIA, which is a 747 special purpose, with the same exact technical specifications when it comes to the telescope, Sophia's taking the same exact pictures of Hubble. And that's where the disparity in image analysis comes in, because I have a half a dozen photos I took off from NASA's website for Hubble and Sophia, and when I ran them through MATLAB's image processing toolbox for comparative analysis, that those images came from the same source. And it wasn't at 330 miles above the surface of the Earth. So that's
interesting.
That's where I'm trying to understand. You know, I'm mostly into IT, sir. That's what I do. I'm into information technology, security engineering, and database management. And I know NASA has a massive database. You guys got over a dozen supercomputers all around the country, all around the world that need to be managed just about by any and everybody. And their tasks are solely to keep the systems up to date and make sure they're operating efficiently and effectively, so that you can be able to go to your computer terminal and type up a query, and that information comes up literally in a nanosecond. That's how readily available it is. So my problem right now is that it makes no sense to me and why STS-31 is not in the database. And you confirm that you've worked for them for 25 years, and nobody sitting at Goddard who's on the Hubble team has ever seen Hubble in real time conducting any operations on the ground that could have been shot from another satellite asset with a high definition camera and imaging to take a picture of Hubble. The only videos go ahead.
Why would you expect anybody to do that?
Well, I'm going to explain to you why. Because I used to be in the military, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. You don't send out a drone or an ROV and not have cameras on it so that you can track where it's going and where it's at and what might come in contact with it to interfere with its operations. And just to be honest with you, if, paying my taxes, $1.5 billion, I'd want to keep an eye on that asset. Not just from signal and telemetry data, but I also, in the 21st century, I need to have eyes on when I need to have eyes on, just in case something went wrong.
Well, if something goes wrong, it wouldn't be something external necessarily.
No, that's not. I wouldn't say that that's so, because I know of at least a few events where Hubble had to be retasked because it had to avoid collision with something else that was up there.
Well, you're misinformed then.
Well, I can't be misinformed if the data actually came from NASA.
Could you point me to where it says that Hubble was actually retasked because of some external, I'll call it a threat, or external, object?
No, I mean, it had to be flipped around. It had to be maneuvered to go to either a higher altitude or change its trajectory because there was something up there that might have collided with another satellite from another country.
Well, you are sadly misinformed then.
Okay.
Because Hubble doesn't even have a propulsion system, so it can't possibly change its orbit by itself.
So how does it move position? How do you change the position of it?
I suggest that you build up a little bit more on.
No, I mean, I have the data right up in front of me. I mean, it's right on your website. It's right here, spacecraft and instruments. I'm looking, it's right on the left-hand side. It's an entire PDF. It says what the Hubble's capabilities are, how it maneuvers, how it changes direction.
That's just rotating the vehicle. That is not changing altitude. That is not changing trajectory. That is not changing orbit.
Okay.
That is just changing its orientation.
So you're saying that Hubble actually stays at the same altitude through every orbit, and it doesn't decay in altitude. It doesn't lose altitude.
It loses altitude because of atmospheric drag.
Okay, so when it loses out. So over 20 years at 330 miles, if we do the mathematics, ISS loses somewhere between 1.5 to 2 miles every 3 to 5 minutes. So what is keeping over 20 years? Hubble should actually almost be within 10 miles of ISS.
Well,
sir, I've done the math. I don't know about you, sir, but I've done the math. At 340 miles, that's what's on your website, 15 orbits a day, Hubble should actually be nearly within 10 miles of ISS if ISS is actually at somewhere around 220, 245 miles. That's the stated standard data. I've actually seen data on NASA's website. It's clear as day. I can send you the information where actually ISS has gone from 245 miles to 190 miles above the surface of the Earth. And then it jumped. And then they fired whatever thrusters or whatever to put it back up into its normal geosync orbit at low Earth altitude elliptical orbit. So if you're saying, I'm not disagreeing. Yes, Hubble is losing altitude. But if that's the case and there's nothing to propel it back up to its original operating altitude of 340 miles, over a 20-year period, Hubble should be, this year, within 10 to 20 miles of the ISS.
Well,
visual line of sight, no optical assessment or adjustment. I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with orbital mechanics?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you familiar with atmospheric drag?
Yes, sir, I am. I know that Hubble, I know the ISS.
Cycle?
I'm sorry, sir?
Are you familiar with the solar cycle?
Yes, sir, I am.
And its effect on the atmosphere?
Yes, sir, I am. I've been doing nothing but studying that for 3 years.
Okay, so obviously you know during solar minimums, the atmosphere contracts and there's very, very little drag at Hubble's altitude. So your 2 miles per year is a very gross oversimplification.
No, I didn't say 2 miles per year. No, I didn't say 2 miles per year. ISS is 100 yards long, 50 yards wide, give or take. Okay, it's 3 to 5 times the size of Hubble. Okay, so you have a larger mass, traveling at somewhat maybe a comparable speed. It's at lower altitude, so yes, you're going to have more drag. Hubble's at 100 supposed to be 100 miles above that, so yes, you're going to have less atmosphere, but a little bit more. You're still going to have the atmospheric drag because neither vehicle is in free space, a vacuum.
Right.
Neither vehicle.
And also, the Hubble orbit was raised during the servicing on 2 of the servicing missions.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. I agree with you on that because I looked at the servicing missions, and it seems as though each servicing mission, Hubble dropped down based on its 15 orbits a day. If it's behaving the same way the ISS is, losing about a mile and a half to 2 miles every 5 minutes in an elliptical fashion, if Hubble's doing the same thing, that means that the STS servicing missions were able to get within a specific distance of it at a specific time to capture it, and then once they service it, they basically jettison it back up to where it should have been, which is around 330, 340 miles. But then after 2008, the last servicing mission, we're looking at 8 years. So again, you factor in from 2008 to now, within this year, Hubble's going to be within 10 to 20 miles of ISS. That's mathematics, sir. That's the mathematics that you and I've learned. Give or take. I don't have a supercomputer, so I can't do the exact numbers, but the rough calculations tell me that Hubble could be within visual eyesight view without a telescope, without binoculars. You'd be able to have literally line of sight from ISS to take maybe a Canon 100 millimeter, 300 millimeter camera, flip around backwards and take a photo of it when it passes over the ISS.
Well, I do not know what the ISS current altitude is.
Well, I think the current altitude of ISS should be somewhere, because ESA actually listed. And again, I mean, I had asked this question of why isn't, HST in this international database. I know someone at NASA is submitting the application for all other STS missions. Why didn't someone decide to submit the most important piece of technology ever to exist to mankind, put it in the international database? No other country is ever going to launch something that big, especially a telescope. Right now, the ISS is at, according to this data, it says the ISS is at 251.77 miles, 76. It's dropping right now. And its velocity is 17,166 miles. Longitude 153.883, actually 154. Latitude is 39.517. That's where ISS is right now. Of course, they don't have any, there's no similar database online to do the same thing for Hubble. And that's understandable. But
but there is.
Is there a website for same as ISS?
Well, I don't know what you're using for ISS.
Well, I'm using ISS Tracker. ISStracker.com.
Okay.
And ESA actually listed as well. European Space Agency. Yeah, I'm using ISStracker.com. This is real-time data. Supposedly real-time data.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's plenty of satellite tracking apps that have a large database.
Yeah. I have about 20 of them in my repertoire that I can check. Can't check them simultaneously, but I go after the ones that are reliable because I found a few sites where they actually try to manipulate the data, but these are third parties who have no affiliation to the space agency. So ISS Tracker actually uses the data right off of the European Space Agency.
Okay. Well, there's certainly similar ones for Hubble. I mean, you can get Hubble's real-time position. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to waste a lot of your time, Mike. It concerned me. I'm going to be honest with you. It really concerned me that HST was not in an international database, but the servicing missions are.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you put all the servicing missions, but you wouldn't put the primary mission to even put the vehicle where it is? I got another theory to it on atmospheric drag that I'm actually playing around with. I'm starting to look deeper into superfluid helium-4, and it's just one of those type of things that I've seen it do some really strange things in a laboratory setting. And some other colleagues of mine at the university were actually entertaining the idea, the possibility, theoretically, that the upper atmospheres beyond HST could be superfluid helium. It's zero viscosity, but what we're trying to ascertain is, could it be actually a combination of what CERN and NASA are considering to be dark matter or dark fluid, which is absorbing 99.96% of all visible light? And that's why when you're looking at these videos of HST being serviced, you see absolutely no other light. Absolutely none. And it has nothing to do with the resolution of the camera and what mode the camera may be in to capture that type of light. If you've got billions of stars out into free space, then or even within atmosphere, even a cluster should be generating some sort of light, and you see absolutely nothing. And the only way that that's possible is if actually what you're looking at when you're up in altitude in space, which is beyond 328,000 feet, is you're looking at dark fluid and superfluid helium, because the only way a vehicle the size of a school bus or the size of a football field could be in geosync orbit performing those operations would be in a helium environment, a liquid fluid helium environment where the temperature is almost absolute zero. You can do it in a laboratory. That may be what's up above us.
And what kind of densities are you talking about?
Well, the densities are already stated with helium-4. Helium-4 everyone's trying to wrap their head around how could it actually still stay a liquid at absolute zero. See, no one can answer that, and I've looked at every university paper I could possibly collect, and it can't be simulated. You can't get anything to absolute zero on Earth. We don't have the technical capability to do it, and you can't do it on the ISS because the ISS can't. I mean, you're in a microgravity environment. There's atmosphere. You can't create it in a vacuum either, because there is no such thing as a complete vacuum. And the reason why I say you can't do it in a vacuum is because the Glenn Research Center has the largest vacuum chamber in the world, but it's a contained environment, meaning that you have walls, you have limits. You can't create a vacuum chamber large enough to duplicate the potential experiment to get close enough, because if you did, you'd probably suck half of NASA into that vacuum chamber if there was some sort of malfunction. I mean, it would be a massive implosion. And you can't contain superfluid helium even at close to absolute zero, for the simple fact that you have to create some sort of carbon nanotube type of container just to keep it in the container, because it wants to find its way out of what it's being contained in. And when you look at what Siri Nanosystems did in UK by creating Vanta Black, and you combine that with superfluid helium, and then you hear scientists are saying that dark matter, aka dark fluid, and you put the two together, you've got your space environment. That's the only way something the size of a football field and the size of a school bus could move around at potentially 5 times the speed of sound in a quasi-microgravity environment for as long as it is. Because what they're saying about superfluid helium is that there's these quantum vortices created, whirlpools, that are spinning at incredible speeds. And what happens is that when they release droplets of superfluid helium in this vacuum, what they witnessed and observed in a controlled experiment environment was that the droplets didn't break apart like normal water molecules would break apart. They remained together, and they formed a flattening ellipsoid egg-shaped type of form. And it started to make sense to me. Wait a minute. That's the only way these vehicles could be up there traveling at those speeds. Because if not, they'd come crashing down within years, not decades. Just some theoretical talk. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not a physicist. I'm working on my master's in applied physics, but trying to get an understanding. And Hubble is continuing to baffle me. Right now, they're showing the Hubble at the latitude is 20. What's the elevation? The altitude is 542 kilometers.
Yeah, okay, sounds about right.
So, but it's a software database, and I can tell you here right now, as a CUDA and GPU programmer and developer, I could create the same thing in a week to mirror this, and it wouldn't need to be real. It'd literally show a picture of me in a little Superman cape, saying, "Hey, this is where I am. I got my hands up. I've got a little tether on the Hubble, and I'm following it. And look at me, And people would. But here's the thing: if I showed you that and put it together in a week, you'd be like, "Oh, that's not real," But I want you to understand, as an up and coming research scientist, the average person, they look at this and they're like, "Oh, well, there goes the Hubble at 542 kilometers." But you show them something they don't know. They don't have even a basic or foundation understanding of how software development, programming, and computer graphic generated images, and how you can actually program something to be in the sky that's really not there.
All right. Yeah.
So
Hollywood does it all the time.
No, I know. I mean, I've actually taken advantage of you guys' software vault, where I can go online and download a lot of the software applications that's available for the technology transfer program. So, it's just one of those things to where I would like to know if it's possible, if anyone I could speak to who's responsible for submitting the information to FAI, to see if maybe there was just an oversight or if it's a mistake, and I hate to say this, that maybe you've been sitting there for 25 years and there's what you think is up there is really not there, and it's actually the photos are being taken by SOFIA, which is at 45,000 feet on a 747.
SOFIA hasn't been flying nearly as long.
Well, the Stratospheric Observatory program has been in existence longer than Hubble.
But they haven't had anything flying for that long. I forget when SOFIA's first.
No. Yeah, SOFIA is not that old. It's been in existence, I think, since 2002 or something, or 2000. What was it? 2004. I think 2002 or 2004. But there were airborne telescope observatories being flown longer than Hubble. You got your own website shows the actual history of the Stratospheric Observatory program, and it actually began with balloons, because there's a satellite identical to Hubble, about 2/3 the size, that was launched from Antarctica on a balloon. There's a photo of that on the U.S. Antarctic website. They launch it from McMurdo.
Well, fine, but the Hubble was taking data at wavelengths that neither SOFIA nor the balloons can.
No. SOFIA can take.
So.
SOFIA can take photos in wavelength. SOFIA can do the same thing as Hubble. Yeah. SOFIA can do the. Matter of fact, the telescope on SOFIA is identical to Hubble. Everything that Hubble can do, SOFIA can do.
Well,
I mean, of course, the plane's got to land, but when it's in the air, it can literally conduct the same technical imagery capture and analysis data that Hubble can do. And of course, Hubble's 24/7. SOFIA's not. But when it's in the air, when SOFIA's been in the air, it literally has captured the same photos as Hubble, and that's how I was able to do the comparison. As a matter of fact, some of the pictures that SOFIA captured were actually at a higher resolution and more clear than Hubble, which also.
If anybody wants me to stop this thing, it goes on for quite a while. I could stop it right now. There's plenty of people in here. You guys should have a conversation instead. I'll cancel the songs and I was gonna. You guys I'll be taking
talk
off.
if somebody wants to talk. I'll say hi.
I'll be taking off outside.
Already outside.
That was an interesting conversation for sure. I was listening to that.
I could restart it. I haven't stopped it yet. If you want to listen to the end of it, but and Jay's moderate, stop it. Well, Lou's here. Lou could stop it at any time. I'll just finish. I'll just play it so you guys can hear.
Play something else.
Well, if you want to finish it, I think it was almost over.
Bro, nobody wants to chat. Everybody wants to listen to a recording of people talking. What the fuck?
I'd rather talk like that.
I just finished having a conversation with someone about God, so I'm not trying to talk about that right now.
Oh, good. We don't talk about that here. How about the flat Earth?
Okay. Should I continue playing Robert Pisamo video, or should I stop it at the?
Stop the fucking.
I'll stop it here. Thanks. All right. I'm gonna take off. You guys. There we go. Player stopped. The queue is cleared.
Super duper.
And I'm Audi 5000.
We.
We're batting 1,000. Is that what you're saying?
What's up?
Well, Hubble's a funny lie. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Who was the guy talking to who now?
Robert. He's from
Robert Pisano. Who is that?
I forget.
Somebody has to explain that to somebody.
Yeah, he has a YouTube channel. It's called
Here you go. Sorry, I had to. Unless you're about to go, I'll post the link. I'm the one who sent that. I'll put it in the live voice.
Most of the audience probably doesn't know who that guy is.
Yeah, exactly.
I know who he is because I watched his videos.
Listen, now that you
right.
I didn't know that's what his name was, though. I just watched his videos. Like, I subbed to his channel or whatever. I'll admit, I know very little about him.
But. The one about
it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Okay.
All satellites are balloons. The one by him is pretty good, but you gotta wait for minutes.
It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Releasing the truth from a lifetime of bondage. Robert Pisano from Planetae Veritas.
There you go. And there, look, thanks, Jin. And there's this other video also on my channel. I mirrored that, and others that video.
Planetae Veritas.
Yeah, just be patient in the very beginning. It's 3 or 4 minutes. He starts talking about them. Got complete silence before then. People go, "Oh, there's no one."
Those globe heads are living in a Newtonian world of Einstein logic. That's another one of Robert Pisano's regular phrases, expressions. Okay, you're living in an Einsteinian world of Newtonian logic. Come out of your nosedive before you crash. That'd be my bit added on.
So I'll catch you guys in a little while.
Yes. So remember, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Planetae Veritas. That's what he says. Robert Pisano, the man, love his stuff. He used to be partners with QE, Quantum Eraser, together, man. You'll notice he's on some of those videos. QE. Planetae Veritas.
Fame means nothing to me. But... That's what everybody's talking about. Has anybody ever watched all of the space missions? Like just gone through all of them, like the STS missions and the SpaceX mission, and watched all the launches and like actually got into that. Or am I the only one? Oh, so I can take over? No. You.
Sonny, put Robert Bisano back on.
Sonny's gone, and how come you never talk? This will be the second time I've ever heard you say anything. The first time was you yelling at me.
So you want to know why I don't talk, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, come on, man. You got something to say. I know you do.
This got a hot mic. Just a little shy about how I'm coming across.
Yeah, we're all shy. I mean,
I'll let the young kids. I'll let the young kids talk.
Okay. Well, young kids aren't. Well, I won't say they're bad or nothing, but
you fit in that category.
Do I? I fit in the kid category. You know how old I am?
Yeah. You're about 40.
No, I'm about 50.
Oh, you're still a few years younger than me.
Oh, darn.
Yeah, I'm closer to Sonny's and God Rockin's age.
Right on.
I'm older than Jen. I'm definitely a boomer. Yeah, I'm older than you, Jen.
I'm how old? I'm 60.
I was born in 59.
Okay, so you're older than my sister.
My mom was born in 55, so but yeah, you're my mom's age.
Yeah.
It's all good.
I've just got back from mountain bike trekking, where today I buckled the front wheel a third of the way round. I went over the handlebars on the left, No damage to my clothing or anything. Just some cuts and abrasions on the knee and on the right shin. But I still was able to carry on. Yeah, to the left. Yeah, I was able to carry on anyway, so I carried on doing that. Because it's downhill. After going up, it was downhill. So the suspension absorbed everything. The suspension absorbs most of that impact, but the front wheel is slightly buckled a third of the way round the circumference there. So I'm going to true that up tomorrow now. But not bad. Such is life on the flat Earth. On a day off.
You don't find out how alive you are until you almost die or until you almost kill yourself.
That's it.
Makes you take a little less time worrying about stupid things and more of enjoying what you got.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You're alive when you're nearly killing yourself.
We all do.
Yeah, I don't want to stop enjoying that. I'm not going to stop enjoying that. I surprise myself every time because, all the reflexes are there. You're going through it, trying to break the fall and that, and then you ride the impact. You make yourself go limp. I mean, after riding for 45 years or so, motorbikes and bicycles, you just know how to fall. Karate also comes in, so you know how to fall and not break bones. Don't fight it. Go with the flow. Yeah, man. So I was lucky, and then hope for the best. Go with the flow and hope with the best. Hope for the best. Yeah. You absorb more impact when you're limp as opposed to trying to tighten up. It's when you break things, rip things. That's what I have learned. So yeah, that was a first crash in maybe 3 years or so. Yeah. So, being very careful, but today it was just a little bit too fast. I approached this particular hump, which is part of a route anyway. And I usually hit the brakes just right and then bunny hop it, but I came down too quick. Just a little lapse of concentration there. I was thinking of something and then I was way too fast. Coming in too hot, hit the brakes, slid a little bit, and then the suspension compressed all the way, but of course I was still too fast. Over the handlebars, I went slow motion and landed.
You compensate for the curve, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I actually felt my body sliding in the clothing. If you can imagine that. Yeah. I actually felt my back sliding in the clothing. So I thought I'd ripped my clothing, but luckily no rips at all, nothing. Just a few green lines which will come out in the wash and I should be okay. Bits of green and mud. But yeah, I was lucky. Because I thought, I've had this cycling gear for 23 years, you see. And I've, where it's ripped, I've sewn it where I've come off before. So, I'm trying to keep it going and that. And yeah, I came off today. Yeah, man. But the body was tough. I took it. Yeah. Well, coming on the back of a workout yesterday. So there you go. But yeah, get into Robert Pisano, man. You can't go wrong there. Just cannot go wrong. These shenanigans he gets up to in bringing out the truth at the same time is just purely entertaining. Class work. Cunning like a fox is. He understands the psychology, all the possible scenarios. He had them all covered before he makes that phone call. All those possible questions. He's very, very sharp, and he's got them like putty in his hands. Yeah, he does a lot of that work. I love it. After what he did, actually, this is going back like 5 years. We decided we're on Hangouts. Okay, we decided to contact, is it the Space Force? Yeah, the new one that was launched by Donald Trump. Is it called the Space Force? Is it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So we decided to contact them to see if we could become recruits. right? And they said that because we thought they were recruiting, they would be recruiting. But it turns out that they weren't even ready to accept recruits. We were ready to become recruits, we said. We're ready to volunteer and they're ready to come in. But they weren't ready to receive. Oh, I see. Weren't ready.
How disappointing.
Yeah. But that impetus came from Robert Pisano after listening to his shenanigans. I thought, yeah, why don't we do that? Someone suggested. And we said, yeah, why not? Okay, let's go for it. And yeah, started ringing them up. Yeah. Took a few goes on the ringing, but we got there in the end. And they were telling us they weren't ready to receive recruits just yet because we wanted to know, how do we apply? How can we register? How do we get in? Do you have to be a serving military personnel to get in or whatever? At this moment, we're not really accepting any recruits for this Space Force thing. You know? Yeah. Like you said, disappointing, but we knew it wasn't going to be like that anyway. Space Force.
Space Force.
Yes. Space Force.
It's part of Cartoon Network.
Space Force.
Space Force. Yes. Secret squirrel.
Yeah, it's so secret. It's hush hush, so you gotta say it.
All right, guys, I'm going to go and get some breakfast. Seeing it's 9:30 in the morning, haven't had anything to eat yet. I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
You Gophers can't stand the pain. Gophers don't stand a chance. Might as well say it. I know it's playing advance, huh? Push these Gophers off me like, push these ballers off me like, push these Gophers off me like, pushing the snakes and pushing the face and pushing them all off me like, pushing them all off me like, yeah. I be immune and shit. They want the moon and shit. They all assuming shit. Know you a joke, flutter this close. I'm with my goons and shit. Know the results, the ballot is in. Yeah, I'm about to boom again. You funny dog. Peekaboo, can hide behind your keyboard, dog. A week or two, I meditate debunking y'all. Swerve, 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 shake the curve off. Yeah. Push these Gophers off me like, push these ballers off me like, push these Gophers off me like, pushing the snakes, and pushing the face, and pushing them all off me like, pushing them all off me like, yeah. Head up, chest out, it's all flat, don't stress now, shh, be quiet, the test out, do a test now, test, hit the silvers up, they need all the love, I have all my love. I mean all of us, it's like 6 o'clock, Healy already drunk, you making it awkward bruh, I mean it's hard enough, I mean it's, they couldn't prove it if they could, pull out a stick, shadows in the hood, Suma glow, pretend it's all good, don't worry about us over here, we good, get off the Snapchat, we bout to flat smack, might get your back crack, facts in the backpack, smoking that flat pack, 3 points cash that, but we smashed that, yeah, got a flat map, check the back snacks, yeah, Glober's ass crack, yeah, I wake and bake, yeah, you just nap, Space DoorDash, yeah, I got the space cash, shout out to space rats, be some space cats, space race wax, spray painted black, about to phase back, yeah, they hate that, they say ain't flat, but they can't math, push them way back, push them way flat, they don't hate that, they just pay back, they just say chat, Helio just kidding, bro. Flat smacked him, ISS crashing, math fractions, TV abstractions, news distractions, land on the moon and that didn't happen. They fooled you, do caught you napping, Discord counter culture actions, might get bank out of poacher asses, no backwards, might confront the masses, no back doors out in front of classes, I'm on nerd shit, yeah, I wore my glasses, Wolvers wanna curse some gases, meanwhile they ignore the blackness, bumpy Herbier full of acne, it won't work, no you can't distract me, D-Globers, man they sucked at acting, CB what, go ahead and at me. Push these Gophers off me like, push these ballers off me like, push these Gophers off me like, pushing the snakes, and pushing the face, and pushing them all off me like, pushing them all off me like, yeah. Yeah, you see me, yeah, CB on another track, and it's still flat, what? push a fee, I push a fee, I push a fee, I push a fee, push a fee. Yeah. Glover came in and engaged. He's telling me just how far that I should see on the CD. Yeah, but it's not that fee. You to me, yeah. Time to eat. I push a fee, yeah. Club to feed, galaxies, yeah. Fantasy, gravity, another geek. He climbed a tree just to see it's not green, yeah. Had to see, I got no C's, yeah. I studied on the live stream, yeah. QE, Oakley, yeah. Creation B, my homies, yeah. We push a fee, we push a fee, I push a fee, I push a fee, I push a fee, yeah. Push a fee, yeah. I ain't speaking on no Chinese, that pink Chaling. Glover's tasting on defeat, like on repeat. And it's CB on the beat, I float in steam. Yeah, shuffling the feet, like Ali. Yeah, Glover's tasting sweet, like honey. Yeah, and we do it for free, not money. Yeah, every ladies be some honeys. Yeah, Glover's in, they be funny. Push a fee, I 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 push a fee. Yeah. Circle round the map, we go east. I push a fee, clown new ballers for FE. We don't want no peace. Got a spot across the pond, no curve degrees. Drop the dot and then we plotting exotic beams. See a curve, it's FE. Globe is on your screen. Worship balls like it's D's, you know what I mean. Portuguese or Chinese, yeah, still FE. Water freeze, ain't no curve, yeah, still FE. Privately, live stream, bitch, I push a fee. Debunk the glows, base is fake, bitch, I push a fee. Push a fee, I push a fee, yeah, I push a fee, I push a fee. He paranoid, he can't sleep, the topic deep. Got facts on me, that's why they watching me. I push a fee, I push a fee, push a fee, I push a fee, I push a fee, Yeah. Brought up Effie, a red pill, of course. Yeah. 3-point space spin curve. Yeah. It's flat in a cup of water. Yeah. Water doesn't curve, man. That's retarded. Yeah. Effie community, the whole endorsement. Yeah. Can't leave the earth, man. It's unfortunate. Yeah. Slept the troll, now we finally tussling. Yeah. Bring the heat, you better ask some questions, yeah. To Richard checks, doing the VC for it. Took the R out of the alphabet, then try to sort it, huh? Push a fee, I 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 push a fee. Yeah.
How's everybody doing?
Hey, Captain, haven't seen you in a while.
Been busy. Real life.
Right. You haven't missed a whole lot, to be honest. So it's the same old rigmarole. No curve.
Yeah, waiting for some event to happen or something. That way they'll flood in here.
Yeah, so I was dealing with a couple I don't care earthers earlier today. I'm sure you guys have come across those types of guys. So what does it matter? Uh, it doesn't change anything, right? Those kind of guys. It's like whenever I hear people talk like that, the metaphor that comes to mind is like, say you need a ride, right? You you need to be picked up, and they call you, and you're like, okay, well, where are you, bro? And he's like, well, I don't know. Why does that matter? It's like, well, I can't pick you up if you don't know where you are. Well, I don't care. What does it matter? Just so goofy, man. Of course it matters. Stupid.
I guess in that sense of speech, I mean, because I deal with them on a daily basis. I'm sure everybody does, because I mean, honestly, it's fun to find somebody who believes, or, you know, or has the curiosity of at least listening to you, because that shows that they're mature. I'm like, yeah, you know, it might not be right, but let me hear you. You know, all right, cool. And I like those people. You can at least have a conversation, and there's a few dozen out there, but yeah, most of them, they're not gonna give you the day to explain yourself, which sucks, because it really matters.
Yeah, and honestly, this conversation should be no more difficult than a game of catch. Okay, I'm going to throw out an argument, a point. If you can catch it and show that you can grasp it and return it, it's not that hard. It doesn't have to. These guys are always letting the point hit him in the face or something. You know what I mean? It's just like a game of catch, guys. Come on now.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not really doing anything about it either. I mean, I'm trying to spread the awareness of being flat and all, but to an extent, you know, I'm not putting up signs in the middle of the highway or anything like that. So I guess I'm at fault too, because yeah, I'm not doing much. I'm trying. I guess these conversations here kind of help, just to see what people are coming up with.
Yeah, the way I see it, brother, like, you don't have to be an evangelist. This information isn't for everybody. So the ones that find themselves here, you know, I think that's for a reason. So you don't have to go out of your way. And really, it's about like finding a good dance partner. You can't just go up to any random person and start hitting them with moves. Like, they're not going to know what to do. You know what I mean? So like, that's the way I kind of look at this server. It's like dancing with the stars. We've done the routine, we know the moves, but these guys they've never done this before. So, you know, eventually you'll find a decent dance partner and you can have a conversation with them. But most people, they have no clue. They have two left feet. You know, they're tripping over themselves. They don't know how to dance.
But you can't really blame themselves, because you know, I mean, you were at one point, right? You weren't just aware 100% that it was flat your whole entire life. You know?
Right. Yeah, that is true.
I'm sure at one point we all believed it was round, just because of how good the media is, because it's still hard to believe. With the whole moon landing and everything, I mean, it just throws people for a loop. And they're smart. I mean, you have to give it to the government. They're fucking smart for knowing how to manipulate people. It's like, yeah, let's fucking fake a moon landing and let them believe it's outside of the Earth. You know?
Right. Yeah, the thing I realized lately is how much of it is peer pressure. Right? Like, people are pressured into believing into this thing.
Our school system, dude. Look. Christopher Columbus. Let's just look at that. Went around the Earth, right? They right there and there. They made you believe the Earth was round because Christopher Columbus was the one that found out. You know, he went all the way around and pretended he was in India already, but really he found the Americas. You know, or whatever. No, sorry. Christopher Columbus is not the one that first sailed around the Earth, but found America, right, per se. I know there's a lot of debate the Vikings actually did, but I actually believe that. I believe the Vikings founded the Americas first. Or the Scandinavians, however you call them. But yeah, history. It's a bitch. It's manipulative. One. Anything you were taught so far is probably a lie. Oh, and my favorite lie is that people think that the British left and they left America, they became independent. No, they established their system. They got, everything established, and then they left. They didn't fight them out. They left. I'm sure they had more than enough resources to take a couple of colonies out. Anyways, that's a whole nother point. But
yeah, history
is story.
Right.
Yeah, you can just break it down by word for word, and you're like, oh shit. Yeah, man. It's hard to talk to people, and I'm glad I found this group because sometimes I could just hop in and be like, oh, sane people, thank God. I'm like, I'm not fucking alone. Because it's hard. It really is. You fucking go, talking to people, and you're like, yeah, man, it's like, you see what NASA's doing? And I'm like, yeah. I like really, really good CGI. And they're like, no, can't be CGI. Are you shitting me? They're like, have you seen the movies we've been producing? It's like, if you believe a fucking ape is climbing of the Empire State Building, and you're not gonna believe, a small marble with little, it's just so easy. It's so easy. It really is to manipulate people. Just because you haven't seen it, just because you haven't gone up there, you can't just be like, oh yeah, that's it. That's how it looks like. No, stupid. There's also weather balloon videos. Those are my favorite because they show that motherfucker flat as a fucking, well, not flat, but pretty flat. Those are my favorite videos.
Yeah, but you just have to go higher.
Trust me.
Yeah, I always say that if they can get you to believe that the Earth is tilted, then they can just get you. They can get you to believe anything at that point. And it worked. These people just slurp up any narrative they provide. It's hilarious.
But everybody's in the same team, and you realize that, right? Like, all marketing, Red Bull, everything is like, their narrative is like the Earth is round. Like when the guy jumped off the that space shuttle, they definitely used a fishbowl or whatever you call it, fish lens for the curve. Yeah. There's no such thing as a curve that high, but they did it. And they're like, yeah, fuck it. Look, there it is. There's a curve, and they're like, yeah, okay. Like, I think even Neil deGrasse Tyson fucking debunked that. Like, for anybody to debunk it, like the one of the real loyal puppets there is, Neil deGrasse Tyson was like, oh, let me just fuck with Red Bull real quick. I don't know why, but he did. I think he did it in a TED Talk or something. Or something.
Yeah, I have the clip. That is a good point. Like, why did he do that? Oh man, it's hilarious. I mean, mathematically, what he's saying is correct. So that is great. But it's just funny to watch the globe earthers chuck him under the bus when you bring this up. Well, I can see curve from an airplane. Oh, well, why does your experts say that's not true? He didn't mean that. Really? So this is why lately I've come up with another role, right, called the globe whisperer. It's like when you get people like Neil deGrasse Tyson clearly saying things like, you don't see curvature at that height. These globe whisperers, they're the only ones who are able to interpret that. They have to hand the information to us because we don't get it.
And I've talked to a few pilots, and I can guarantee you, a lot of people who fly, they're pretty sure that shit's flat. Like, yeah, man. Like, at no point do I feel like I'm going around anything.
I don't know why it's such a big deal for people. Like, make a big deal out of it. I think there's afraid of losing followers or whatever.
Well, it's not even that. It's just the narrative is so heavily in everywhere that you're just made to look ridiculous if you fight against that narrative.
Right.
Because you're fighting against the media, and the media is everything right now. You know, well, not everything right now. It used to be everything. Now that with the internet, I think we have a good foundation of freedom, I guess. A limitation, but you know, we can still say whatever we want.
Almost. Right.
Almost, yeah. I was just thinking about that. I was like, I'm probably on a list, but who isn't? And I was telling my mom that too. I was like, who fucking cares if they're listening to you? It's like, what do we have to hide, you know? Because, you know, mom was like, oh, I'm so disturbed that the government gets you serious. Because she was like hearing about the Snowden and his files, the Leaky Week. I was talking to her about that. I was like, yeah, they can just straight up hear anything they want to just because, you know, it's for national safety or some bullshit since like the 2000s, since they put that Patriot Act. It's like, yeah, since then we've been fucked. Like, no privacy whatsoever. And she was like, oh, you know, that's not fair. I was like, yeah, but like in reality, it's like, well, I'm not doing anything vigilantly, but it would suck for anybody who was, you know, who's trying to save whatever they're trying to save. Guess it's hard, yeah. Like, have you guys seen Kick-Ass, the movie?
That was a few years ago, right?
Yeah, that was a couple of years ago. How he just goes around, like saving people, like just petty theft. He kind of goes around with a costume like that. I was like, who? Like, I'm surprised we don't have more people like that. You know, like, yeah, because and I actually did find out. I was like, there has to be someone. There is. It's really great. I think there's even someone here in where I live that does that, dresses up like Batman and like does like bounty hunting. I was like, what the fuck? Because I saw it like in a newspaper article, like for an ad. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, this shit's real. I took a picture and everything, look him up, and he was legit. I was like, that's crazy. But imagine those people is like, you know, getting into trouble just because they're trying to save people. That sucks. Yeah, just because, you know, they do, I don't know, location tracking for other, I don't know, pedophiles and stuff, shit like that, but they still get in trouble because you're doing that and you're not supposed to. It's crazy how limited we are. It's like everyone's like, oh yeah, America's really free. I was like, are we though? I feel like we're cattle sometimes. It's like, yeah, we have a nice free range grass and everything, but there's still a wall.
Yeah, that just ties into that mentality that people have that you have to appeal to some sort of authority or somebody above you, some expert, you know. People have given up doing things on their own and thinking for themselves. So you're not allowed to go out and stop a criminal. You need to wait for daddy, you know. So it's just a weak mentality.
Yeah, it is. It's like, nope, you have to wait for the right authorities to come and fix it. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, but I can do it. No, you're not.
Right.
In danger. I was like, fuck you.
That's funny you bring that up. I saw a video today. It's like first thing on my feed this morning was like some thugs breaking into like a van, some tourist van, stealing a bunch of bags and stuff. Of course, nobody could do anything, right? But the comments were like, well, if it was in another state, you know, people might have done something about it, if you know what I mean. But yeah, it's that whole part of that mentality of like, you gotta wait for daddy to help you, you know.
No,
sad.
You gotta lace up sometimes and do what you have to do, because sometimes it's gonna be your family.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And you're not gonna wait for, you know, the right people, quote unquote, because I'm sure they're trying to help you, but it'll probably be too late. I always have this. Sorry, I'm eating. You go ahead. I'm gonna chew for a bit.
You're all good. I see we're joined by a Too Fresh. You have the ability to speak if you just want to say hello real quick. If not, you can go to the VC check-in 1. Somebody can give you permission to speak here in the future.
I was gonna say that. I remember this conversation I had about gun safety at one point because it was a debate in our class, and I was like, everyone was like so against it, and I was kind of for it because I was like, well, don't you think if somebody came to do harm towards your family, you wouldn't want revenge? And I remember this one girl was like, no, I'm gonna let the police handle it. It was like, you think in the moment when the person slaughters your family in front of you and you have the opportunity to shoot back and defend them, you wouldn't do it. She was like so on her toes. She was like, nah, no way. I'm gonna let the authority handle it. I was like, all right. It's like, I hope your family can forgive you. And I didn't say anything else. And the whole fucking class just became silent. I was like, yeah. It's like, yeah, I just hope your family can forgive you because I know mine wouldn't. I was like, what the fuck? You had the choice to shoot them, And violence isn't the answer here, but if it has to be, if it's your life over the others, shit. I'm sorry, it's gotta be theirs. I mean, of course, if you knew, afterlife, then you should be fine accepting that, or some people should, but I don't know. I'm not ready. I feel like I still have a lot to do. I'm still in that same mentality that I have to protect my family if whatever comes to, or if it comes to it,
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, but fuck that girl. She was like, no, I'm so stubborn. I'm like, yeah, fuck yourself. Like, you probably would. I said. Yeah, man. How did you find or come to the realization that the world was flat? If you haven't said.
Shay, that's a good question. I mean, I heard the words "flat Earth" in 2017, and I was like, "What's that? The hell is that?" And I think what kind of kicked my curiosity down the road a little bit was the responses I was getting from the people that, like, because I'm a curious person, so if someone's like flat earth, I'm like, the hell's that? And I started asking people and stuff, and the responses that people would say were just ridiculous, like, just physics, bro, physics, can't be physics. Like, that was like the only response I was getting from people. Oh, physics,
inertia.
Well, okay,
curvature.
What do you mean physics? Like, so the responses were silly, and then that caused me to like go do a little homework and do some digging, and hey, over time you learn some of the arguments, and you learn about gas pressure, curvature, all this stuff, and it's over for the globe at that point. You know what I mean? It's completely over. So,
or the way how water levels.
It's just so many ways. I mean, the funny thing is, like, if I only heard about this in 2017, I would consider myself like a kindergartner flat earther. I've only been a flat earther for 5 years. Some people just heard about this 2 weeks ago, like baby flat earthers. So we're all still learning and growing.
I'm gonna be honest. I found out about this year, just this year.
Right. So there you go. Like, people are all still growing in this information. We're all so young. I'm sure most people were globe earthers for majority of their life. That was me.
27 years of my life.
Yeah, 20. What is it? 20, something like 23 for me. So it's like, a lot. So the majority. So
exactly. And like I said, you can't blame. I can't. Nobody can blame anybody just for how good the manipulation is. How good they just have everybody just set on believing this crap narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else want to tell their little story? I can go ahead too.
Yeah, go ahead. Maybe someone else will chime in.
I think I found out kind of like in the midway during COVID, so it was like 20. Well, that's when I started like finding out. I don't consider myself a flat earther until like it's like I have good solid proof that it is. And then I was dabbling, with having a new job because I used to work at a hotel, and hotel life was pretty easy. I was a supervisor, so I really just had to make sure everybody was doing their job, and if they're doing their job, then I wouldn't get in trouble, basically. Just simple. But then when that all went all to hell because of COVID, I had to find a new job, and I started working with my dad, which he does electricity, and I had to basically learn a whole different new skills and movesets and whatever. I started learning about energy, and energy led me into chakras, and chakras let me learn about magnet fields, and magnet fields went into finding out about a lot of stuff that has to do with flat Earth, basically. From there and in, they're just whatever. A lot of stuff that I said just has to do with flat Earth, and it's just crazy how really people don't think about where their energy comes from. Because if you don't know what's underneath this flat Earth, then that's a whole different topic. But it kind of comes from there, and it's crazy. It really is. It's truly magic, and it's exciting because a lot of us can tap into those certain types of energies. Now a lot of people do find that frowned upon because it is considered like dark energy per se, or Luciferian as a lot of people call it. But if you really know your stuff, then you know that everything is one, and to everything really to become one, you need a real balance of both. So you can't really just shut away from everything that is dark. Which it's fine if you do, which I completely get. If you're in the righteous path and you don't want to, at all be sinful or at all, deal with those sort of energies or entities, because I get it. It's just kind of scary. And I've talked to a lot of people that, I've met the devil per se. Really convincing because, they do a lot of live. And he kind of always talks about it just because it was such a profound, experience for him. And I've been seeing this guy for about 2 years now. So, for him to tell the same story and with the same very details, either it's real rehearsed, real well rehearsed, or I don't know. The kid hasn't seen some things, and he's 19 years old, so he's fucking young as fuck. And to have a 19-year-old talk about this sort of stuff is wild. Particularly because I'm like I said, I'm 27, and I didn't just come to believe a 19-year-old just because I came here to listen to a 19-year-old, But that shit is crazy to find out what people go through and kind of do to kind of find energy per se. So yeah, that's kind of where I started.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. It's funny you bring the chakra thing up because growing up, I had a friend that was really close to me, and I always thought of him as really smart. And he went on to be, worldly successful. I worked for, coincidentally, Tesla and SpaceX. It was hilarious. and like I remember when I got into like chakras and energy and stuff like that, he would be like, "Oh, that's not a thing." Oh. Meanwhile, he'd be like reading like Dr. Michio Kaku books and telling me about how there's a potential life forms and aliens and stuff out there. And I'm just like, dude, come on,
It's
man.
basically the same thing, yeah. Look, I like to find aliens as not as a universal thing, but more of a dimensional thing. Like, if people can see it that way, you could probably sleep a little bit easier, or not really, because they're all around you, and that's probably even scarier. Because
it's just the classic sense of aliens where they come from outer space and stuff like that. Like that's what he was getting at. I'm like, dude,
right? I get you.
Just stop. But anything else? Other potentials? People. There's like other pawn theories and stuff like that. Maybe, maybe. But from outer space, nah, dude.
Those are waters, charted waters.
Yeah. I'd be more inclined to believe that than.
Yeah. I mean, I could believe that we're kind of like all like in a massive ocean per se, and these spheres of worlds have like something within. In this case, our black sun, right? If you guys know about black sun, I think I talked a little bit about it, but somebody told me to stop talking about it at one point. Yeah, I was like, oh, word. I guess we can't.
People here love to stick to what we can verify, especially because.
Okay.
Yeah, well, mostly because you never know who might pop in. Somebody might just be listening, some new person, and we're like, this black sun, and then they go and these guys are talking about a black sun. What the hell is that?
Oh, yeah, okay.
But we just try to be a little bit careful about that type of stuff.
I know. Okay.
It's fun to speculate, no doubt.
It is.
And I'm familiar somewhat with the black sun idea. It's definitely portrayed a lot in the media. There's a brewery. My favorite brewery in all of the land. Really? Their logo is a black sun.
Oh my!
It's like it's amazing beer, but like it's everywhere.
That's crazy. Yeah, man. I mean, I'll stop talking about it. But if you guys want to speculate, do some research, I'll definitely go. But yeah, I mean, one thing is like my dream as a human being right now is to go to Antarctica somehow. Either the walls or the center. Either. I just want to explore, just have a huge mass of people and see how many they can stop us. Because I'm sure they will. They'll stop a few of us, but those who can continue, those that'll be amazing.
You wanna ninja rush Antarctica? Ninja rush.
What's that?
You want a ninja rush Antarctica?
Yeah, I want a ninja rush Antarctica. I want a massive submarines just to go down there. They can't see us underwater.
Damn, flat Earth Navy SEALs.
Yes. Go underneath all of them. They won't see what's coming. I'm probably this shit's probably mined all to hell.
Who knows, dude? This reminds me of an episode. I really enjoy the show called Attack on Titan, and I think it has some.
I love Attack on Titan. Yeah.
Well, dude, I think it actually has some really cool references to flat Earth in there. The idea of there being like a civilization within these walls represents the globe really well. They're in the show.
Fuck yeah.
There shouldn't be spoilers really if anybody like is curious, but like in the show there's like this main characters, when they were kids, they find this book that describes a world outside the walls, so they're curious about what's outside the walls. But if they were to tell somebody, some normal person, they'd be like, what? No, this is it, so that's how the globe is. They put up a playpen and told you that this is all there is. But if you're
the land,
if you're able to hop over the wall, so to speak, you'll see that there's other things beyond that. Yeah. Okay, so then I want to add this too, Mock and Crow. There's an episode way down the line where they go and try to go around the perimeter of this wall. They want to check for holes. And so like that's what I think of when it comes to this Antarctica thing. It would be really interesting if we were allowed to explore, because that's what we would do. We would go around the perimeter and try to find any holes in this thing. It would be really interesting if there was a path through somewhere. You know what I
think
mean?
there
But
is. I'm sure
I
there
don't.
is.
I don't know, dude. You know, who knows? It would be really interesting to explore that for sure.
I think you're onto something. Maybe that, and I find this, funny too. I tell people I don't believe in coincidences, and they're like, "What do you mean you don't believe in coincidences?" Like everything I'm doing, everything we're saying, has a reasoning. My existence and me being here and me talking to you right now probably isn't gonna add up right now, but later on you're like, "Holy shit, that guy." Maybe the idea is born from here and is manifested from here, and it's slowly it just snowballs it from here, and then we just get a huge group of people, and we're actually doing it, and it's really how it is, how ideas are begin, So it's wonderful to hear people wanting to do or curious, definitely, about people searching for a hole per se, because I think there is. But it's well protected. I'm sure it's well protected. And like I said to my dad, is like people think that everybody's against each other and everybody hates them. It's like, no, they're all in one club and we're not in it. They're on a team. They're all protecting the walls. They're all have the same army right now, and their army is basically just against us. Just trying to stop the people from finding out this sort of stuff. And what's sad is that some of the recruiters don't even know what they're doing. Don't even know why they're there. They're just there to stop people. They're like, okay, they can't continue past this point. Why? Fuck you. You're not supposed to know. Don't ask. Turn around and do what we say we're doing. And that's really it. That's the army. That's that's the navies or marines. They're all just puppets at this point. They don't even know what they're doing. Or some of them do. I'm not gonna lie. Some of them are smart and can know around their way around the computer and find a lot of secrets.
Yeah, I have a couple thoughts about that. It's funny how people will ask, like, "Well, how come no one, spoiled it? How come no one came out and spoke out?" So you don't realize that you don't get that information. You're just told to guard this shit. You're not told what's going on. So that's why no one's coming out to say anything. But also, notice how we've had like so many protests and stuff lately, and I'm a big fan of this YouTube channel called Smoke and Scan. This guy will listen to police scanners and stuff, and smoke weed and watch chases and protests and stuff like that. So, and if anyone's interested in that type of stuff, go subscribe. It's a great channel. But he would show these protests, and it's funny. When you have a bunch of people, you can kind of get away with doing things you wouldn't normally be allowed to do. So I am curious, hearing you talk about this. I'm curious what it would be like if we did have a lot of people and we, ninja rushed the South. That would be really interesting to see what would happen if there was a lot of people. You know what I mean? But organizing that would be really tough to do. Of course, I mean, going south sounds like a one-way trip in my mind, but I don't know.
Going to the north will show you just as much,
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that massive hole that apparently is in the middle is gonna probably, throw a lot of people for a loop, and they're like, "Holy shit! I didn't know there's a massive hole in the middle of the fucking earth."
You'd probably still get some goofballs being like, "Well, the globe predicts that." Some stupid shit. Dude.
Fuck!
I would not be surprised.
It's the ozone hole. No, you fucking.
Yeah.
Earth. Apparently, people have tried to nuke it, or the U.S. has nuked it. Apparently, I had this picture somewhere that they had some missions from USA that they call them special missions, but they're apparently missions that exploring the ice walls, but they're really called Project Penguin something or some bullshit. And oh yeah, that's a good picture right there. I don't know who posted that, but that's a nice one.
Argentina is where I would vote to leave from.
Argentina? Are we doing this, guys? Argentina it is?
Well, take a peek at that map. That's the closest landmass down there. I have a feeling the Falkland Islands, when that war in the 80s, there's like a random ass Falkland Islands war between the British and Argentina. I don't know. I don't know.
No, man, I told you, they're all in one team. Nobody's against each other. They all love each other. It's their governments against the civil people. That's what it has come down to.
The sheer size of this quote unquote Antarctica is just overwhelming. Could you imagine? Like, holy smokes, dude. It makes America look, like an island or something, dude.
And then it goes to perspective. They were actually more closer to Russia than people actually imagine. Because people were like, oh yeah, the whole ocean across them. It's like, no, they could just walk through Alaska and you'll be there.
Oh yeah, I've heard that before. What was that one politician lady? What was her name? I forget her name right now. Palin, Sarah Palin.
Sarah Palin.
I think she said something about that. Oh, you can see from my backyard, Russia or whatever. I think I'm remembering that correctly.
She would say something like that. Like, even if it wasn't her, she would probably say something along those lines.
Let me look it up and see if they didn't scrub it off the internet. But I'll check.
You guys heard of the back time machine and way back time machine? The website.
Yes.
Good to find the latest stuff and one of my favorite ones. You can find some of Donald Trump's tweets, deleted tweets. Those are fun. That was a time. You guys remember that? I mean, it's coming back. It's coming back.
You weren't supposed to do that.
Supposed to, right?
Yeah, here we go. Sarah Palin revives comment that she can see Russia from Alaska. I can see Russia from my house, Sarah Palin.
Love it.
Sure might be speaking.
I remember somebody talking about that way back in the day. They thought that they were going to put a channel in between the tip of Alaska over to Russia eventually.
I'm sure it's already made. Have you guys heard of Project CERN? Oh, why can't I find a lighter? Fuck.
I forget the exact. I think it's only like 50 or 60 miles in between Alaska and Russia, supposedly.
I think a good attack you can probably do from Japan. Like a nice. Looking at that map right there. Fuck, just have 3 separate groups do it at the same time. taking this dab real quick.
I'll take the Scarface version.
Anybody else want to share your story, how you guys like found out and whatnot? Because I always find those interesting. Oh, it kind of gives me some ideas of how to, like, I guess, bring people to the wares about it. It's true, because one time this guy helped me convince someone, and he was pretty smart about it. He was like, "Yeah, man, just watch this documentary." He was like, "It shouldn't be too hard." It's like, "Oh, word." But those only help so much, especially if you don't have short time, or you can't really pay attention, and you probably just won't pay attention to the documentary. This is really hard to talk to those people, but there's some pretty good ones out there. Like, I think one just came out. I can't remember what it's called. I think it was. Let me find it because it's pretty good.
My mentality when talking to new people when it comes to this topic, it's like, I don't want to. I take the attitude of like a windshield wiper. I'm trying to remove things from this dirty ass screen that they have. I want to clean it off so they can see, as opposed to giving them something, adding on to. I first feel like a lot of these people, you have to dismantle old narratives, presumptions, and stuff like this. So I find myself cleaning off the surface as much as possible. Like, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of this. So you can see first, and then maybe I can give you things like measurements and like arguments and stuff like that. But that's just my 2 cents on that.
Makes sense.
Well, you get these goofballs coming in here. If the Earth was flat, then, and they're talking about some sort of space pizza. It's like, you just heard about flat Earth 2 weeks ago, but you're trying to tell me how it should do this and do that. No. Don't. You've been provided with some weird narrative about what flat Earth is. First of all, they don't even understand what the globe is supposed to be like. So what the hell what are you talking about? If the Earth is flat, it should do this. You don't even know what the globe should do. So you have to spend a lot of time taking apart these like broken narratives that they have that are pre-assigned before you can even get into like debating flat Earth and stuff. It's kind of sad, but it just is what it is.
Yeah, first you have to teach the globe or their model, and then you have to debunk it.
Isn't that crazy? It's so crazy. It's like teaching somebody how to speak English before you like roast them or something. That's funny, dude.
Yeah, it's and
and then they get to the point where they reject both models and just come up with their own.
That's the worst. That's the worst. They're just coming up with their own globe on the spot. Some vague, nebulous sphere, paroid, or whatever. That's what's funny, dude. You should, like, honestly highlight how if you took 10 different globe earthers, guaranteed they all think different things about the globe. Just start pointing that out.
Like they don't have an actual. They can't come to a one conclusion, right?
they all think different things. You ask one of them if he can see curvature, he'll be like, "Yeah, yeah, you saw it at the beach." Ask another one, he saw it on a mountain. Ask another one, he saw it in an airplane. Ask another one, you can't see it at all. It's like they have no clue. They just believe in some overarching principle of a globe, but they don't know any of the specific details. How big is it? I don't know. It's just big. Was it measured? Of course. Oh, by who? Somebody somewhere.
This famous person written in the book that I believe in. It's in history, of course, obviously.
Crazy, man. Ask them what gravity is. They don't know.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, I always corner them with just ask them if they trust the government, and then they say yes, and then you can obviously go through all the false flags and psyops and war crimes they've committed. And if they say no, I don't trust the government, then you say, well, you don't trust NASA.gov, so there you go.
Not only that, like I said, all the movies, anything that tries to sell you anything, I'm realizing anything that's commercialized, anything that's in the media, it's just global. I went into Walmart, I think 2 days ago, and they had a massive banner with the Earth-sized, globe right in my face in the entrance, being like, we have Walmart's the closest globes or some shit like that. It's like, wow, that's amazing. It's like immediately in your face. It's like you don't get to do anything but immediately look at a globe when you come into a Walmart. It's just immediately in your face. It's just incredible. Everywhere you go, you just see globes.
Yeah, and let alone that, now you can get NASA swag at your local H&M, like NASA swag at the Walmart and all that stuff. So they got people wearing NASA gear and stuff like that as well. It's hilarious, man.
Bunch of Nazis. Nazi NASA propaganda.
I want to know who owns what's his name?
Who owns what?
I said, obviously they're lying, Musk and Bezos, about space, right? So why would they spend all this money on something that they know is bullshit, BS? So somebody owns them. It's because they obviously are just puppets. Because that's silly to think that you're creating some program that doesn't exist in reality, but yet you're still doing it anyway. So what's behind it? There has to be some evil, nefarious entity that's supporting these projects for these two idiots.
Well, the Elon thing is just ridiculous. Take 5 minutes and just go listen to the guy, and then look at the comments. He sounds like a dummy.
He's a moron. And the thing is, like, in the whole Rogan sellout part, because he's such a genius and all. Like, get the fuck out of here, Rogan. You're a dumbass for saying this guy's smart. I'm like, are you crazy? it's like oh my
the guy's overworked. That's a genius. Whatever.
I don't know. It's just weird. People will be in the comments like, you hear it sounds like that? That means he's really smart. I'm like,
I know, right?
I think he's just cringe. Oh, man. The only personal testimony I did say, I had a friend who worked for Tesla and SpaceX. He said he met him or he's been around him before. He did say that he was a weird guy, and so.
Well, he is a weird guy. I mean, look, you ever seen the women he dates? They're like occultic women.
That's got to be a handler situation, bro. Yeah. There's no way he's like met this Grimes. Yeah. Like, what is their baby's name? X-17. You're like, come on, dude. This is all like it's theater. It's theater, bro.
It's totally. That's how you know he's just a puppet. It's just so ridiculous.
Yeah. And all the tweets and stuff. Elon's tweets. I mean, come on, dude.
And Bezos dates plastic women. Have you noticed that? They're all like augmented, every last one of them. So it's like they both date weird women.
Yeah, it's just sad how the people like, oh, they're geniuses. Bezos, I want to be like Bezos. It's like, dude, why do you want to be like that goofball? You saw how they acted when they got back from their Blue Origin thing, cowboy hats and the wine and stuff.
Think about it, dude. Look how long the the Arab nations have been billionaires, right? Do they have a space program? Like every single billionaire, do they have did each one of them have? No. No, have you seen their space program? India, it's not even, that's not even the same country. India has a space program, but none of these guys do. So why is that? They're all they have way more money than Bezos or Elon Musk. And none of those billionaire sheiks or shamans, whatever, have any freaking space program. So I'll be like, I don't understand.
Yeah, maybe they can't fool their people as easily. These Americans.
Well, I mean, the people can't pay into the system. That's probably why. They think they have no money to put into, because for us, they're just stealing our money.
Yeah, 60 mil a day or whatever.
But obviously, there's no profit in mining outer space because you can't get there in the first place. So obviously, they know that. Because think about it, these guys are all about profit. So if you could go to the moon and just freaking mine it for all its resources, you think they would have done it already? Because the moon is open ground, open field. Anybody can fucking go there, right? There's no stake. Oh, we own the moon. America doesn't. So any of these Arab nations can go there, as much money as they have, and they don't. Because they're very intelligent. Because they actually have I was looking at something on YouTube. They have a desalination, a big facility over there. It's gigantic. It's ginormous. It's huge, and multi-million billion-dollar system I think they got going on. So they obviously have the ingenuity to do it, but they don't. They don't do stuff like that because it's silly.
Yeah. Maybe they see that's silly.
That's why people hate us, because we're so stupid over here. This is why. We're so easily manipulated.
It's sad but true. I've heard somebody speculate that NASA was a front for weaponizing, low Earth or whatever, that area, quote unquote, space, which I find interesting as well. I've also been seeing stuff in the sky that I don't really know what it is. I mean, looks like a star moving.
Oh, they're probably saying, what's that called? Planet X?
Oh, I remember that stuff.
Fuck.
I used to, I found that interesting back in the day, but now we know that.
Fucking Satelloon is what it is.
At night, looking like, do Satelloons, they have lights on them?
No, I think it's reflections. It's if you look up, you will always see something moving at night, every night. I used to do it all the time.
It's trippy, man. I've seen a bunch of them recently. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I don't have any speculation. It's just like, damn, what is that? Are there any planes that don't have blinking lights, or do they? When I looked it up, it said they all have blinking lights. So I'm like, well, it's not a plane then.
Well, when it's not a.
Reflections. NASA swag. I wish I could like flash into the mind of a baller just for like one more day. I'm just curious.
We used to be, so I mean, just go back in time.
Yeah, I know, but when I do that, I'm not able to lean on anything that I would present like as evidence. You know what I mean? And what is there? They don't have anything, but they have.
It's NASA. We all had NASA, bro.
Yeah. I see it now as peer pressure. Like they're just peer pressured into this thing. They don't have any actual thing to lean on. Like they just are pressured into believing something. That's why they start asking about, well, how come people have dedicated their lives to this? Or, you know, what motive would so-and-so have for lying and all this stuff? They're reaching for things that aren't evidence. So it's just confusing because they also have all this confidence. You know, it's just stupid.
Well, my whole line of questioning started when I just couldn't figure out. I used to watch all these movies about the future. I don't know if you guys are as old as me, but there used to be this show called Beyond 2000, Beyond Tomorrow, all these things that are coming for the future, flying cars, all that stuff. And none of it ever happened. I'm like, all right. And you think, all right, we would have been back to the moon by now. We should have a base. Dude, you ever seen Airplane, and it was Airplane 2? The second one was about a moon base, right? Because they put it on space. I'm like, all right, if they had the idea back then, you mean you had Moonraker, you had all of these movies talking about putting the base on the moon, and here we are, it's 2000, whatever it was, 15, and I'm thinking, what the fuck, dude? How come we don't have a base on the moon by now? Why do you have a space station? What more? Think about this real careful. What moron would not put a base on the moon? Why would you put one in between the moon and Earth, where it can just be hit by debris? It's always dodging shit. Its telemetry is always being updated. It's decaying. Why? Why would you put that kind of pressure and stress on human beings when you could just put one on the moon?
Yeah, I mean, they even came out and said the moon is within the atmosphere now. So
Exactly, right? So I mean,
can't be that hard, right?
It's common sense. It's just so logical. Like, if I had the money, I would never do that. I would never put a space station in. I'm like, what the fuck? That's retarded. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, you think about it. I mean, why would you do something like that? It's only 250,000 miles away. You can go to Mars. You can go to Mars, and they made it to Mars on the first try. Right? 166 million miles away. Oh, the first try. Oh, but the moon is so hard to get back to. We lost the technology, and it's a painful process to It's like, but you can go to Mars, bro? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? I'm like, that doesn't. I mean, I don't understand that.
I thought it was because rockets became cheaper.
To go to Mars?
Yeah, they had like the new models of rockets that don't break after they come down. And
You mean you're talking about the Musk people?
yeah, but aren't those? I thought those were the guys going to the Mars. I thought those were the ones you guys were referencing.
No, not NASA. Is on Mars with a rover rover and a helicopter hanging out. There's a helicopter flying on Mars, dude. That's pretty.
Oh my!
That's pretty spectacular, bro. You can put a helicopter on Mars, but you can't put a moon base on the moon. That's literally, dude. It's 1/50th the distance, right? That it is to Mars. You're gonna go to the furthest place See, the thing is, if you had put a base on the moon, it's so much easier to launch from the moon to Mars because you don't have to fight gravity. You don't have to fight any atmospheric interference. You don't have to fight any of that. You can basically with your hand just throw it off, throw the rocket ship off the fucking moon, and let it just just off that velocity just keep traveling. I mean, it's so much easier. You don't have to fight any friction. There's no friction, right? So you're not wasting fuel, none of that stuff. So I mean, the logic would be you do it from the moon, but so they're talking. Oh, in 2030 we will. Yeah, okay. Let's see. We'll see that. It used to be 2024. Now it's 2030. I'm like, bro, they keep moving the goalposts every fucking time. I watch these guys like a hawk, man. I watch all their programs. They got the Gateway project. They got some other one. I forgot the name of it, but the Gateway is supposed to be in 2024. They're supposed to build a space station around the moon, and they're supposed to traverse between the moon and the station.
Well, here's a clip I have of Buzz on Fox News, and he was with Trump. And listen to how they fumble over this topic about moon and Mars and stuff like that. Listen to this.
To get to Mars, you have to land on the moon, they say. Any way of going directly without landing on the moon? Is that a possibility?
Well, we need to use the moon as a proving ground because when we go to Mars, we're going to have to be there for a long period of time. So we need to learn how to live and work on another world.
So how long a trip to Mars? How long would it take?
It's about a 7-month journey there. The challenge is Earth and Mars are only on the same side of the sun once every 26 months.
Go ahead, tell me. What do you think? We come back and try it again.
Cringe.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
I mean, off topic, but I think Trump knows something, regardless of how you feel about him. I mean, he's still an actor on the stage, but I think he knows something is up about outer space. Like, the way he emphasizes Space Force and stuff like that. Like, I think he truly does know something's up. Why can't we just go to Mars directly? Like he's talked about Elon's rockets, Goblin. I have another clip where they ask him how he feels about Elon, and he talks about how, oh yeah, he's got those rockets where there's no wings and they're landing. just listen to this for a second. Hold on.
He's just kind of roasting him.
What's that?
It's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, 1 second.
Do you have comments on Elon Musk?
Well, you have to give him credit. I spoke to him very recently, and he's also doing the rockets. He likes rockets, and he does good at rockets, too, by the way. I never saw where the with no wings, they're landing. I said, I've never seen that before. And I was worried about him.
All right, so this is a this is a quote that a buddy of mine between Trump and Elon Musk. Apparently they were having words, but this is what Trump said, right? So this is a quote from Trump. I can't post it in here for some reason, it won't let me though. Anyway, it said Trump, when Elon Musk came to the White House asking me for help on all of his many subsidized projects, whether it's electric cars that don't drive long enough, driverless cars that crash, or this is the key here. It says, or rocket ships to nowhere, without which subsidies he'd be worthless. And telling me how he was a big Trump fan and Republican. I could have said, drop to your knees and beg, and he would have done it. But I thought that was telling it, how he says here, I'll say it again, whether it's electric cars that don't drive long enough, driverless cars that crash, or rocket ships to nowhere. I thought that was fascinating.
Are they setting up Elon to be president here?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
This is Elon Musk.
I dropped a new song today, fellas. Maybe I'll just go ahead and play it real quick since we got some downtime. I've been in the stew cooking up some heat. Yep. All right. Oh, yeah. All right, Levelist. Yeah. Give me just a second. I'll load this track. Yeah. I'm into a good parody, so I'll find a good song that I like, and I'll try to make a parody out of it. That's Flat Earth related. So this one is a parody of a Kendrick Lamar, Kodak Black, Silent Hill. And if you've seen me in the chat lately, I'm always talking about water hills, making fun of Globers and their curved water. So the song's called Water Hill by yours truly. Hope you enjoy.
Globers can't stand the pain, Globers don't stand a chance. Might as well say it, I know it's playing advance, huh? Push these Globers off me like, push these ballers off me like, push these Globers off me like, pushing the snakes and pushing the face and pushing them all off me like, pushing them all off me like, yeah. I be immune and shit, they want the moon and shit, they all assuming shit. Know you a joke, Flat Earth is close, I'm with my goons and shit. Know the results, the ballot is in, yeah, I'm about to boom again. You funny, dog. Peekaboo, can hide behind your keyboard, dog. A week or two, I meditate debunking y'all. Swerve, 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 shake the curve off, yeah. Push these Globers off me like, push these ballers off me like, push these Globers off me like, pushing the snakes and pushing the face and pushing them all off me like, pushing them all off me like, yeah. Head up, chest out, it's all flat, don't stress now, shh, be quiet, the test out, do a test now, test, hit the silvers up, they need all the love, I have all my love, I mean all of us, it's like 6 o'clock, Healy already drunk, you making it awkward, bruh, I mean it's hard enough, I mean it's, they couldn't prove it if they could, pull out a stick, shadows in the hood, Suma globe, pretend it's all good, don't worry about us over here, we good, get off the Snapchat, we bout to flat smack, like at your back crack, facts in the backpack, smoking that flat pack, 3 points cash that, but we smash that, yeah, got a flat map, check the back snacks, yeah, Glober's ass crack, yeah, I wake and bake, yeah, you just nap, space DoorDash, yeah, I got the space cash, shout out to space rats, eat some space cats, space race wax, spray painted black, about to phase back, yeah, they hate that, they say ain't flat, but they can't math, push them way back, push them way flat, they don't hate that, they just pay back, they just say chat,
Helio, just kidding, bro.
flat smacked them, ISS crashing, math fractions, DV abstractions, news distractions, land on the moon when that didn't happen, they fooled you, do caught you napping, disco counter culture actions, might get banged out of poacher asses, no backwards, might confront the masses, no back doors out in front of classes, I'm on their shit, yeah, I wore my glasses, Globers wanna curse some gases, meanwhile they ignore the blackness, bumpy, Herbier full of acne, it won't work, no you can't distract me, D-Globers, man they suck at acting, CB what, go ahead and at me. Push these Globers off me like, push these ballers off me like, push these Globers off me like, pushing the snakes and pushing the face and pushing them all off me like, pushing them all off me like, yeah. Yeah, you see me, yeah, CB on another track, and it's still flat.
Yep, that's it. So I got like maybe 8 or 9 tracks now. So if you want to listen to any of them, the lyrics and stuff, they're all on my SoundCloud. So you can check the Red Pill Music, or I'll just post a link if anyone else wants to check that out.
Hey, CB,
What's up, Dave?
have you addressed Goblin?
Yeah, we spoke a little bit earlier. They had some questions, and I think they mentioned about Elon's rockets recently. So he might still be there. Do you have a question for Goblin?
He's an Elon fanboy.
Maybe.
He is a real man of genius. You got to hand it to Elon. Anyway,
Well, speaking of goblins, Central has a really funny argument lately. He's like, if you're going to have refracted goblins, you're going to need to at least have some goblins to begin with. So
I
the
heard
horizon.
you say it as gremlins, but same thing.
Yeah, gremlins, goblins, it's all good stuff. But
Yeah,
yeah.
if you're gonna refract a gremlin, you got to show me the gremlin first.
Right, exactly.
And this geometric horizon is never. You look for it every time; it's never there. It's further back. Even in the short ones that they try to pass off as globe, they never match the horizon. I've never seen one match it. I could be wrong. I don't know. Even when there's like, thick fog out, you can only see for a couple miles. Anyway, it's not a ball.
Yeah, it's just weird to hear people, and I don't mean to shout out Matthew too hard, but it's like to hear them say that it's there, but you can't see it, you can't measure it, but it's there. It's starting to get a little bit weird in here. I feel like I have a friend who has imaginary friends. I'm like,
They literally have to convince themselves that light does this magic stuff in the atmosphere that nobody's figured out, or they'll never tell us how they do it, but it's just refracting that it makes the horizon that's geometric invisible. Okay.
it's just so strange.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah. I mean, imagine trying to pass these types of answers off to your teacher in school. My dog ate my homework. That's really what it's coming down to at this point.
By the way, I just posted something Darth posted about 20 minutes ago. The Hubble Space Telescope picture, not Hubble, but James Webb now. But at the end of it, this girl on TikTok, she just on an iPhone app, she makes the same picture, or actually a better picture than the James Webb picture. And it took her about 10 minutes on an iPhone.
Wow.
But we spent $10 billion on the James Webb, so that's money well spent. I'm glad to see where Americans are spending their money correctly. Way to go, NASA.
Well, they are the experts, so they know best. I mean, you think your neighbor's going to lead us? Of course, it's going to be NASA. They're the highest of the land.
Heard you hit a new flat earther. Looks like you already left. Welcome to the server if you're listening. What was his name? CB?
So the guy you talking about Goblin or somebody else?
No, the guy you were talking to was listening like 30 minutes.
Oh, that was yeah, he only had VC verified, but yeah, he sounded like he was on our team. What was his name?
Made a good first impression.
Let me check it. Let me check real quick.
Something Crow, Mocking Crow.
Crow, Mocking Crow. Yep, that was it.
I was surprised he was allowed to speculate like that, actually.
Well, as long as the way he approached it is clear speculation, as far as I can tell.
We were bored.
Ninja Russian Antarctica. I'm too old to do that. I'm not going to do that.
Have you heard that, dude? That's hilarious. That's funny.
My ninja days are way behind me. Good luck for the guys that do that. Like you said, it's probably a one-way trip, guaranteed.
I still think that, man. Like, I'd be down to go, but that's a one-way trip for me, man. Well, at least the way I see it. Because I'm trying to explore it. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? If I die, whatever, man. At least I got to see. But, yeah.
It would be like in all the old war movies, I could never understand how they depicted. We're going to dig a hole on this one side of the field, and you guys dig a hole over there, and every now and then some of you guys are going to get up and run across and get shot. You know? Like at Mel Gibson movie, Gallipoli, or whatever. You're running across an open field into machine gun fire. You think you might die.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. There was I'm into UFC, MMA, and stuff like that. And there was a guy who had this mentality recently. He went to fight in Abu Dhabi. He's a guy from New Zealand, and he kept saying, "Burn the boats." You know, we're gonna go into enemy territory, and we're burning the boats. You know, there's no going home. And so, you know, sometimes you got to have that mentality with things.
Yeah. Well, those days of bravado are way behind me anyway.
Yeah.
It's for the young folks. I don't support any kind of violent thing, obviously, but I just have hope that the young generation, enough of them have spines to just see reality for what it is. Let's hope. But
yeah,
it's hard to keep that glass half full on the general human condition sometimes, you know. When you see all these zombies walking around, lost in whatever fantasy they're in. It's just sad to watch. Anyway.
Yeah. We get some good ones every now and again, and
yeah, this subject is definitely for people that are actively seeking it sincerely, and those are few and far between. But
yeah,
we can always hope for them.
It's just it's a weird dynamic. It's a weird conversation. We don't have anything to sell. It's like it's more of like a shaman mentality. You have to sort of, you know, like fix their thinking without, you don't give them anything really. You have to, at least that's the way I think about it. I sort of came from teachers like Alan Watts and stuff like that, and they would teach about shamanism and this type of stuff. And like, that's kind of the approach that I have here in the server. I'm talking to people who are sincere about the topic. I don't have anything to sell you. I don't have a product, a package, a program. I don't have a belief system. I have to sort of, you know, like it's weird. I like the windshield mentality. Your windshield is crusted with dirt and grime, so I have to clear the surface. I don't add anything to a dirty surface. I just have to clean it off. And once you can see, well, there you go. I didn't have to give you anything. So that's sort of the way I look at it. It's like a shaman type of thing for me.
That's a good analogy. I mean, you're hoping to get people to just critically think for themselves, whatever method you're using. But yeah, I like that analogy.
Right. You don't want people, I always tell people, like, you don't want to just leave this voice call or this Discord saying, well, this guy on the internet told me it was flat. Like, you want to be able to go out yourself and know and check and, maybe
Right.
even teach someone else. So you can't do that if you just go, well, this guy on the internet told me. You know what I mean? But yeah.
And basically, the hardest pill for most people to swallow is accepting that there's going to be answers that you don't know. We don't know all the answers. And like you said, we're not replacing, we're trying to clean the view for them to see. We're not trying to put more shit on there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they expect this, Globe has all the answers, so they expect us to have all the answers for our model, which they think we have. But, all we're doing is pointing at the globe saying that's bullshit, basically.
Yeah.
But those people will never accept this thing. Especially the surface level people just think, oh, that little corner of the internet, those flat earthers, those are just crazy people. Just leave them be,
Yeah. That's just a defense mechanism.
Yeah.
If I don't have to look at, I can't say I never, if I don't look at it, then I, never have to face it, all that kind of stuff. So.
So, Goblin, you don't want to talk? Got access to your mic, I believe. Can you say
Goblin.
hi? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Goblin, feel free to speak up anytime, but I'll respond to something you said, Dave. How they want answers for everything. It's because their quote unquote model has a quote unquote explanation for all this stuff. And I you know what? I sort of enjoy the bit of mystery that comes along with not knowing what the moon is, not knowing what the sun is. I find that cool. I find that interesting. And now I can sort of like mock, no offense, mock people that claim to know these things.
Right. Exactly.
Pretty sure there's a quote. I don't even know who said this, but the quote goes something like, "The greatest mysteries known to man are the sun, moon, and stars." So it's like, who the hell is going to tell you what those things are, and why would you believe them anyway? So, yeah, I like the mystery. And one thing I use, the in that I use on Globe Earthers, because they seem to think that there are no mysteries on their side, but even they'll admit that they've explored more of outer space than they have the oceans. So if you can get them to admit to having some sort of mystery on the globe, then you can admit that it's okay to have a mystery on the flat Earth side as well.
Yeah, the only globe mysteries are like billions of light years away and stuff. You never have any chance to get near. So what's the point of that?
That part of the story just hasn't been written yet. So they're still working on that script.
I hear what you're saying. It opens up. It makes the place a magical realm, but in a different way from the space story.
For
you
sure.
don't have all the answers, but you know that there's something going on. The moon and the sun are moving around the sky, and the stars are doing their thing. So it's it's all working as far as we can tell. Sun comes up every day, it goes across the sky, so it's all good. Will we ever figure out what the fuck it is? Probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always say in the chat, like, not knowing is better than making shit up. Just plain and simple.
Who was the famous guy that said he'd rather have questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned? I love that quote.
Just the empty void and all the potential opportunities. It just makes things seem, I don't know, kind of meaningless, in my opinion. But the opposite.
Yep, that's the intention of the deception. It's part of the motive. Yeah. Make you feel like a meaningless speck of dust in an infinite nothingness.
It's weird, and it worked on so many people. Even people who believe in some sort of like higher power. Where? If there's outer space and all that stuff, where are they at? Just honest question. You'll get some funny answers. Oh, everywhere. Okay, I can get that. But
I don't know how long it's going to take, but it feels like time's running out too slowly. But this globe thing's dead. As soon as people get it, actually look at it, if they ever do.
well, that's all you have to do. Upon it falls apart upon observation. Right? You realize it's not there.
Once properly investigated, I don't know how anyone can come out of that investigation and saying I'm on a spinning ball and nothing. Good luck with that.
I mean, what you do have is the home court advantage. You have people rooting for you. You have people cheering you on. You have a little bit of peer pressure and all that. So you have the crowd on your side, but you're not winning the game. If you look at the scoreboard, you have 0 points on the board. So you can be at the home court advantage. Everybody's cheering, but you're not winning. I mean,
seems like the cheering is getting less and less. For example, NASA and space. How can they kick the can down the road any further and people not say, "Wait a minute, it's been 50 how many years since we went to the moon?" And blah blah blah. Anyway, shout out to the YouTube people. If anybody wants to come in here and have a conversation, click the link. Coco's back, still thinking he's on a spinning ball and nothing. Welcome back to Coco. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. All right, he's got nothing to say for the globe right now. We've got Mr. B, no rolls. Should we take a chance?
Chance accepted. Hello, Mr. B. Are you able to say hello? If not, no worries. We'll just pop you back on mute. You can jump into the VC check-in 1 at any time, and someone will give you permission to speak here.
Yep, no pressure. You win the convo if you wish. All we need is direct measurements of Earth curvature, motion of said ball Earth, and the existence of it in a vacuum of space with the air pressure system right next to it. That's all we need. Somebody please provide one of those. And don't even try posting your GPS, whatever you were doing earlier at Ghost Show. And a direct measurement, drop over distance. You get one glober, say 10 miles off the coast of an island, and another glober on the coast, and y'all use a laser or fishing line, I don't care what you use. Stretch it out there, shoot the laser, show the 60-foot drop. I'll quit the server the day after you do that. That I can repeat. All you got to do. It'll be over a body of ocean water. It's my stipulation there. It's got to be an island like 10 miles off the coast. Easy to do. Easy peasy. Looks like somebody would have done that already. We've only been asking for curvature for 7 years, so I don't know. I'll show you.
Do you think that there's any error involved with refraction, or that they could possibly cause any error from observation that long?
You think it would cause a 60-foot error?
Well, any error at all.
Does a basketball have refraction? Does a basketball have refraction, or does a basketball have curve?
I'm sure that was for you, Kosho.
I was waiting for my question to get answered. So.
Okay. Well,
I'm not getting sick to talk about refraction. If you want to, go ahead, CB.
The only reason I only asked because the laser test does seem like it would be pretty good, but the refraction does introduce errors. However, the force the line, like you said, along the line, yeah, that also, if you can make sure it's straight, that'd be nice. But that also would produce errors because you can't make sure that there's no sag or anything like that in a line that long. But what's the problem with the GPS? Because the GPS is not limited by those two things. You can just use the positions and you can establish a straight line between those two positions.
I mean, you said yourself that there's errors in the GPS that have to be corrected by some other thing, and just sounds convoluted and not necessary. But
and when you take normal GPS measurements.
Sorry, Kosher. I had a question I asked you earlier that you didn't seem to want to answer, but it's a really simple question. Just curious when you first entered the debate. What year?
I'm not sure. 2018. But what you said just now, though, about the errors, in the GPS, those are involved when you're just using a receiver, and it's those errors that need correcting for with the post processing, and that's the point of the post processing is it eliminates all those errors, and they use it because they get sub-centimeter accuracy in their positions.
Okay, but that, I mean, on the surface, that just sounds a little suspect. Oh, well, we're processing it after for you. Don't worry, we'll fix it for you. Okay, I mean that's fine, dude. That's just not my thing. But I don't know. I mean, for me, I joined in 2017. So like the argument then was that the horizon was Earth curve. So the flat earthers were like, well, there's factors like refraction and observer height and weather conditions and so on and so forth. So, but when we fast forward to today, and now we've got the globe earthers going, well, did you factor in refraction? It's like, wait a minute, hold on. I'm just getting confused here. It's like, well, what happened? You guys were supposed to be arguing for some sort of physicality, but now you have chucked that under the bus and started arguing for like what the flat earthers were arguing. So I'm just, I don't know. It's just funny to watch it happen. But
nobody's claiming that the horizon is caused by. Well, nobody with any knowledge on the subject is saying that the horizon is caused by refraction. If they say refraction, they're just letting you know why you can see things further than you claim you can see them. but the horizon is indeed evidence of the curvature. It's the curvature of the Earth that's getting in your way of the things beyond it.
But that's been debunked, Kosho, and I think you know that though.
And by who?
What do you mean? The horizon changes. It's not a geometric location.
Okay.
So it's not Earth curve.
No, that is indeed the Earth curve. The horizon, the geometric horizon. The geometric horizon specifically.
It's an apparent location, not an
exactly. It's the position on the ground that marks the extent along the surface that you can see before it starts curving away, where you can't see it anymore.
Okay, but the globe set geometry.
If refraction changes that distance because you can now see land further, that doesn't change the fact that that's the reason why that's the extent to where you can see.
Yeah, but again, the globe has a set geometry, and that's been debunked, brother.
Yeah, what are you talking about? How is the set geometry of the globe been debunked because refraction happens?
No, I didn't say anything about refraction. I'm just saying the globe has a set geometry, so you can go out and check that. And people have done that over and over and over again. Refraction doesn't help that. That's our argument.
No, how's that your argument? That's just something that happens in the atmosphere. The refraction happens in the atmosphere.
Yes.
And so, for instance, if you are above the ground, 200 feet above the ground, and you're making an observation out over water, let's say it's just really high off the ground. You know the altitude. You can simply use the shape of the Earth, the size of the Earth, and determine what the geometric horizon is, and then add in standard refraction, and you're basically going to have a fairly close estimate to where that observation, the extent to where you can see. And this is always the case for any altitude above 200 feet.
Above 200 feet. Why above 200 feet? Why is it not something you can do on the surface of the Earth?
Just because the atmosphere is more variable, so you can't use standard refraction.
Well, doesn't your refraction, isn't that based off some R value that has never been measured?
Refraction? No.
Okay. Well, either way, again, refraction is our argument, so I don't know why you feel like that's like a point for the team globe when, again, you're supposed to be arguing for physicality, right? The horizon is supposed to be where the Earth curves, according to the geometry that's been debunked, though. So.
Okay, well, the refraction doesn't belong to anybody. However, like I said, we're not using it to claim that that's what's causing the horizon. And the Earth is always curving away from you.
No, that's Kosho. I'm not saying you're using refraction to do that. That curvature isn't there.
Yeah, that's fine. The curvature, though, exists it can be measured, exists everywhere. And as long as you're not on the surface, if you're anywhere above the surface, you're going to have a horizon. And it'll be the geometric horizon plus refraction.
I think you know what that's been debunked.
It hasn't been debunked. I literally just told you that you can find any picture that's above 200 feet, and if you know the altitude, I can basically estimate with within 1% the distance by using standard refraction in the geometric horizon.
Okay, but doesn't your refraction require some sort of R value that you don't have?
No.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. You're thinking of 76R, which is the shorthand for how you apply the standard refraction. You apply it to, it's basically like creating a sphere that is that much bigger than the Earth, and then that's how the light's curving.
Yeah, but again, I don't know how you. I don't know how you can get around the fact that people have gone out and checked this geometry and it's not there, brother. I've done this myself. You haven't done this?
I have. I'm curious about the way in which you've checked the curvature.
Well, just long distance observations.
Right.
Not hard. And that's just if you want to be technical about it. But clearly, like, what's so funny, when I first got into flat Earth, I had people saying, "Oh no, physics, bro, physics." Okay, well now I get to say that because the physics of water, right? doesn't do what you are saying it's doing.
How so?
That's that simple. Water doesn't do the whole curvature thing.
It doesn't?
Unless you can demonstrate that, of course it doesn't. Don't act like you've observed curved water, Kosho.
Yeah, I have. I've seen water both inside of a container and outside of a container take the shape of that container due to different forces. So it's obviously liquid fluids are compelled by the forces acting on them, and that's just a fact. That's just a fact of how fluids work. So
okay, can you demonstrate this?
Can you show us?
Yeah, if you take it on a vomit comet, they're going to take the outside of the exterior of whatever object it is, because of the forces acting on it.
What does that have to do with here on Earth, though?
Well, it's a demonstration, as I said, for the forces acting on it, compelling
Sounds
it
like
to
a
take the shape
parlor
outside of an object.
That sounds like a parlor trick, my friend.
Is that a parlor trick?
Of course it is. You're going on a
saying water doesn't behave that way, and I'm telling you,
unless
where it does.
you do some sort of parlor trick to get it to do that, right? Because you're
How's
not
that a
going
parlor
out into nature and observing this in reality.
That is in reality. It's not a trick, and
where can I go in reality
representation of water?
To experience inside of a vomit comet, Kosho?
You just said water doesn't behave that way.
Yeah.
If I give you a demonstration of water behaving that way,
my friend, come on, give me a break. And not inside your parlor trick. That's not happening.
How is that a parlor trick?
Because it's not happening in nature, dummy.
How is that not in nature?
Because you're doing it in a vomit comet.
That's in nature.
Dummy.
That's not in nature.
Okay, so where can I go outside and experience what you experience inside of a vomit comet?
747s are natural?
No, but if you take a
a
pail of water, yeah, everything in nature. I don't know if you guys know this. I think if you got your information from a certain somebody, then maybe you would think differently. But nature, everything in nature,
information from anybody. You know what I'm talking about. I've been speaking on a very simple level. I'm talking about when you go outside. Where can I go, walk around, and experience vomit comet, Kosho? Give me a break.
If you jump on a trampoline with a pail of water, you could jump off a.
So the water's gonna stick to the outside of the pail.
Yeah, if you jump off a cliff into the lake, and you take with you a bottle of water, and you have I don't know something. Let's just say you have the bottle of water, and you have inside of there you have some kind of I don't know ball or something. There's a ball in the bottle of water. Inside that bottle of water, the water is going to behave around the ball as if it's conforming to the outside, the exterior shape of that ball while you're falling.
It's inside of a container, dude. Come on, dude. These are more tricks that only work on like low IQ people. If you put a ball inside of a bottle of water, the water around the ball, like it's inside of a container, dude.
And how long is it staying on the outside of the container? For all eternity? For all of human recorded history, is it sitting there? Like the oceans do?
While you're jumping into another body of level water. Come on, dude.
What's funny is you don't even show what you're claiming right now. How big does a body of water have to be before it starts demonstrating curvature? Kosho?
That's a good question.
At what point? Where's the cutoff? It's got to be bigger than an Olympic pool, right? It's got to be bigger than a frozen lake, right?
I mean, go knock on your neighbor's door and try to convince them that water doesn't do what they experience done it's their entire life, right? But if you drop it on the floor and look at it only in this small timeline, then maybe you don't. It's like I've thought of some new roles for these globe earthers. It's like a wizard earther. You're trying to like perform hypnosis on people.
It's so true. Well, if you get yourself a trampoline or a vomit comet.
Like what, dude? Come on.
All you'd have to do is understand what's being said to you. And
no, I understand what you're saying, and that's why you're.
You clearly don't, though, because when I showed you that fluids, any fluid, they're always going to take. They're always going to be dictated by whatever forces are acting on them, at all. So if they're being contained by a container, if they're being attracted to some the exterior of some object, they're going to conform to the shape of that object. Every fluid does this. So it's not even like water is unique to water. This is the case for every fluid.
Yeah, any fluid, wine in my glass is level at the surface, Kosho. So it's very simple to understand. It's nothing new. I didn't have to do anything to manipulate it to make it level. It just is. Like, you guys are always trying to conform these ideas to your religion. You're working backwards from these assumptions. Well, it's a ball with water around it, so if I put a ball in a bottle, then I can pretend that... Come on, dude. That only works on low IQ.
Doesn't even take that much thought. Like, it doesn't... Like, the only reason why it has to be explained is because you guys are so incredulous. But if you were to accept that the Earth were actually... If things were attracted to the Earth, like it is, like every single thing is... Then all you have to do is realize that that's why water's level. And if water's level because it's attracted to the surface,
we realize it.
And whatever the format of the surface is, the water's going to conform to it.
Okay, Bakosha, listen to what you're saying. Even if I give you gravity, you're saying the water's still flat, brother.
Never said that.
You just said level.
Yeah, I said it's level. That's right.
Yeah, so that's flat.
Do you know what level means?
That's not flat. That's flat. That's flat if it's on a flat surface.
Okay, do you have a level floor in your home, hopefully?
A level is this equidistant above a single point. So if you're on a sphere, that single point is going to be at the center. And it's going to create a sphere around it.
From an assumption that there's a globe. Go knock on your door. Go knock on your neighbor's door. Try to convince them
and spherical assumptions.
Sorry, Goblin, I was speaking, but go knock on your neighbor's door and try to convince them that their floor is not level.
And why would I do that?
Well, because because that's silly. That's what you're telling us.
That's not at all what I said to you. But of course, you're clearly not listening because I clearly did not say that.
Okay, well, you gave me pushback when I said your floor was level.
And then I told you that level doesn't always mean flat. And you're saying, no, level means flat. I'm telling you, no, level is equidistant.
Your floor level?
It's equidistant above a single point. So if that single point is the center of the Earth, then you can have your floor, and you can have your floor appear to be flat and only be level.
Again, that's
because they actually level it with concrete.
Again, working backwards from an assumption. If I assume there's a sphere and a center, then I can assume level to the center. That's not how level works, buddy.
That actually is how level works. If the ground is flat, if this Earth is a plane, then level would be flat. But if the Earth is not a plane and it's actually some other shape and has a center of mass, a single point, then level is going to make a sphere around that.
That's a big if, my friend.
Well, it's an if nonetheless, and the only point of it is to show you that it's not unique to a flat plane. It would be true in either case.
Yeah, well, pretty sure the floors in my house are level, and that
look at the
doesn't
voice text. I posted the definition of level, and you might want to read it for yourself.
And wouldn't a singular point be a mathematical thing, not something in reality, Kosho?
Well, why would it have to be a mathematical thing? It's just a single point.
Where is the singular point in reality?
You're defining level. You're referencing something. That's all you're doing.
Go point out this singular point then. Where is it?
Well, in the case of the Earth, it'd be the center of mass.
Okay. But you said even like your floor in your house, there would be a singular point where it's all level from. So where is that point?
Yeah, the center of mass.
Of your house? Your floor?
No, of the Earth. Everything is level to the center of mass of the Earth.
But then again, you're trying to affirm. You're assuming that it's a globe and working backwards from that assumption.
No, I'm just letting you know that in either model, you use the word level, and in either model, in your model, that would mean it was flat. In my model, it would mean it would curve around the Earth. It's not unique to either model. It doesn't mean just flat in every case.
And if you really believe that, then you're crazy.
I don't know for sure. I tried going to the YouTube live stream to like verify to go back and check what people are saying, but I'm pretty sure that when he tried to use flat land assumptions, you guys said you guys are supposed to be fighting for the spheric side. Why are you using those assumptions? And then when he used globe assumptions or spherical assumptions, he was also called out for that. So I feel like there's kind
Can
of
you be more specific what you mean by that?
well, when what you're saying
Did
now
you come
is
here
that
for your feelings?
what?
No, go ahead and ask your question. Just be specific about what you're saying. I mean, that was just kind of...
I have no question. I was just saying I was trying to go back into the 24/7 live stream, and when I was trying to verify something that I heard, which was that when he was using a spherical assumption, like now he's saying like the one that he's saying right now, the one that you're calling out Kosho to, that he's using a spherical assumption and working back from.
Okay.
But earlier, there was a quote where I'm really trying to remember. I really tried to look for it on the 24/7 live stream.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a link. I don't know if it's up, but there was I don't know who exactly said it, but they said that he should be fighting with spherical assumptions and he shouldn't be using the science of flat Earth. So I'm just confused.
Oh, that was me. Well, I said that he should be arguing for a physicality of the...
Okay.
Well, that's just because, like, well, like, aren't you guys arguing for a globe, right? So, like, that's what you're supposed to be saying. When I first entered the debate, the globe earthers were saying the horizon is Earth curvature.
Okay.
That's where it's physically curving. So I'm telling him, I'm just trying to set the table. Like, that's your argument, bro. Yeah.
That's not my argument, man. And actually, that's not.
Well, no,
when I came to this, flat earthers weren't bringing up refraction.
Not you, Kosho, because you've got your tap dancing shoes on. Right? You want to tap dance away from the original claims.
No, dude. No, it's not. It's not. Okay, so here's when I came to the scene. Flat earthers were claiming that they see too far, and that these images of pictures that are far beyond where they should be seen is proof that the Earth is flat. And what globers were saying was those images.
Hold on, wait a minute.
What do you mean claiming?
I'm sorry. This is what globe earthers do. They have a hyper-focused timeline. They do this with things like gravity. Don't focus on the fact that I picked this up. Only focus on the fact that it's dropping. So this is what they do. The flat earthers are saying this as a response, Kosho. I know you've gone now, but I'm sure you'll go back and listen.
He said that twice now when we claim to see too far. Well, the black swan is not claiming. It's right there for everybody to see it. It's not a claim. It's proof.
It's a direct response to the claim that the horizon is curvature. Notice how he left that part out. And that's what I was trying to set the table, because that's what the original argument was, that the Earth is a globe with this size, and therefore the horizon would be at this distance. That is the Earth curvature. So the flat earthers then responded that, well, we can see too far. That isn't the original claim. Notice how he left that out. So just that's what these weasels do. It's funny. They don't like the full timeline. They only like their special timeline. But the whole assumption thing. You don't want to work backwards from an assumption. Let me just assume this, and then I'll work backwards and make everything fit that assumption. No. I think Indio has a really good post about this. I'll see if I can find it. But you start with an observation, and then build to a conclusion. So let me.
It's funny. It's funny how he rolls with the only definition that fits his argument. the one supplied by Google. Google is the world's dictionary now, huh? All the other definitions get thrown out.
Well, that's a great point. Notice how we provided the definition for this term, and only this one works with the assumption. So let's pick that one, and then we're going to keep working backwards and collecting and making it fit.
Read all those other ones. The 1828 Webster's Dictionary is the one that the Supreme Court uses in their cases. That's how they choose to define words. So look at the definition of level in that.
I mean, and that's just getting technical, right? It's like, that's why I say, like, go knock on your neighbor's door and try to convince them the things you're telling me here. Like, they believe in the globe too, but they're gonna find you crazy when you tell them, hey, your floor, it's not really level, it's curved. They're like, what? Get out of here, dude. You're crazy.
I really want someone to answer that question, though, that I asked him earlier. How big, what size does a body of water need to be before it will actually demonstrate measurable curvature?
Yeah, great question. It's a trap question. That's why I like it. Because you can you can ask 10 different globe earthers that, and they'll have different answers. I've had people say it happens in every single instance. Cup, everything.
Yeah,
I've had people say
that's Matthew.
Yeah,
That's
I've
what
had people
Matthew
say
said.
it only happens in natural bodies of water.
He'll claim even a cup has curvature, but it's like a micro fraction. It's not even measurable, or it's close to not measurable. That's what he'll claim.
Insane, dude.
The other thing that is funny is when they always say it's level to the center of Earth. Well, who found the center of Earth? Where's it at? Point to it. Show me it. How did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, wait, it's another assumption? Oh, gotcha. Huh.
Hey, CB, in your opinion, who's the world's most preeminent glober? It can't be one of the, what do they call it? One of the educators, one of the science educators, the guys on television, because they've never been in an actual debate. So it has to be someone on the circuit. Who is considered to be the world's most preeminent glober?
Good Lord, I have no idea. I mean, we have like the top 5 clowns, right? But
oh yeah, the YouTube guys. There you go. Well, they don't get in debates either, do they? They just answer through the comment section, right?
yeah, the comment section.
Well, I guess that's not true. McToon does. McToon's actually been in a debate with Whitsitt, right?
But McToon is so goofy. He's literally said only the first foot of a tape measure can measure something. I just was like, I'm out of here, dude. This guy. Come on, man. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Well, the reason I bring this up is because so many people rely on the quote experts, right? So if you're to bring to their attention that the person that you consider to be your expert is this guy, and then you show them a debate against Whitsitt and be like, so this guy is the reason why you believe in a globe, right? So I want to tear down their idols, their idol experts.
it's not a bad idea. The problem is getting them to take a stance. You know, they hate taking a stance, because then you can just fire a bullet at their foot. You know, so if they just hover above every stance, then they feel like they can avoid it. But I don't know.
Yeah, they just keep on fighting the straw man.
Well, you even ask them, like they'll say, "Oh, I trust the experts. The experts." Okay, can you name one?
Maybe we can get them to vote on it. Maybe we'll go. I'm gonna go over to Jen Panda and ask him who he considers to be the world's most preeminent globber.
Yeah, we'll take a poll and then start holding people accountable. But then the problem we get into there is like they start playing their favorite game. I call it under the bus, right? You bring up Neil deGrasse Tyson, oh well, he's got to go under the bus now because he said that can't see curvature, so he's going under the bus.
I've actually heard Jem Panda, whatever his real name is. He said that he believes that Neil deGrasse is in on the flat Earth deception side of it.
There you go. See, that's the first thing they do. Just chuck him under the bus, right? He was on their side, making claims that are pretty accurate, right, to their quote unquote model. But just get rid of him. You know, throw him under that bus. Bill Nye under the bus. George Mooser under the bus. It doesn't matter. You bring up any of their guys, they just have to discard them. You know, they make them look bad. But yeah, that was a good question. We should take a poll and find out who's the number one globe head.
Those are the two questions I want answered right there.
Go ahead.
The scary part is the world's preeminent globber might be Matthew Learns.
You know what? I honestly, someone mentioned in the chat, because I'm in the UFC and stuff, and they posted Ultimate Flat Championship or Ultimate Flat Club or whatever. And they gave me this idea of like, oh man, that'd be kind of cool if we had like different weight classes or belts and stuff like that here in the server. Like if we could give a belt to the Globe Earther champion, I think Matthew has the belt right now. I'd give him the belt for sure. Interim champion. So I don't think we got to find out who's going to take the belt off of Matthew. That's brilliant.
I think Matthew has the most ring time. I think he's been inside the octagon the longest.
Yeah. I think he knows how to throw out a punch. You know, slip one or two.
He greases. That was my analogy the other day. He greases up like a wrestler just to slip out of all the fucking chokeholds, dude.
That's funny. Yeah, I need to get that Dana White clip. That's fucking illegal. Yeah, that's really funny, dude. Another idea I'd really love to execute is like a flat Earth court. If we can get them in the mindset of being in a courtroom in front of a judge as a lawyer, if they can do that, they'll probably avoid a lot of fallacies. They'll probably avoid the whole, well, do you really think my client could possibly be lying? Yes, that's why you're in court. Like, so it's like, put the evidence on the table, you know? So a flat Earth court would be a really fun idea if we can get a few of these Globe lawyers to come in and try to represent their client, the Globe. Because then they would have to present evidence, cross-examine, and do these types of things instead of like, you're dumb, you're a flat earther, and like that would never hold up in a court setting. Like ever. You know what I mean?
That's funny you say that, because I've actually made that statement to Matthew, where he always makes the claim, well, I have evidence, it's just that you guys don't accept it. And I say, yeah, Matthew, you brought in evidence, it's just that you've never brought in any evidence that would ever hold up in the court of law. And he goes, yeah, you're right. Instantly.
Yeah.
He said that instantly. He's like, yeah, you're right.
There you go. It's like, if you have a winning hand in poker, what are you doing not playing it? You're going to let the turn end and you didn't play your hand? What the hell? You folded? Like, you had the winning hand.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good analogy too.
Maybe you're just bluffing, Matthew. Like that's what it is. That's what we've come to realize is when you say, "Oh, I have the evidence, but I'm not going to put it," because you don't have it. Is that simple? Imagine telling that to a judge. Oh, well, Your Honor, I have evidence, but you wouldn't accept it. Well, case dismissed. You lose. It's over. If you have evidence, put it on the table and let it do the talking. You don't have to hype up your evidence. It's silly. Yeah, and I think the court would be fun. We would definitely need good judges. We can't just have random people be the judge. We want to make sure, if we're going to do it sincerely, we want to make sure that the Globe Earthers feel like they have somebody that could represent them well. If you've watched any lawyer shows or anything, you understand there are different judges and they have different, they lean certain ways and that kind of thing. So, you have to have multiple judges, and we have to have Globe Earth judges and that kind of thing. I think Matthew would probably be a decent judge compared to some of the rest. Someone like Kosho's too biased, So, but at least it seems pretty biased.
I guess that modern day debate is the closest thing we have right now. Huh?
That guy's brilliant. Yeah, that guy's good. Yeah, I guess you're right. That is pretty close. But then, yeah, you know what? That is pretty true. But we used to have the arena. We had the arena here. Were you around for the arena days?
No, I didn't. I never heard anybody go at it in there.
Yeah, I was kind of.
The scary part for them is when you go up against a guy like Witt. He doesn't even need to bring notes with him. He doesn't need to bring slides. He doesn't need to. It's all just sitting up there already. He can just access it whenever he wants to. So none of those guys even know the Globe model, let alone be able to comprehend what he's saying for the other side. So
yeah. Yeah, that's a weakness as a Globe Earther. I call it we have Google Earthers, or a Google as you go Earther. They end up getting themselves in trouble because
Google as you go. I like that.
They get into trouble because they don't speak on things that they know. That's why it doesn't even matter. You don't have to be a Witsit. All you have to do is just speak on things that you know. That you don't even have to look it up. You know what I mean? If you know it, then you not have to Google it as you go. You know what I mean? So that's why they get themselves into trouble, because they start making claims about things that they don't understand. Well, here's gravity. Oh, what's that? You can hear them typing in the background, looking it up. You know what I mean? So,
they get that
Google Earther.
They get that false confidence because they think somewhere in some dark room that there's an expert that will back up what they're saying. But that's why I'm trying to expose their experts, because those guys don't exist. So.
Oh, it's sad that Google always has an answer for them, and that's part of that home court advantage idea. The crowd will tell them, keep going, here, you're winning, and all that stuff. But the scoreboard doesn't show that, the scoreboard, it's 100-0 at this point.
What I've noticed is that it seems like the guys that get farther into quote education are the ones that have a really tough time of letting go. Like for me, I felt like my path to flat Earth was really easy because I didn't take any advanced science or math classes, and I wasn't a NASA fan when I was a kid. And I knew that the moon landings were fake before I heard about flat Earth too. So I had about as easy a path as you could have.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't a NASA fanboy, but I was definitely into outer space, like big, But I definitely wasn't buying the moon landings either. That's funny, how people believe that. You can be a baller and not believe that. That's fine, but like if you're slurping up that moon landing narrative, you must be pretty religious into the thing. But yeah,
Dude, I have this guy. I've been trying to talk to him about flat Earth for going on 2 years now. I met him in a different server, and I'm always DMing him, and he's watched. He had to have watched 70 or 80 hours worth of flat Earth material. I've sent him 200 videos. He understands that NASA is fraudulent. Doesn't believe anything about NASA. He knows it's 100% fake, but yet he still will not get on flat Earth because in his mind he thinks it's a psyop. He thinks flat Earth is the psyop.
oh my god, that doesn't make sense, dude. Like from who to who?
And he won't admit to any the flat Earth side, but now he's to the point where he won't even trust the scientists on the globe side now either. 'Cause I sent him all those quotes, right? Remember all those quotes that Whitsitt did about the Michelson-Morley experiment and there's no movement of Earth? I was like, look, dude, like even your experts will agree with my argument. So you're off on your own little island now, dude. You're an anti-flat earther and you're an anti-glober at this point. So
Yeah, it's sad when they just start coming up with their own cosmology on the spot. Like, really? Is this what you're just building your worldview as you go right now? Like, it's so funny, man. It's just so defensive, it's defensive. Setting up mental roadblocks, preventing them from seeing the truth and stuff. It's stupid.
yeah, it's so hard to pinpoint what exactly the blockage is. It must just come down to fears. I guess that's the easiest way to describe it.
Morley Buck says he's an atheist.
You know what? I've never actually asked him that. I've never even asked him that question, to be honest with you.
Do you need to ask somebody that question?
Yeah, because if he's claiming to be a Christian glober, then he's never read Genesis. So,
Well, yeah, but most people haven't. I'm a firm believer that most people don't read the Bible that claim they do. Just based on what the responses to questions are. But, my opinion, of course.
yeah, what usually happens is they just take their interpretation and then they use their interpretation. They think that trumps all the flat measurements, all the long distance observations, natural gas law. So their misinterpretation overrides anything.
The other random thing is this guy's into Tartaria. So, he's so random, dude.
What, are we supposed to be in a Tartaria?
No, it just seems like that guy's confused.
Yeah, yeah.
No offense to anyone who's into Tartaria or anything like that.
No, me neither. I was just saying, I thought maybe, I don't know. I guess I thought you were kind of saying that most people believe in Tartaria, flat earthers or something. That's what I kind of thought. But I understand you weren't. My bad.
No, he's saying he believes in some conspiracies, but some not. So he's like, when you ask a glober, do you trust the government? They're like, well, yeah, but no. And then they're just like, well, I trust the government, but then I don't trust them.
I trust him. I don't trust them, but they definitely wouldn't lie about the shape of the earth, right?
or the government lies sometimes, but not all the time, and I can decipher when they're lying or not based on.
Yeah, I can decide for myself. Yeah, that's funny. I mean, you're right. Majority of the time. I'd like
whose video
just to get somebody that actually listens. Like actually listens to what you say and go and research it and then come back and actually talk. Like it'd be nice to meet someone like that once again.
Yeah, that's rare. Very rare.
Well, it does happen, but yeah, you're right. It's rare. Most people that come in here, they're doing it because they're laughing at it. But that's okay. I don't have a problem with that. As long as you can admit that you're wrong once I show you the truth.
Yeah. I've had
as long as we're good with there.
For like an hour or whatever, or it goes on to a different room in an hour, and you're like, oh, this guy might stay around and he's asking questions, but they never stay around. But I understand not everybody has the time. They may have a family, kids, an 12-hour a day job, so not everybody has the time to do it. But
I just don't understand how Flat Earth would be a psyop. That would be some like crazy 4D chess, because they're banning it, like shadow banning it. They're putting all the Professor Dave videos first. They're showing you space pizzas and space magic carpets and ice cream cones and all this crazy stuff. So they're trying to get you to believe that, but like how would that be a psyop?
It's a double, triple, reverse Uno card psyop.
Literally, that's what it would have to be. Like, that's what it would have to be. Triple reverse Uno card psyop. So dumb, dude.
Oh, I see what you mean. They're saying that Flat Earth is a psyop, that the government made it on purpose just to screw us up. Well, I'm sorry, but that can't be possible. It's either really true or it's really true.
Like, they wouldn't need to put up a cartoon friggin' space frisbee and blast it out, have Obama tell people about it, to have people really want to like, I don't know, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But hey, people don't like to think, so it's easier just to say, it's a psyop.
Driver's licenses don't make sense. Taxes don't make sense. Nothing makes sense. I mean, if you really think about it, we all just get told to do it and follow the rules and don't argue. That's really what it's all about, right? And eventually we get tired of arguing with people and we just do it and start believing it, right?
Yeah, peer pressure. Mm-hmm.
You feed it to us slowly so that way we can, we can accept it. It's great.
Really, you just get peer pressured into believing in the globe. That's what I've come to realize in the past week. But these people just get pressured into it. You say anything otherwise, I don't want to be called crazy. So what, dude? Someone called me crazy.
True.
That's it.
You just said 2 + 2 is 4. They're like, you're crazy. Like, okay, well, people project. They cope through projection. So when they're calling you crazy, when they're pointing a finger at you, there's 3 fingers pointing right back at them on their own hand. So yeah, it's just projecting. Don't worry about that. Quick plug in one of my songs, I even say that I'm like, do not worry about the trolls. No, they can get up in your way. Don't worry about that stuff, man. They can say whatever they want. They're just hating on the fact that 2 + 2 is 4. So let them.
He says there is something very fucky with NASA, but if you claim fraud against NASA, you are a flat Earth tard. He goes, how convenient is that?
That makes sense.
This is how all these disinformation gigs work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Oh
yeah. Well, and they do sign a non-disclosure agreement, so they can't just tell you that they're agents.
My philosophy on that is like, look at this place, this whole flat Earth stuff. It's kind of like you just discovered a really badass hangout spot, some cool cliff, good view. Not many people know about it. You start telling your friends, and they start telling their friends, and everybody and their mama starts hearing about it. You start going back. Now there's more cars, more people, trash everywhere, freaking spray paint stuff get, vandalized. So I don't even mind. We're not here to like recruit and get the numbers up. We want to, we want everybody to be a flat earther. I think this information isn't for everybody. I kind of like the fact that it's a chosen group. It's a select people. I'm fine with that. Don't come and ruin my hangout spot.
You're describing excellent local surf breaks, and then when the out of towners get word of it and they come in, and then all the locals just beat the shit out of the fucking out of town.
Yeah, like that's a good way. Don't feel bad when people like throw you shade for not liking the flat Earth. Go ahead, Rookie.
No, I was just gonna say, yikes! That's a scary thought.
You've never heard horror stories of local surfers being pretty damn violent with cutting the leashes off when the board comes ashore? Their other buddy breaks the surfboard.
Oh yeah,
try to
I've
drown
heard
them,
about it.
dunk them under the water.
I didn't know that people. I thought surfers were pretty cool people. I always thought. Well, it's kind of like a stoner. Generally a stoner doesn't come at you and want to kill you. He just wants to get high and hang out and giggle and eat junk food, right? It just doesn't sound like the typical person. That's all I'm saying. Honestly, I think I've only met a few true surfers, like guys that just literally like to surf all the time. And all three of them were really cool people. I don't think I've ever met an asshole surfer or a butthole surfer or whatever.
It happens, yeah. There's definitely tribalism in local surf spots.
What do you guys know about magnetic fields in ley line?
Very, very little.
Nada.
You'd think that we'd know about it. I've been thinking about doing a little research on it. It's something I haven't really gone deep into yet.
You ever messed around with You ever messed around with dowsing rods?
Nope. Never believed in stuff like that, but I mean, there's some truth to it, I guess. Yeah, I can check it out.
Well, I've seen it done in front of me when I was a kid. I saw somebody else do it successfully. I guess it works for both water and electricity, like in the ground,
I don't know. I'd never really looked into that. I always just thought it was like everything else telepathy and all that other crap. It's just storyline that they put out there to convince people that there's this magical stuff around that, you know, some people have, and it's not how it works. I believe that people have like psychic ability, but I don't think that it's for psychic. I think it's just a sense, you know, like some people have that sense. Some people can just by meeting you judge what you're going to do and how you're going to react. I'm good at doing it. I'm not very good, but I know people that are really, really good at it. They can just basically guess what you're going to do and how you're going to react in any situation after knowing you for a short period of time. It's kind of creepy. But I don't know if that's a special power. I think it's more like just you pay attention to something your whole life, and you know you're always asking about it and talking to people and questioning people, and you're gonna learn about stuff like that, right? And if there's some truth to it, then you'll find the truth of it.
So before psychoanalysis came along with Freud, what was the preeminent held belief
Electroshock therapy? Electroshock therapy?
Well, it was behavioralism is what everybody pretty much agreed on before Freud took over. Freud, sorry.
I don't know. I haven't really done. I don't have a degree or anything. I don't know much about Freud or Freud or whatever the hell you call him. I just know he wanted to screw his mother or something. But other than that, he was a philosopher. But God only knows if he ever.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the world had a more biblical, conservative foundation, and they're slowly trying to deteriorate that. And everybody in this chat can see it and knows it.
Right.
So, yeah, you can even look at like the 1900s and the foundations that we had, the families and communities, compared to 120 years later, where like now anything goes, you can identify as anything you want, level is curved, like it's insane.
It's become like Dumbo or something. It's like zombies are real. Kind of creepy.
Yeah, I would say almost like the globe is the beast system, and they're going to teach you the globe, and then that slowly gets you to believe atheism and evolution, and then you believe in the transgender, and you believe in everything like that. So it's a slow transition into debauchery. And that's what we're living through, the Agenda 2020, or Agenda 2020, Agenda 2030, Agenda 2050. So it's going to get way worse.
Well, it could, but I'm under the impression that this thing is personal. It's not about everyone. Like, I'm not really sure that I believe that Revelation is speaking of an event that we'll all go through together. I think it's an event that we all go through. But I could be wrong about that. But you know, it just makes more sense that way.
Yeah, like we are the resistance. Hopefully that we are the pockets of good, and we are the pockets of truth, and that we won't be corrupted by their lies and darkness. So no matter what they do, like there's no excuse for being a scumbag, whether you're rich or poor, there's no excuse.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I mean, how many of us are scumbags on occasion though? I mean, like we all are, right? I'm a scumbag sometimes. I get mad or angry or I get triggered or whatever, and I go off on people or I'm rude or whatever. It happens. It's not something I like to do, not something I want to do. Like I don't want to piss people off, but I'd prefer to get along with everyone, at least, you know, like in a neighborly way anyway. But you know, it doesn't always work that way.
Yeah, it should be like a journey of self-improvement. You say you do something bad and you realize it, you're like, whoa, next time I get in that situation with a person, I'm not going to say that. And then you catch yourself the next time. So like some people do it more often and have a harder time controlling it. But the goal is to be a better person than you were yesterday, and have more discipline.
And I'm a firm believer, if you don't make mistakes, you won't ever learn. You know what I mean? Like really learn and understand it.
Oh yeah, you learn from mistakes and you learn from losing for sure, and you learn from losing possessions, and you learn from
From all, yeah. I mean, you learn different things. Some people learn to just resent government. Some people learn to resent people. You know, it just, there's different ways you can go. But yeah, everything is basically all in a big package. You know, it's based on what you believe, what you're, convinced of or conceived. But it's what you do with it is what makes it bad, right? Because, I mean, you could learn all these bad things, but never act on them. And never, like you can know about, having sex with many, many women, but that doesn't mean that you necessarily go out and do that, right? We all know that eating too much crap food is going to make you fat and sick, right? But not all of us do that, but some of us do. Some of us do eat to a point where it becomes a problem. You know what I mean? But we all have to work.
That's what I was saying, where it's like you got to self-analyze and then you recognize, and you got to have better discipline later on. Whether it be better discipline, just take a second, 5 minutes, and then react, or just sort of like look back at your day and like try to see what you did wrong. And if you, and try to have as little things that you did wrong as possible.
So what do you think? Do you think that if you make a mistake, let's say it's not a really big mistake, but something, where you take something or whatever, do you really think that someone should go to prison for stuff like that? Or do you think there should be penance of some kind rather than, I get it. Some people that are, continue to be criminals obviously need that kind of punishment. But I'm saying, when it comes to like a kid or, somebody that's really got no record, like, don't you believe that, there should be extension on forgiveness or whatever for some offenses and what have you?
Yeah, like my mind would be like, say you're driving and you accidentally hit somebody, you're gonna get punished if you're on camera or you get caught. But like in God's eyes, it's you didn't do it on purpose. It's an accident. So in the physical world, you're gonna get punished by the government, and you should, maybe you should, you shouldn't. But like it's all about your intent. Like if you knew that you're gonna hit him and you hit him on purpose, and then you get punished by the government, and you're gonna get punished by our judge.
Or by the guy you run into.
Oh, he's innocent. But yeah, I would say no victim, no crime. But it gets complicated. Like if you steal something, say you break into somebody's house, you steal their computer, and then say you don't get the computer back. Like in reality, that guy owes you that computer, whether the government says yes or no, or it gets involved. But like, say you get your computer back, you still got oppressed by him breaking into your house and stealing it. You still have the residual damage.
Yeah.
So like, just because you got your computer back doesn't fix the damage that he did in like your security and your mental state.
Yeah, I agree.
So
in reality, depending on how he stole it from you, of course. So like if you invited him in and he took it and you weren't looking, that'd be one thing, right? But if he came in and took it and broke into your house, and there's all different ways. And of course, when you do that, then you're risking the person being there or someone being there, and then you gotta fight your way out. And I don't know. I just always thought that was just stupid. Like the odds are pretty good that you're gonna get in trouble eventually, right? So like, why put yourself in a position? I don't know. I just never did understand. I mean, I was a kid and I was stupid. I stole toys and little stuff here and there, lighters and stuff. I still probably do that, but not necessarily deliberately. But I'm saying most people don't get mad about stuff like that. You know what I mean? But when it comes to like taking things from other people, it's not something I normally do a lot of. You know what I mean? I just don't do it. It's just like I can get what I need. If I really want something, I just save up for it. I mean, it's not that difficult.
Here's a story about like I go to the store and I put like 2 water things, 24 packs of water underneath the cart, get groceries, and then sometimes like they don't see the water and they don't charge you or whatever. But I try to say, look, I got the water. I got water. Look, I got the water. So they charge it. So I don't want to intentionally steal it. But then one time, like I got in my car, put the water in, and I was like, holy crap! Like they didn't charge me for the water. And like I was like, did I steal it? No, not. I didn't. Like I totally forgot the water was there. They didn't charge me, and it was like it wasn't my intent to
Well, if
steal
you take
the
it
water.
back, then no, you didn't steal it.
I
But
didn't take it
if
back.
you drive out of the parking
But
lot, then yeah, then that's stealing it.
no,
Technically.
my intent wasn't to steal it. But then I
I
was
know.
also like, I've been charged. They've charged me double for some items, and I look at my bill. It's like, what? I only had one. So it goes both ways. Like they forgot to charge me for these 2 waters, but they charged me for 2 pizzas when I only had one multiple times. But my intent wasn't to steal. But if you intentionally knew that she didn't see the water and you knew you didn't bring it up, then you did steal that water. So yeah, to me, a lot of it is intent. And
You could look at it from the other perspective and say, how could a human steal any water anywhere in this place?
yeah, mine was the case of like
water shouldn't cost
accidentally getting free water, but
Yeah, that's what I mean. Water humans shouldn't have to pay for water, you know?
yeah, you can even go deeper. Like, why are we even paying for water?
Deadly.
There should be taps on the roads and taps for free and like free like weed growing on the road and like everything.
Wouldn't it be nice if they had to pay you for every time you ate something that was poisonous and they knew about it? Since they always do. You're like, wouldn't it be nice if you just got paid every time? Like they'd have to pay you to drink it. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah, it's sort of like here, like they want donations.
If it's literally deadly and it's going to kill you eventually, then why would you want to drink it, right? Like if something's literally, it's toxic and it's going to cause some kind of cancer in your body, like cigarettes or whatever. I mean, I'm not saying that I didn't smoke, but I'm saying I did quit. So if I end up with cancer someday because of lung cancer, I'm not going to be mad at the cigarette company, even though it was kind of their fault. But in reality, I knew full well that smoking was going to kill me. I'm not stupid. You know what I mean? It doesn't take a rocket scientist. Or, I started smoking when I was like 8 or 9. I was smart enough to know then that it could cause cancer. I did. I knew it. I just didn't care. So if someday I end up with lung cancer, I won't blame anybody. It'll be my own fault. You know what I mean? I did it to myself. You know what I mean? That's all I can say.
Blames the cigarette company, then they chickened out or they copped out.
Right.
I'm not responsible for my decisions. Yeah, you are.
Yeah, we are. We always are. You're part of it. Yeah. And like I said, we all fall short. So, and we're supposed to, because if we didn't fall short, we wouldn't know what it's like. If you don't know what it's like to make a mistake and have someone angry at you, then you really won't understand why it's wrong to do it, right? Even this is done to you. That's why one of my favorite things is doing to others as you would have them do unto you. Like you always treat someone like as if you would want to be treated, then you never can go wrong. Because unless you're a masochist and you like to be beat up or something, then you're probably safe. You know what I'm saying? It's good, wise words.
Yeah, if everybody followed that, then the world would be a better place. But unfortunately,
crazy circumstances will never stop me from doing the right thing. I mean,
yeah, we have psychopaths and narcissists and demon-infested people that they don't really go by those golden rules.
But all that was meant to be, right? It's not an accident. There's evil in the world. It's on purpose, right?
Well, yeah, you need.
I'm not saying that we should go out and do evil. I'm saying that without making mistakes, we don't truly understand what doing the right is. Like how do you know what love is until someone breaks your heart, right? Then you fall in love, and then someone breaks your heart, and then you understand what love is. Suddenly, it makes sense to you. My heart hurts. I'm in pain. Like it's mental, but it becomes physical. You know how many times that's happened to me? Plenty of time. Get my hopes up, thinking some girl likes me, and then nope, she don't want nothing to do with me, or I'm too scared to ask her. Right? We've all had this problem. Well, all of us except for those outgoing people that don't have problems with it, but right?
Yeah, my saying would be like everybody wants to fall in love until they fall in love and get their heart broken. Then you find out about the court system and hypergamy and all these other things, and you're like, well, narcissism. But like I always say, the good thing is what goes around comes around. So may not be today, might not be tomorrow, but in the end, it always happens.
Yes, you do bad things and eventually when you catch it. Might take until the end of your life. Yep, you always get yours. Sometimes right away. It's always great. Instant justice is fabulous. Everybody loves it.
Yeah, instant karma, instant justice.
Yeah, either way. Whatever you believe in. Well, I say justice because I mean, somebody does something bad or to hurt someone else, and then it turns out and then ends up getting them hurt in the same way that they were trying to hurt someone else, then yeah, that's justice. Karma is just like, well, you're always a bad person, so you deserve it when something bad finally happens to you. And that makes any sense. That's the final verdict, too.
Well, yeah, it'd be like the gangster lifestyle where, like, yeah, you live it up, you're partying and you're doing all these crimes, and then eventually, like, you're looking over your shoulder every day, and then eventually, like, you're going to be alone and 4 people are going to, so, like, it's good in the moment, but what goes around comes around.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah, you live by the sword and you die by
It's a great word. Comeuppance.
Yep. I like that one, too. I knew what it meant right away. When I first heard it, I was like, yeah, I think I get it. Cheers, buddy.
Shout out to all the usual suspects going through the panel. We got Levelist, Northern Rebellion, PC Tech, Rookie, Sasha, Seb, Sunforce Fairy, Timbo, Goblin. I think Goblin's only VC verified at the moment. Shout out to the VC Verify. Uncle Bob. We got a Will Be Flat and Bendy Water all in the house. Shout out to the panel. We also, I should probably say, you probably noticed there's only one of the live stream bots in the panel. Roger's stream got a strike. So I believe it was due to political stuff. So just make sure you guys, we don't want to get the stream shut down or anything. So make sure I know the mods really want to try to keep us focused on the flat earth topic as much as possible. But I personally really like the live streams for different reasons. You use them to see how your mic sounds and different moments in the stream. So it sucks when they are down. So just keep that in mind.
Plus, when you say something really awesome, you can go back and clip it so you can share it with people.
Exactly.
Not that really happens here much, but, you know, every once in a while.
I like to go back and listen. So, yeah. So just keep that in mind, fellas. You don't want to get it. I don't know how long Roger's spot's going to be down, but I'm sure a few days.
Political talk. Damn that First Amendment.
Right. I'll double check. Sure that's what it was.
We can't talk about politics? What? That's fun.
Let me just confirm that really quickly. It says here policy violated, misleading information, content that falsely claims that the results of, well, maybe I shouldn't say this, but stuff about the
Yeah, it's pretty bad when just saying what it is actually gets you in trouble again. That's ridiculous. That's fucking stupid.
Sorry, Google.
That's a good point.
No, what I say is F you, Google, is what I say. F you. That's what you get used to. These nasty.
How can I say it without saying it? Let's see. Stuff about the
We all got it, by the way.
okay.
Does it have something to do with a ballot? Maybe?
Yeah. Yep.
Then yeah, we get
Okay, good. Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Who's still talking about that?
I know. I know.
Obviously, it's still important, and they're still worried that we're going to misunderstand. So, goodness gracious, God forbid. And that way they can correct us with those little notes at the bottom of the screen. Say, by the way, this idea of yours is very crazy. And it's just crazy.
I wonder if it's our voices. Is it the audio, or are they able to scrub our posts in the chat as well? Because I've heard the bots. I've heard the bots can't read cursive. I don't know if that's true or not. Still, or
Yeah, it's definitely the YouTube listening, not the Discord chatting. At least,
yeah,
that's why Roger's bot got a strike, or not his bot, but like his YouTube.
I wouldn't even be surprised if there's multiple Globers just sitting in live streams, either waiting for the moment to report it, or they're just reporting it constantly in hopes of shutting it down.
Yeah, that makes sense too.
Cancel culture is strong right now.
Because yeah, their main goal would be to stop the message and stop anybody from hearing it, because they know they're going to get destroyed. So they have to stop the conversation if they can. So, like, if you ask them a yes or no question, and then they ask you a question, or they do a red herring or something. So, like, yeah.
They probably ought to remember, though, that, the door swings both ways, and we can file suit against them for slavery.
Yeah, I would never report anybody or anybody's account, because Globers aren't a threat. If a Glober's talking, he's just going to hang himself. So if you ask him the right questions, he's just going to double speak, level his curves. We wouldn't expect to feel drift, or we wouldn't see drift. And yeah, so get a Glober to speak, and then that's pretty much flat earth proof right there.
Yeah. It's gotten too easy now. I'm at this point where I'm like subtly just mocking them, like, is the curvature in the room with you right now?
So it's like you're building the trap when they're in the room, and then like the trap's finished, completed, and then you like push them into the trap.
Show us where the curve touched you, son.
Yeah, exactly, Rookie. Show us where this gravity touched you. Well, it's pulling on me right now.
No, anything but that. Not that. Please, no, not that.
I mean, they've convinced themselves that something's tugging on them in their own head.
Maybe even like the guy yesterday or 2 days ago. He's like, gravity's a force, and then a minute later he's like, no, gravity, it's not a force. I didn't say that. I didn't mean it. It's like,
it's just so sad, dude. That's how it falls on its face, right? You just let him speak.
yeah. See, for him, he probably was just like, well, I was on a video and I was recorded, but like he's just going and partying. He's like young, and he's like, I don't care that. Like he doesn't even care. Like it's yeah. It's not
Yeah,
huge.
you call them out, they'll just be like, well, it's a thing, okay? It's like, dude, don't bring up stuff that you don't know what you're talking about, okay? It's that simple. Speak on things that you know. Don't just start speaking babble out of your mouth. And you end up embarrassing yourself by saying, it's a force. Oh, wait, I didn't mean that. Dummy.
Yeah, see, the next time he might come in and be like that other guy where you're asking, do you have any proof of rotation? And he's like, maybe. Do you have any proof of gravity? Maybe. So, like, yeah, like he got destroyed that time, and then next time he might be more of a sophist and more of a dodger, but whatever, you got to deal with it, so.
It's crazy. I didn't even say this earlier, but I had a full-on role reversal in the chat in the lobby today. This guy came in and, hello, fellow flat earthers. I'm like, all right, let me check this, dude. I just put on the Glober cap and just started hitting him. And I just realized like how easy it is to just go on autopilot and say all the things that a globe earther will say. Oh, refraction, gravity. I want to pull up my chat because it was absolutely hilarious. Even one of the mods messaged me and they said they used that tactic during an interview. I was like, nice. So you guys should try it out, man. Try out your baller every now and again. You'll be impressed.
Yeah, like how did it go though? Like he asked you a question or you asked him a question? Like how would it?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can go back to the chat history a little bit just to remind myself. But yeah, he came in, hello, fellow flat earthers. I'm like, yeah, nah. I searched in the chat the search function, and there's like 1,600 results for hello, fellow flat earthers. So, all right, I told him, I was like, all right, I think you're acting, so let me put on my acting, and we'll see whose acting is better. And he did pretty good. But let me see if I can find it.
You know what's funny is they consider flatties. Like, what's up, flatties? That's considered like cussing in here. I don't take offense to being called a flatty, I guess.
Yeah, I mean that's like somebody like trying to call you like, oh, you're a nerd. You think 2 + 2 is 4? Yeah, I'm a nerd. I don't have any problem with that.
It sounds like British slang to me. Flatties.
Yeah, I'm cool with the Brits. You can call me that. All right, let me recap this combo here. So he says that, oh yeah, so he just starts off, Earth is 70% water. It'll become level. And I just said one word, gravity. Right, so he goes, prove gravity. I said, you know what I said? You don't believe in gravity? Dude, it's just so fun. It's so easy just to be a baller, right? That's all they have to do. They don't even have to like prove stuff. They just sidestep every question a little bit and you can get around it. So he goes, well, that's the problem. Gravity is a belief, not a fact. And I said, drop something.
Where's this at? I've been thinking about doing this. Where are you trolling flat earthers at?
Well, this is in the chat. So like someone in the lobby earlier today, they came in, they would hit us with the fellow flat earthers. I'm like, usually that's a bad sign. So I wanted to test them a little bit. So this was just earlier in the chat. If
That's
you
funny.
search fellow flat earthers, I've got a couple posts in there. You can click on that and then go from there. But let's see what else. What was next? So he goes. I said drop something, and he said, "Where's the proof gravity makes it drop?" I said, "You just proved it by dropping it." So is it how? Are you assuming magic is pulling it down? There's no proof. I said, well, wait. I completely sidestepped here. I just said, well, if the Earth is flat, then you'd be able to see across it, right? So this is what they do, dude. Like they'll sidestep everything, red herring, constant non sequitur. I just felt it was so effortless, just go on autopilot. So he said, see across the Earth. Why do you say that? I was like, well, you can't see that far. That's curve. He said, what curve? I said, it's there. He said, prove it. I tested it and I can't see it. I said, well, you wouldn't expect to see it by squinting at the horizon. Shout out to Matthew. That's where I got that line from. So it's just hilarious, fellas. I just recommend you try it out every now and again. It's a blast. You'll probably be better at it than they are.
Suspect.
You were roboting there, Northern. What was that?
I said, did he turn out to be the usual suspect, or was it like a rando he just left?
Let's see. It looks like they stayed in the server, and they seemed okay. I don't think we jumped in VC to really confirm anything, but after all the pressure I put on, they held up okay. It just seemed like somebody that was like that'd been around listening to conversation. So sometimes that's a little suspicious. I guess my red flag went to a yellow flag. I wouldn't say there was a red flag after all that. But you never know. Lately, I mean, I don't know if you guys are aware, but lately we've had like a couple guys who have got the flat earth roll, like who ended up here and then like lost it, because they were like goofing off and they showed that they weren't really flat earthers. So we've gotten a few people who are taking on this. It's like I was always under the impression that you can't fake it. You cannot fake being a flat earther. It's too hard. But my belief is being challenged because we've got some people who are here who are trying really hard to pretend, and they've fooled some people. So be on the lookout.
Yeah, they're holding tryouts. They're holding tryouts for the Alex Jones. Yeah, Alex Jones of Flat Earth, dude. I have a feeling they're going to have tryouts for COINTELPRO for the agent provocateur.
Wow. I mean, that's got to be the next level because, like, the trolling doesn't work. None of the tactics that they have work. So the new thing is like, well, I'll go undercover as a flat earther, and I mean. It probably wouldn't be that hard to like search the server function and see some of the things that we've been saying, but I'm surprised though. I'm surprised it does.
Well, he would have to insulate himself from other flat earthers too. He wouldn't be able to get into debate because you could call him out. But
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, it's easy to do the three proofs and memorize 3, 4, 5 things. But you don't see like that Syria guy debating, and you don't see those guys that lost the rolls in the lobby debating. I guess he like
right.
Dia was a little bit, but
I have a feeling it'll be a high-profile guy. I could see a guy like Russell Brand doing it.
Ugh, yeah.
But they're also trying to infiltrate, so then they can post pictures at certain moments in the live stream or give their account to somebody else. or get up to gold and then like just sort of like give out the inside information or like
Right.
so.
Yeah, but it's funny because I sort of like, it's like they're almost secretly red pilling themselves a little bit, you know what I mean? Like knowing all these arguments, but I find that funny.
Yeah, there is that, but it also shows like how psychotic they are, where they're like, or they're just actors, and then they're getting paid or for whatever. So it's easy once you're getting paid for something that and you're good at it, like that Dragon guy or what's his name, Dragon, or he had multiple names.
Yeah,
but and then he was an East Indian guy one day, and then he's a New
that
Yorker
1+1
cowboy another day. So yeah, he was able to keep that accent for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah, it does show how psychotic they are. That is funny. That's true. It's weird, man. I've been saying this for a while. It's like, you know, when you play video games, there's like a leaderboard, who spent the most time playing and stuff like that. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the people that have the most time in Flat Earth are like globe heads. You know what I mean? Like, look who's in the chat. Like, before Helio turned off the chat, like, it was like the same 5 weirdos that were like all globe heads, you know?
It might be true. I walked away for 3 years after the algorithms changed. I pretty much gave up, walked away.
Yeah, I mean, I was a part of the Nathan Oakley camp. I watched all the shows. I mean, that was the reason why I even joined the Discord and all that stuff, found my way here. I took some time off of that. I'll go back recently to just check check out what the episodes are like, and Phil's in every chat. Professor Phil in every chat. You know, it's like, dude, these guys love it, man. They spend more time here than we do. It's hilarious. I mean, Debate Flat Earth Server, Gamma Panda, all of them. I mean, this is too funny. Queer Gother. Let's join the panel.
So much more accurate, Gamma Panda.
Ugh, I don't even go over there, dude. I do like hearing Jin say, like, I was over there and I smashed them all today. Like, here you go, Jin. There you go, dude. I don't know. They don't like me, man. Like, Kosho, those guys, like, they don't like me. I just keep it too simple. Like, they want to get all technical. Oh, but I measured out the data. And I'm like, okay, but when does water do what you're saying it does? Well, if I put it in a bottle... Okay, dude. Like, this kind of stuff doesn't work on me, I feel like. I'm not even, like, high level.
Yeah, that's their claim to fame over there too. It's like, well, you just haven't studied the material long enough. Somebody asked them. He said, how long would it take for just a normal person to get in and study enough of your high level physics and understanding to be able to really understand the globe? And he's like, it would take like 8 or 10, 12 years of schooling to get to their level, to understand the globe the way that they do.
That's cap, dude. That's so cap. The only thing it requires, that's another thing that bothers me. It's like these people, all they can do, the best they can offer, is just a retelling, a regurgitation of the story that everyone already knows. So just retelling it doesn't really do anything. So to be a globe earther in 2022, you just have to be a liar, a shill. You just have to be a weasel. You know? It doesn't require knowing the story any better than anyone else. Everyone knows it already. You have to be a magician, start casting spells on people, hypnosis. We had some goofball in here the other day trying to say, I was just literally trying to get him to say if his ceiling fan was spinning. And he's like, well, technically, like, that's what you have to be, is like some sort of like magician. Like, trying to hypnotize people. Well, the ceiling fan's not really spinning. Okay, buddy. Yeah, level this dude.
Yeah, I was here for that little show. Yeah.
That gets me weak every time. And that's what I tell Kosho, like, go knock on like 5 of your neighbors' doors and just try to convince them of these things. Like, these people aren't on Discord; they're just normal people. Like, go tell them that the ceiling fan isn't really spinning. Like, really, dude? What do you think they're gonna say?
Even Kosho earlier tonight, he moved all his chips into the middle of the table. He went all in on GPS. That's his proof of the globe.
Dude, that's not. I don't even get into that. That's not even my thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either.
GPS is not my thing, but it's like, what about like IRL, bro? Like when we go outside, sure, your GPS does this, that, and even still, he's talking about how, but we post correct this and post correct. That just sounds like suspicious. I'm sorry, dude.
and then he said, I can navigate anywhere on the earth with 3 points or whatever he said. And then I put in the chat, I was like, well, where did you navigate to? Where did you navigate from and then to? No response. No response at all. He never navigated anywhere in his fucking life, dude.
Yeah.
I didn't say I did navigate. I said I could navigate.
Weasel, that's what I mean. You weasel around, you put your tap dancing shoes on, you start tap dancing around every question. You make a claim, then just tap dance around it. We need like 5 new roles. We need Weasel Earther, Wizard Earther, we need a Float Earther. For the people that think like things should just be floating. Why don't we float away? Or you're a float earther.
What was your one earlier? Google? Go on.
We need a Google as you go earther. Or
Google as you go, or yeah, there you go.
We need a globe whisperer. Because those are the people that like when Neil deGrasse Tyson says, oh, that stuff is flat, you don't see curve. Flat earthers, you guys don't understand what he really means. You know what I mean? Like these, only they're able to like translate. They're the globe whisperer. So we need that. What else? I feel like there's one more.
That's a good one, bro.
You like that? I just came up with that one the other day. Globe whisperer.
That makes me want to make a meme about that.
All right, good. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
So, that's not mine, Sunforest. That's all CB. That's all CB on that.
Yeah, the wizard.
I can picture like the movie, like the movie title screen, like the poster for that called The Globe Whisperer with Neil deGrasse.
Well, it's like anything you get, anything an expert says that kind of goes against, like Buzz Aldrin, for example, right? He's talking to the little girl. Well, we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. But a globe whisperer, they'll tell you that that's not what he really meant. So,
I know.
Even though what he said was clear, but like only he can interpret. So.
Fuck yeah, that's so funny. You got my girl laughing over here, bro.
Yeah. So the other one is the wizard earther. So the wizard earther is the guy that I think I already said this, but like they'll cast spells. So they'll be like, look at the ceiling fan. The room is moving. If you were in a car for your whole life, you wouldn't feel it, and this kind of stuff. They try to cast spells or perform hypnosis. So
yeah.
A wizard earther.
Right. 2 different types. That's true. There is. That's funny. I wonder how many archetypes there are. Like between 8 and 12, maybe?
Dude, there's gotta be a lot. Like, I don't even know what this one is, but someone posted there's a in the chat. There's dirty earther. I don't even know what that means, dude. But there's a dirty earther. I don't even know what that means. So it's funny. I'll see if I can ping it.
It kind of sounds like a paradox, doesn't it? I mean, isn't the Earth dirt?
Here, no, there. Let me ping it real quick. Hold on. Oh, it's Dirty Glober. Sorry, Dirty Glober. Funny. Yeah, but if any mod, wants to help a brother out, yeah, we could use a few extra rolls here. Oh, and Weasel Earther. That was the other one. It's like, when you play like Pop Goes the Weasel or whatever, you hit one hole and then it pops into another one. You have to hit that one and it pops into another one. Like, you get people like that. They'll weasel around the questions and stuff. So I would say, like, we definitely need a Weasel Earther as well. Level, this is always on point with the gifts. What's that game? Pop Goes the Weasel.
Whack-a-mole.
Whack-a-mole,
Yeah, there it is. That's what it is.
Me and my girlfriend said at the same exact time.
That's what we need, dude.
So it would be a mole, not a weasel.
She said it would be a mole, not a weasel.
Yeah, but Weasel Earther just sounds more fun.
Yeah,
Like, there are literal weasels.
Yeah, it does sound better. A helio weasel centric.
I mean, that pretty much sums it up right there. Hey, Flatter Day, did you hear my new song, brother?
No, play it, can you?
Yeah, I'll play it real quick, I guess, since people are rolling in. Yeah, I've been in the stew cooking up, bro. I've been cooking up some fire.
Have you been?
Yeah, I put out like 2 songs recently, so I'm up to like maybe like 8 Flat Earth songs now.
No shit.
Fire? That sounds like another paradox.
Well, if you've seen the Chappelle Show, it's because I spit the hot fire. Yep. All right, let me play this real quick. Yeah, this song is called Water Hill. It's just a reference to I'm always clowning on ballers for them believing in curved water and stuff. So it's a parody of Kendrick Lamar's Silent Hill. So if you've heard that song, you might sort of catch the drift. But yep, here we go.
Globers can't stand the pain, Globers don't stand a chance. Might as well say it, I know I was playing advance, huh? Push these Globers off me like, push these ballers off me like, push these Globers off me like, pushing the snakes and pushing the fades and pushing them all off me like, pushing them all off me like, yeah. I be immune and shit, they want the moon and shit, they all assuming shit. Know you a joke, Flat Earth is close, I'm with my goons and shit. Know the results, the ballot is in, yeah, I'm about to boom again. You funny, dog. Peekaboo, can you hide behind your keyboard, dog? A week or 2, I meditate debunking y'all. Swerve, 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 shake the curve off, yeah. Push these Globers off me like, push these ballers off me like, push these Globers off me like, pushing the snakes, and pushing the fades, and pushing them all off me like, pushing them all off me like, yeah. Head up, chest out, it's all flat, don't stress now, shh, be quiet, the test out, do a test now, test, hit the silvers up, they need all the love, I have all my love, I mean all of us, it's like 6 o'clock, Hilly already drunk, you making it awkward, bruh, I mean it's hard enough, I mean it's, they couldn't prove it if they could, plus shadows in the hood, sumo glue, it's all good, don't worry about us over here, we good, get off the Snapchat, we bout to flat smack, Might get your back crack, facts in the backpack. Smoking that flat pack, 3 points cash that. But we smash that, yeah, I got a flat map. Check the back snacks, yeah, Glober's ass crack, yeah. I wake and bake, yeah, you just nap. Space DoorDash, yeah, I got the space cash. Shout out to Space Rex, Space Cats, Space Race Wax, spray painted black, about to phase back, yeah, they hate that, they say ain't flat, but they can't math, push them way back, push them way flat, they don't hate that, they just pay back, they just say chat,
Helio, just kidding, bro.
flat smacked them, ISS action, math fractions, DV abstractions, no distractions, land on the moon when that didn't happen, they fooled you, do caught you napping, discount counter culture actions, might get banged out of poacher asses, no backwards, might confront the masses, no back doors out in front of classes, I'm on their shit, yeah, I wore my glasses, Globers wanna curse from gases, meanwhile they ignore the blackness, bumpy Herbier full of acne, it won't work, no you can't distract me, D-Globers, man, they sucked at acting, CB what, go ahead and at me. Push these Globers off me like, push these ballers off me like, push these Globers off me like, pushing the snakes, pushing the face, pushing them all off me like, pushing them all off me like, yeah. Yeah, you see me, yeah, CB on another track, and it's still flat, what?
That shit was dope. It was dope.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go snort some meth, dude. Be right back.
Wow.
Who's doing those beats for you? That Toby Dog?
That's no, that's a well, that's a song. It's a real song from. I just stole the instrumental. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a parody.
I never heard that beat before.
Yeah, the original song is actually really good, in my opinion. I'll post a link to the original song.
That was fire, CB.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, I've been working on that one for a couple of days now. I had to put that one out, dude. It's too good.
Do you know where I can listen to that too?
Yeah, I'll post a couple links here. I'll give you the SoundCloud and the original link to the song.
Yo.
What? So I didn't catch the rip on Helio. What's the line again?
Okay, so the wow, let me pull it up real quick. I said it's like, bitch, it's 6 o'clock. Hilly already drunk. You making it awkward, bro? Because the original song is like talking about some girl. He's like, it's like 6 o'clock. Bitch, you talk too much. You making it awkward, though. So I just put Helio in there and said he was drunk. But I said I was sorry, and he said it was all good.
Can you play it again?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, if people are cool with that. Yeah,
Or
so
one like it?
I haven't. I'll play another one too, maybe. But yeah, this is the original song. It's like kind of my style. I love parodies. So with parodies, you can just take the original beat and then just like, make it flat Earth rap. Yeah. So.
Oh, that's a brand new song, 2022.
Yeah, that just came out on Kendrick's new album.
I'm not up on my Kendrick right now.
Oh, you're good, brother. I mean, I don't really stay up to date on stuff, but it's a good song, I think. Let me get the SoundCloud, and then maybe I'll play one more song. Thanks, Lou. Appreciate that, brother.
It's so interesting to me that people are purposefully making their subs hit like blown out subs back in the day, like from the 90s.
Yeah, it is. I love music, man. How it's changed. It's crazy. The beats have really changed a lot. It's still fun.
Like I used to make fun of people's sound systems that did that. Be like, go get your ass a new sub, dude.
All right, I'll play one more. This is another song I did pretty recently. It's called Push FE. It's a parody of a song called Pushin' P, which maybe you've heard of, maybe you haven't. No big deal. I will say I'm not the best at mixing and mastering and stuff like that, so you have to forgive me. But
hey, can you wait 1 second till my chick comes back in the room? She wants to hear it. So.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I'll wait. Yeah.
Yeah. You like slower rap like I do too. I've always been a big fan of slower rap like that.
Sorry, these dogs are going crazy right here. You go ahead and play it. I'm just going to bring the phone to her. Oh, here she is. Thank you.
All right, cool. Yeah, this is Push FE by your boy CB.
Push your feet, I push your feet, I push your feet, I push your feet, push your feet. Yeah. Glover came in and engaged. He's telling me just how far that I should see on the CD. Yeah, but it's not FE. You the me, yeah. Time to eat. I push your feet, yeah. Club to feet, galaxies, yeah. Fantasy, gravity, another geek. He climbed a tree just to see it's not green, yeah. Had to see, I got no C's, yeah. I studied on the live stream, yeah. QE, Oakley, yeah. Creation B, my homies, yeah. We push your feet, we push your feet, I push your feet, we push your feet, hey. We push your feet, yeah. Push your feet, yeah. I ain't speaking on no Chinese, that pinch a link. Glover's tasting on defeat, like on repeat. And it's CB on the beat, I float in steam, yeah. Shuffling the feet, like Ali, yeah. Glover's tasting sweet, like honey, yeah. And we do it for free, not money, yeah. Effie ladies be some honeys, yeah. Glover's in, they be funny, yeah. Push your feet, I push your feet, I push your feet, I push your feet, hey, I push your feet, I push your feet, yeah. Circle around the map, we go east, I push your feet, clown new ballers for FE, we don't want no peace, got a spot across the pond, no curve degrees, drop the dot and then we plotting exotic beams, see a curve, it's FE, globe is on your screen, worship balls like it's D's, you know what I mean. Portuguese or Chinese, yeah, still FE. Water freeze, ain't no curve, yeah, still FE. Privately, live stream, bitch, I push FE. Debunk the glow, space is fake, bitch, I push FE. Push FE, I push FE, yeah, I push FE, hey, I push FE. He paranoid, he can't sleep, the topic deep. Got facts on me, that's why they watching me, I push FE. I push FE, push FE, I push FE. Push your feet, hey. Yeah. Brought up FE, a red pill, of course. Yeah. 3-point space spin curve. Yeah, it's flat in a cup of water. Yeah, water doesn't curve, man, that's retarded. Yeah, FE community, the whole endorsement. Yeah, can't leave the earth, man, it's unfortunate. Yeah, slept the troll, now we finally tussling. Yeah, bring the heat, you better ask some questions. Yeah, to Richard checks, doing the VC for it. Took the R out of the alphabet, then try to sort it. Push your feet, I 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 push your feet. Yeah.
I'm gonna start spamming you all my favorite rap beats, dude, in your DMs.
Challenge accepted.
Dude, that fool's gonna be famous for sure. That was dope.
Yeah, thanks. Just a little entertainment for the live stream folks here. Really, that's all it is.
Yeah, but still.
She really liked that a lot.
I have like, let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have like 8 songs total, but those are the 2 newest ones, and I would probably only play maybe 1 or 2 more max. But Flatter Day, have you heard my diss track that I made? I made a diss track for the.
Dude, I haven't heard it.
Yeah, I'll play maybe 1 more.
Play the diss track.
Yeah, I'll play the diss track because I think it's a good one. Yeah, let me drop this in the chat here.
All right.
Yep, so this one's another parody. Probably a pretty obscure song. Nobody really has heard it. But yeah, it's called Space Ghost. Here you go.
Yeah. It's for all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse. But to knock it down, better knock it off. Yeah. Shout out to the lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe's on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than the napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets, they unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's, cultivating all the facts while I'm putting tokens. Start to troll, we take his rolls, throw him in the moat quick. Put your bitch right on the flat earth, yeah, we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer, yeah, it's flat. Nigga, smoked all the globers, extort the feelings. You can't front with us, I can't fuck with your wig split. Pilum, cog this, Hillum, globe, I'm a stump, curve dumped in my trunk, bitch. Shadows in them sticks, that shit's weak, archaic, a fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach, Black Swan, he put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon B. Hey, Black Swan, Nikon B at the beach, down in the rabbit hole, to go deep. Flack on the globber, yeah, now he can't sleep. Some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep. Said he measured out just like a dolphin in a dip. Got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip. Wilbur proof, but the trigger goes click. Shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks. Brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing. Talking about gravity to please him. Now he's talking about seasons. Head on my forehead like she's about proofs in a book. You got my turn FE on Facebook. I want that proof, no Captain Hook. But let me hear it.
So that's to any of you globers out there who want some smoke. go ahead and drop the diss track.
I can't. I have no words.
Hey, we need to get on a song together, Flatter Day.
I know, for real.
No, I don't think you should do that.
Hey, have a little confidence in your boy.
I don't think you should do that.
Mm.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she's kind of tired of my music.
Wow.
No, that's pretty good. I like that one the best.
Nice. All right, cool. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I have one other song that I have a hard time finish writing, so maybe you could help me with it. It's another parody of Eminem's "Ass Like That." Remember that song?
Oh, yeah.
I ain't never seen it like that. So
That's
it's
that's actually all I'm really good at writing stuff for is Eminem style beats.
perfect, dude. Yeah. So I mean, I wrote a lot of it. Let me see. I wrote a whole bunch of it. Maybe I'll just DM you the lyrics. But it's just tough because you know how he's like, the way he does his flows is just crazy. But dude, this song, it's tough. Maybe you can rap to it. It's so hard, but the lyrics are awesome. So let me send it to you.
When I was younger, I just used to parrot all of his CDs. I knew like 5 of them word for word. But it was just because I was parroting it, you know?
Right. The way you fake it, I can't believe it. I ain't never seen it flat like that. It's so easy.
Right.
I was just looking through my notes while I was trying to find the lyrics to send you, and I found one more. You guys have probably heard that song, "Old Town Road." What's his name? So I started writing it, but I didn't finish. Finishing lyrics is so hard, but I got.
Lil Nas X?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wrote. I'm talking about. I was gonna write about gravity, right? I'm gonna take that force down the old town road. It died. It can't pull no more. So that's why I love parodies, man. It's so fun.
I made a lot of parodies of Eminem songs. I just never put them out. I know. Yeah, a lot of people have commented to me like saying like, "Oh, all you're doing is copying. You're using Eminem's beats." But I've used a couple of his beats, but I don't have any of his lyrics in my song.
Yeah. I still want to talk shit.
I know.
That's what a parody is.
Exactly.
I thought a parody was a pair of D's. So I'm just kidding.
People do parodies all the time.
You have
Famous for doing parodies.
right?
I don't know what that dirty dog's barking at. I opened the back door.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to just start half a project and then send it to you flat a day and finish it off.
Yeah, for sure. Ow. Sorry, these dogs. Hey, you need any graphics done, bro?